The 2008 World Championship would officially mark the end of the GX era and the beginning of something completely different. August 5th, 2008 would see the release of Starter Deck 5Ds. This set would introduce two new monster types to the game, Tuner Monsters and Synchro Monsters. Here's how the Synchro mechanic worked. When you control the Tuner Monster and a non-Tuner Monster, you could send both to the graveyard as material to special summon a Synchro Monster from the now newly named Extra Deck. That monster's level must be the combined levels of the monsters you sent for its summon. So in the case of the Starter Deck, you could summon Junk Synchron and combine it with Speed Warrior to create the level 5 Junk Warrior. The Starter Deck was pretty weak, but the generic Synchros in it would see some use, in particular Colossal Fighter. Colossal Fighter is a level 8 Dark Warrior monster with 2800 attack and 1000 defense. One tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. This card gains 100 attack for every warrior type monster in any graveyard. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, special summon one warrior type monster from either player's graveyard. Here's the beauty of Colossal Fighter. Its ability works on itself. You could not get rid of this by battling it. It would just come back. This allowed the card to be comboed into all sorts of shenanigans as the years went on. August 18, 2008 would be a pretty weird day in the game's history. It was technically the release of a new booster pack, but the way they did it was a little bit different. So the first booster set of the 5Ds era, the Duelist Genesis, was not actually due to release until the end of August, but the 2008 tins were due to release in the middle of August. To promote the release of the Duelist Genesis, they decided to put all first edition packs of the Duelist Genesis in the tins. In America at least, you could not buy first edition booster boxes of the Duelist Genesis. The packs could only be obtained in the tins. What a weird way to distribute your cards. Before the Duelist Genesis could release, however, we had a ban list to get through. The September 2008 Forbidden Unlimited list. As was often the case post-Worlds, this was a very busy list, with Dark Magician of Chaos, Premature Burial, and Destiny Hero Disc Commander all being forbidden. In Limited, we would see Breaker the Magical Warrior, Cyber Dragon, Gauze the Emissary of Darkness, which had yet to be released, Dandelion, which had also yet to be released, Monster Gate, and Reasoning. In Semi-Limited, we would see Dark Armed and Judgment Dragons go to 2, alongside Phantom of Chaos, Rescue Cat, Nobleman of Crossout, Chain Strike, and the card of Safe Return, which had been creeping up in power thanks to the emergence of the Zombie Lightsworn hybrid deck. Destiny Hero Malicious, Light and Darkness Dragon, Mage Power, Allure of Darkness, Royal Decree, and Reinforcement of the Army would all be unlimited. September 2nd, 2008 would see the official release of the Duelist Genesis, and honestly, for a first release in a series, it didn't disappoint. Book of Eclipse and Emergency Teleport were solid spell cards. Teleport in particular was used a lot. The new Psychic type monsters would make a good first impression thanks to the likes of Krebons and Mindmaster. Gladiator Beasts would receive additional support to help them stay relevant, as the deck wasn't really designed to work with Synchro summoning. And finally, we would have the Synchro monsters, with Stardust Dragon and Goyo Guardian completely stealing the show. Stardust Dragon is a level 8 Wind Dragon Synchro monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. One tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. You contribute this card to negate the activation of a spell card, trap card, or effect monster's effect that destroys a cards on the field, and destroy that card. If you negate an effect this way, you can special summon this card from your graveyard during the end phase. How about that? Recurring effect negation and protection for your own monsters. This card was an instant staple in every deck that used Synchros. Stardust was good, but Goyo was better. Goyo Guardian was a level 6 Earth Warrior Synchro monster with 2800 attack and 2000 defense. One tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon that monster to your side of the field and face up defense position. Oh my god, what a beast this was. You'll be unsurprised to know this card has since been errated. Today, its summoning condition is 1 Earth Tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. It would not take long for us to see Synchro Monsters top tournaments, as Shonen Jump Tuzzler would be run by Adam Korn's Teleport Dark build. This new build would utilise more or less all of the power synchros, as well as some of the Psychic engine from the Duelist Genesis. 2 Dark Dragons, triple Malicious, the standard. Then you have triple Krebons and triple Emergency Teleport. As a level 2 tuner monster, Krebons was the ideal material for getting out your synchros, as combined with the easily summable Destiny Hero Malicious to make a level 8. This deck was just a blueprint for what was to come. Dad was here to stay, and it would only continue to tighten its grip around the meta over the coming months. Late October and early November would see the release of a new structure deck, and also see Konami pull the tin stunt again before they released a new pack. Structure Deck Zombie World would release on October 21st, 2008. With it being their second structure deck in 4 years, zombies continue to remain easily obtainable for anyone who wanted to play them. Zombie World was a new kind of field spell unlike any we had seen previously. All monsters on the field and in every graveyard become zombie type monsters. Neither player can tribute summon monsters, except zombie type monsters. While Zombie World has never really been a top tier deck, the field spell itself has been a cool anti-meta option over the years, and I know from personal experience how much it hurts when you can't tribute summon your monarchs because of it. Zombies would further be boosted by new releases in the upcoming Crossroad of Chaos booster pack, where 5 King Hades would negate the effects of any monsters destroyed in battle by a zombie. Doomkaiser Dragon could steal zombie monsters from your opponent's graveyard, which was convenient if you happened to be playing Zombie World. And finally, you had Plague Spreader Zombie, a level 2 Dark Zombie Tuner monster with 400 attack and 200 defense. You can return 1 card from your hand to the top of the deck to special summon this card from the graveyard. If you do, remove this card from play when it is removed from the field. There is a lot to say about this card, and you will see it come up a lot in tournament deck lists, not just during the Synchro era, but for the rest of the game's life. This is easily one of the best tuner monsters ever made. So those were the card releases. How are things going tournament side? Oh. Moving on. November 4th, 2008 would see the release of the second volume of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga, and with it, a promo card, Thunder King Ryo. Neither player can add cards from their deck to their hand except by drawing them. You can send this face-up card to the graveyard to negate the special summon of one of your opponent's monsters, and destroy it. This thing. Oh my god, this thing. It wasn't too bad in the Synchro era, but give it a few years, and this thing was showing up a lot. This isn't the Thunder King, this is the Grind King. Put this in any slow format and it will absolutely dominate. November 18th, 2008 finally saw the official release of Crossroads of Chaos. Alongside the already seen zombies, this pack had huge amounts of support for plant monsters. The spell card Miracle Fertilizer would become a pillar of the Gigaplant strategy. Once per turn, you can select 1 plant type monster from your graveyard and special summon it. You cannot normal summon or set the turn you special summon a monster with this effect. If a monster special summoned by this effect is removed from the field, destroy this card. Now, losing the ability to normal summon or set the turn you use it isn't great, but when the card you're reviving is Gigaplant, it's not so bad. In fact, Gigaplant comboed great with Miracle Fertilizer, because if you Gemini summoned it the next turn, Miracle Fertilizer's effect would no longer apply to it. Black Rose Dragon is a level 7 Fire Dragon Synchro monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. When this card is Synchro summoned, you can destroy all cards on the field. What's that? There's more text? I'm not going to read it because no one else did. Okay. Once per turn, you can remove from play one plant type monster from your graveyard, change one monster your opponent controls to face up attack position, and reduce its attack to 0 until the end phase. Wow, I didn't know it did that. All joking aside, Black Rose Dragon was a fantastic raid that just reset the field. It was effectively a Judgment Dragon you could summon from the extra deck. Who wouldn't want that? Last but not least, let's just quickly talk about the Right Stone of Legend. This level 1 Light Dragon Tuner monster had the effect where, when this card is sent to the graveyard, add one Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck to your hand. Now look, I know Blue Eyes White Dragon isn't a very good monster, but adding a level 8 to your hand was quite convenient should you be playing something like Trade-In. In all truth, it made for a pretty decent engine. Shortly after Crossroads of Chaos, we would see the release of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force 3 for the Sony PlayStation Portable. We would also see the release of the very rare booster pack Dark Legends, which was basically a Dark Beginning style reprint set. Tag Force 3 would include the card Gallius the Star Beast. You can reveal this card in your hand to send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. If that card is a monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its level times 200, and special summon this card from your hand. If it is not a monster, destroy this card. In a vacuum, it's not fantastic, but I want you to remember this card, because we're not going to talk about it now for another 10 years. Released as a promo card with Dark Legends was the previously alluded to Gorz the Emissary of Darkness. This level 7 Dark Fiend type monster had 2700 attack and 2500 defense. When you take damage from a card your opponent controls while you control no cards, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then, activate the appropriate effect based on the type of damage. Battle damage. Special summon 1 Emissary of Darkness token. Its attack and defense are each equal to the amount of battle damage you took. Effect damage. Inflict damage to your opponent equal to the amount of damage you took. The burn effect never really got used, but the battle damage effect easily made this the scariest hand trap in the game. It completely changed how people approached battle. Before Gorz, the order you chose to have your monsters battle in didn't really matter. After Gorz, it was important to always have your weakest monsters attack first. November would see Shonen Jump Atlanta be run by Jerry Rang, as he piloted what has gone on to become one of the most famous deck lists in the game's history. This is Taladad. If Dark Teleport was the blueprint, then this was the finished product. So what made this deck so good? While in short, it just outpowered and outsped every other deck in the format. If you weren't playing Taladad, you weren't winning. As such, the deck is infamous for being one of the most expensive decks in the game's history. This build you see here would have easily set you back over $1,000 back then. If you're wondering if it was possible to compromise and go for something a bit cheaper, good luck, because you absolutely needed every card in this deck. I would show you some videos, but honestly I can't do this deck justice, but I know someone who can.
Dark Arm Dragon! Being able to special summon this card to your side of the field by controlling exactly 3 dark monsters was all made possible to you by Dark Grapper in the graveyard. You can basically say that Can I Smoke It has no cards on the field because Dark Arm Dragon would be able to destroy the Lilo with ease. Not necessarily a great spot for Can I Smoke It. Will he be able to come back with this board? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, as Caius the Shadow Monarch is going to hit the field, banish the Lilo, and this is game.
Now okay, let's not oversell Taladad too much. There were still some other playable decks in the format, notably Light Swarms. But once you look at the tournament tops, you can't deny just how powerful Taladad was. At Shonen Jump Detroit, it took all top 8 spots. The only non-dad decks in the top 16 were Light Swarm, Gladiator Beast, and a Gadget deck. Besides that, everything else was Taladad. This was the format. Nothing could really stand up to it. 2008 ends there, but the story of Taladad will continue to go on for many months more. Kicking things off, 2009 wouldn't be beginning with a tournament, pack release or ban list, but a pair of Shonen Jump promo cards. Dandelion and Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon would be offered as freebies to anyone who bought into a trial issue subscription of Shonen Jump magazine. Dandelion is a level 3 Earth plant monster with 300 attack and 300 defense and an effect that reads, when this card is sent to the graveyard, special summon 2 Fluff tokens. These tokens cannot be tributed for a tribute summon during the turn they are special summoned. Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon was a level 12 Dark Dragon type monster with 2800 attack and 2400 defense. You can remove from play one Dragon type monster you control to special summon this card. Once per turn, you can special summon one Dragon type monster except Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon from your hand or graveyard. Dandelion and Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon are examples of cards that I like to refer to as being bulletproof by design. No matter how much the game speeds up or is power crept, these two cards will always be good. As you may remember from the previous episode, Dandelion was preemptively put to 1. Thanks to the OCG, the power level of this card was known way ahead of time. This means the TCG has never been able to experience Dandelion at 3 copies. Coming into 2009, the tournament meta would continue where it left off, as Taladad decks completely dominated offense. Shonen Jump Houston would be run by Jerry Rang, as he played what is considered the definitive Taladad deck list. That same month would see Shonen Jump San Francisco be run by Alejandro Reyes Suarez. Even though both players would win their respective tournaments with Taladad, Jerry Rang's build would end up being the one people most fondly remember. The key difference between Jerry Rang's build and other Taladad builds would no doubt be the inclusion of double Royal Repression and triple Solemn Judgment. February would see the release of Duelist Pack Yusei, while March would see the release of a new Shonen Jump promo card. Armory Arm is a level 4 light machine synchro monster with 1800 attack and 1200 defense. This monster requires 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters as its summoning requirement. Once per turn, you can equip this card to a monster or unequip it to special summon this card in face-up attack position. While equipped to a monster by this effect, that monster gains 1000 attack. When the equipped monster destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the destroyed monster's attack. Armory Arm would be among the first low-level synchro monsters in the game, and even to this day it's one of the best. On their own, the attack boost and Flame Ringman burn effect aren't much, but when you combine them together and put them into a card that you can just fetch out of the extra deck, it becomes a really good piece of utility. It would even go on to have an entire OTK dedicated to it. Coming out of Shonen Jump magazine would be Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon, a level 8 Dark Machine Fusion monster with 0 attack and 0 defense. Its materials would be Cyber Dragon plus 1 or more machine type monsters. This monster cannot be used as a fusion material monster. You can only special summon this card from your extra deck by sending the above cards from either side of the field to the graveyard. The original attack of this card is equal to 1000 times the number of fusion material monsters used to special summon it. Would it surprise you to learn that this card is still used today? Thanks to its ability to remove monsters from either side of the field, Chimera Tech Fortress Dragon wouldn't be used so much for its attack gaining effect, but just for the fact that it was simple removal of problem cards. If your opponent was to play something like Card Trooper and Machine Duplication, you could just summon a Cyber Dragon on your turn and then fuse all 4 monsters into a 4000 attack beatstick. The utility of this card's summoning condition would go on to inspire a whole slew of extra deck monsters. March would come along, and with it would be the biannual change to the Forbidden Unlimited list. Surprisingly, there would be no cards forbidden. Dark Arm Dragon, Reinforcement of the Army, Card of Safe Return, Chaos Sorcerer, Gladiator Beast Bestiary, Go-Yo Guardian, Plague Spreader Zombie, Emergency Teleport, and Masuki would all go to 1. In semi-limited, we would see Goblin Zombie, Green Babu Defender of the Forest, Rise of the Storm Monarch, Allure of Darkness, Destiny Draw, Ultimate Offering, Summoner Monk, Mind Crush, Destiny Hero Malicious, and Gold Sarcophagus. Phantom of Chaos, Manticore of Darkness, Nobleman of Crossout, Twin-Headed Behemoth, and Book of Moon would all go to 3. While no cards would be forbidden, these changes would have a significant impact on the meta, as the Taladad strategy was essentially wiped out overnight. The hits to Rota, E-Tally, Plague Spreader, Allure, Destiny Draw, and Malicious would just make the deck too slow and inconsistent. March 2009 would prove that Konami giveth and Konami taketh, as we saw the release of Crimson Crisis. Taladad may be gone, but it's fine because we have a new Dark archetype in town. Say hello to Blackwings. Blackwing would be an archetype consisting entirely of Dark Ring Beast monsters. Blackwings would be the deck used by the character Crow in the 5Ds anime, and unlike most anime decks, these were legitimately good. Blackwing Boar with a Spear is a level 4 Dark Ring Beast type monster with 1700 attack and 800 defense. If you control a Blackwing monster other than Boar with a Spear, you can special summon this card from your hand. During battle between this attacking card and a defense position monster whose defense is lower than its attack, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent. Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind is a level 3 Dark Ring Beast tuner monster with 1300 attack and 400 defense. If you control a Blackwing monster other than Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, you can special summon this card from your hand. Once per turn, you can halve the attack and defense of one face-up monster your opponent controls. Blackwing Sirocco the Dawn is a level 5 Dark Ring Beast monster with 2000 attack and 900 defense. If your opponent controls a monster and you control no monsters, you can normal summon or set this card without tributing. Once per turn, you can select one face-up Blackwing monster you control. It gains attack equal to the total attack of all face-up Blackwing monsters on the field, except itself. Monsters other than the selected monster cannot attack the turn you activate this effect. So, fun fact about these 3 cards. In the 5Ds anime, they debut in the same episode, in the same duel, in the same turn, and they are used to perform an OTK. Blackwing Armor Master is a level 7 Dark Ring Beast Synchro monster with 2500 attack and 1500 defense. It requires one Blackwing tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters to summon. This card cannot be destroyed by battle, and you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. If this card attacks a monster, you can place one reg counter on that monster at the end of the damage step. You can remove all reg counters from your opponent's monsters to reduce the attack and defense of each monster that had a reg counter to 0 until the end phase. What can I say? It's just really strong. And yet, even with all these things going for it, Blackwing Armor Master wasn't even the best Synchro monster released in Crimson Crisis. Dark Strike Fighter is a level 7 Dark Machine Synchro monster with 2600 attack and 1800 defense. Its summoning requirement is one tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. You contribute one monster to inflict damage to your opponent equal to its level times 200. If you summon 2 Dark Strike Fighter on the same turn and manage to get them both to attack your opponent directly, you could then tribute those 2 Dark Strike Fighters together to inflict a grand total of 8000 points of damage to your opponent. So not only could this card go over almost anything thrown at your opponent, but it could still get to their life points without even needing to attack. Crimson Crisis wouldn't be the only cards released in March, as we saw the love come from Konami with even more product. Released on March 10, 2009, we would get the Duelist Pack Collection. Not only would this tin give us reprints of Duelist Pack Yusei, but it would also give us promo cards, including preview cards for the next set, Raging Battle. Of these preview cards, the most significant would be the Iron Core of Krokimeru and Krokimeru Guardian. Krokimeru would be an archetype that revolved around Iron Core, as its monsters would be very powerful, but would require either an Iron Core of Krokimeru or a specific type of monster in your hand to stay on the field. Take for example Krokimeru Guardian. This level 4 Earth Rock monster had 1900 attack and 1200 defense and an effect that reads, during each of your end phases, destroy this card unless you send one Iron Core of Krokimeru from your hand to the graveyard, or reveal one Rock type monster in your hand. You contribute this card to negate the activation of an effect monster's effect and destroy that monster. As level 4 monsters go, Krokimeru Guardian is insanely good, but it has that downside to help keep it balanced. If you don't have an Iron Core or a Rock monster in your hand, you can't keep it on the field. Releasing at the end of March would be the Spellcaster's Command Structure deck, but most importantly, Summoner Monk. Summoner Monk is a level 4 Dark Spellcaster monster with 800 attack and 1600 defense. This card cannot be tributed. When this card is normal or flip summoned, it is changed to defense position. Once per turn, you can discard one spell card to special summon one level 4 monster from your deck. It cannot attack this turn. So yeah, this card can just straight up summon monsters from the deck. Summoning monsters from the deck is without doubt one of the best card abilities you can have in Yu-Gi-Oh! And there's more than enough to balance out the discard cost. As you might have noticed, this card was already put to semi-limited before it was even released. Moving into spring, we would get a new season of the Shonen Jump Championship. A new season meant a new prize card. Dark-End Dragon is a level 8 Dark Dragon Synchro monster with 2600 attack and 2100 defense. It requires one tuner plus one or more non-tuner dark monsters. Once per turn, you can have this card lose 500 attack and defense, and send one monster your opponent controls to the graveyard. Not far behind it would be the Shonen Jump magazine promo, Beast King Barbaros. This level 8 Earth Beast Warrior monster would have 3000 attack and 1200 defense. You can normal summon or set this card without tributing. If you do, its original attack becomes 1900. You can tribute 3 monsters to tribute summon this card. When you do, destroy all cards your opponent controls. Beast King Barbaros was essentially 4 cards in one. The new Shonen Jump season wouldn't be without its controversies, however. In the background, there had been a battle raging between Konami and Upper Deck Entertainment going all the way back to 2008. It was revealed that Upper Deck were conspiring with an outside company to create and sell their own Yu-Gi-Oh! Products. These promo cards would come with a whole set of issues that would have alarm bells ringing at Konami. Normally, when Konami releases promo cards, whether it be a video game promo, a reprint, or a tin promo, those cards would have their own unique prints code and number. In this case, however, the promo cards would be based on cards from actual booster sets. The biggest thing that gives these cards away is their foil in the bottom corner. On an authentic first edition card, the foil should always be gold. In short, these cards were counterfeit, not approved by Konami at all. This would mark the beginning of the end of Konami's working relationship with Upper Deck Entertainment, as they would go to court to battle for full control of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and offense. The Konami vs Upper Deck period would be one of great uncertainty for players, as national events such as the Shonen Jump Championship series would slow to a crawl. Once Konami wrangled back control of the game, however, things would start moving again. And move they would, as April 2009 saw Shonen Jump Anaheim be run by Jeff Jones and his Skill Drain Beatdown deck. Now, Jeff Jones isn't your typical Yu-Gi-Oh! Player. In fact, he's actually one of the most famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Players of all time. What sets Jeff Jones apart from any other player in the game is the creativity of his deck building. No one else was running this deck at the tournament. They'd be running Black Rings and Light Swarms and other such archetypes. Jeff Jones' deck was so unique that it wasn't even given a name. It was simply known as the first place deck. When you take a step back and look at the deck list, it all makes so much sense. Skill Drain lets you pay 1000 life points to negate all monster effects on the field. But here's the beautiful part of the deck. The monster effects can still activate even when Skill Drain is out. Beast King Barbaros can still be normal summoned from the hand, but because of Skill Drain, its attack doesn't become 1900, it stays at 3000. Dark-End Dragon can still special summon itself from the hand even while Skill Drain's on the field. Destiny Hero Malicious can still banish itself from the graveyard. Cyber Dragon can still summon itself from the hand. Dark Grepher can still summon itself from the hand. Mystic Tomato can still float. Sangan can still float. Plague Spreader Zombie can still special summon itself. And finally, Destiny Hero Defender does not have its negative anymore. Your opponent does not get to draw cards when it's on the field. The ability to see this potential in Skill Drain and play around it while simultaneously screwing over every other player is just one of the many things that separates Jeff Jones from everyone else. The end of spring would see the release of Raging Battle, a very good set packed with all sorts of useful cards. Let's just look at a few quick highlights. Black Whirlwind is a continuous spell card. When a Black Ring monster is normal summoned to your side of the field, you can add one Black Ring monster from your deck to your hand that has less attack than that monster. So off the bat, this has amazing synergy with Black Rings. If you summon your Sirocco, you can basically just add any other monster in the archetype to your hand, such as Gale the Whirlwind, then immediately special summon it with its effect and go into a Synchro monster. Unsurprisingly, this was a must-have in the deck. Deep Sea Diva is a level 2 Water Sea Serpent tuner monster with 200 attack and 400 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one level 3 or lower Sea Serpent type monster from your deck. This card on its own was incredibly useful back then, even if you weren't playing a Sea Serpent based deck. The beauty of Deep Sea Diva in the early Synchro era is you didn't need to run a Sea Serpent focused deck to run it. Deep Sea Diva could summon copies of itself, meaning that a normal summon would bag you 2 tuner monsters on the field. That is an incredibly useful effect, especially if you happen to be playing a deck that is heavy in special summoning such as zombies. As the years would go on, Deep Sea Diva would eventually find its way into dedicated water decks, and is to this day one of the best water monsters ever created. Evil Fawn is a level 1 dark plant monster with 100 attack and 300 defense. You can tribute this card to inflict 300 damage to your opponent and special summon up to 2 Evil Fawns from your deck in face-up attack position. Those monsters' effects cannot be activated. You're probably noticing a theme with a lot of the good cards released in the Synchro era. There's a lot of summoning from the deck. This is one of the natural consequences of Yu-Gi-Oh! Power Creep. First it was about special summoning from the graveyard, then it became about special summoning from the hand. Now it's about special summoning from the deck, whether that be the main deck or the extra deck. The only way they could top this trend is if they let you special summon from the side deck. Forbidden Chalice. This quick play spell card lets you target one face-up monster on the field and give it 400 attack, but its effects are negated. The attack boost is not really an issue, because it's the effect negation that you want. Use it on your opponent's monster, stop their engine, use it on their Deep Sea Diva. 1 for 1 is a regular spell card with the effect to send one monster from your hand to the graveyard to special summon one level 1 monster from your hand or deck. Again, summoning from the deck. This is the level of speed that the game has reached now. Phylixian Cluster Amaryllis. This is a level 8 fire plant monster with 2200 attack and 0 defense. This card cannot be special summoned except with its own effect or with Phylixian Seed. If this card attacks, it is destroyed after damage calculation. If this card you control is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, inflict 800 damage to your opponent. During your end phase, you can remove from play one plant type monster from your graveyard to special summon this card from your graveyard in defense position. In 2009 this card wasn't very good, but 9 years later it'd be part of a very infamous FTK deck in the OCG, where you were able to put Phylixian Cluster Amaryllis in your graveyard, then in the end phase, summon it onto the field, whereas it'd be immediately destroyed and sent to the graveyard to burn your opponent for damage. Then, because it was still the end phase, it would immediately summon itself back out and then go to the graveyard again to inflict another 800 points of damage, and then you'd keep looping this until your opponent ran out of life points. Such an effect probably would have been possible in 2009, but the game wasn't at a level of speed yet where you could make a plant deck capable of carrying that FTK. Fortunately, the card would never get to hit those heights in the TCG. Though the FTK technically was possible, I should know, I've done it. Powertool Dragon. This level 7 Earth Machine Synchro monster has 2300 attack and 2500 defense. It requires 1 tuner, plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Once per turn during your main phase, you can select 3 equipped spell cards from your deck. Have your opponent pick one of them at random and add it to your hand. Return the remaining cards to your deck. If this card would be destroyed while equipped with a spell card, you can send that card to the graveyard instead. Powertool Dragon had decent protection, but that wasn't really what anyone cared about. The ability to search your deck for an equipped card and add it to your hand is very good, especially when you can pick the same card 3 times to rig the selection. With there now being so many equipped cards that allow you to special summon monsters from the graveyard or banish pile, you'll be unsurprised to hear this card still occasionally sees play today. Trap Stun is a normal trap card that reads, negate the effects of all other trap cards on the field during this turn. Trap Stun was a pretty good utility card. It was essentially a non-continuous Royal Decree, something that you could use against your opponent whilst keeping your own traps live. It would go on to see regular play over the next couple of years. Moving into the summer, we would see new releases in the form of video game promos and starter decks. Infinity Archfiend would be included with the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D Stardust Accelerator World Championship 2009. This level 4 Dark Fiend monster had the effect where, when you have no cards in your hand and draw this card, you can reveal it to special summon it. When this card is special summoned, if you have no cards in your hand, you can add one Infinity card from your deck to your hand. Infinity is an archetype from the 5Ds anime that's famous for utilising the no-hand combo. In other words, it is an archetype whose monsters benefit from additional effects when the player has an empty hand. With its ability to search out any Infinity cards without being the once per turn, Archfiend would be the backbone of the deck for many years. The starter deck would bring in some decently strong Synchro monsters, but the real star of the show was X-Saber Airbellum. This level 3 Earth Beast Tuner monster had the effect where, when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by a direct attack, discard one random card from your opponent's hand. In a vacuum, that seems okay, but what really made it shine was its synergy with Rescue Cat. With Rescue Cat's effect, you could special summon an Airbellum and another beast monster from your deck and immediately go into a Synchro summon. Which, you know, is pretty good. August 2009 would see the World Championships be hosted in Akihabara, Japan. The final would be a showdown between Benjamin Tan of Singapore and his Blackwing deck versus the Gladiator Beast deck of Taiwanese player Chen Yanjui. Blackwings would be the deck to win the day, as Benjamin Tan Honghui ended up taking home the gold. This deck list would be the accumulation of the hard push Konami had given the archetype during the year, as all but one of the monsters in the deck were Blackwings. The main deck roster would be designed to go over anything, as the likes of Gale the Whirlwind and Kalute the Shadow would be able to boost and decrease monsters' attacks. With triple Black Whirlwind and double Allure of Darkness being available, it was very easy for the deck to fetch its essential monsters for its combo plays. With the core engine being so straightforward and solid, the only part of the deck that really needed any real consideration were the power cards. Dark Arm Dragon would feature in the deck thanks to the abundance of dark monsters it could use as fuel. Icarus attack would be an even 0 in card advantage, but thanks to the Blackwing engine, the user would always be in the more advantageous position after using it. The main deck on its own was very strong, and could probably beat a lot of decks as is. The extra deck then would come to be the cherry on top, as it utilised every power Synchro in the game. Monsters such as Goyo Guardian, Blackwing Armor Master, Black Rose Dragon, Stardust Dragon, and Colossal Fighter would feature as standard. Also featured was Dark Strike Fighter, which could very easily perform the previously mentioned OTK strategy. The sideboard would leave this deck handily prepared for Worlds. DD Crow had the potential to hit almost every deck in the format, as the graveyard had become a key part of many combo strategies. The same would apply for Double Royal Oppression, as that card just straight up shut off all special summoning. Light Imprisoning Mirror and Rivalry of Warlords would hit Light Swarm decks hard. Mirror of Oaths and Threatening War would be the classic counterplay to Gladiator Beasts. And finally, double Delta Crow Anti-Reverse along with Deck Devastation Virus would allow the deck to out anything that was heavy in spells, traps, stall and burn cards. Overall, this is such a complete list that it's hardly surprising Blackwings would win Worlds. It was a deck prepared for anything. Runner-up Chen Yanjui would use a Synchro Cat variant of Gladiator Beasts. The wide range of beast monsters in the archetype would make the synergy with Rescue Cat and X-Saber Airbellum a no-brainer. Rescue Cat was one of the strongest cards in the format and could easily guarantee you'd have a Synchro out that turn. With the deck being so heavily designed around battle and aggression, the inclusion of triple Cold Wave was also a no-brainer. Shutting off the opponent's spell and trap cards made sure your Gladiator Beast effects always got off, and that you could always attack over their monsters with the likes of Goyo Guardian. Triple Raboku was a requirement of the format thanks to the Blackwing archetype. The problem with Blackwings is that they could always just discard Kalute the Shadow to go over your monsters in battle. If Raboku is active, then your Gladiator Beasts can survive the battles and get their effects off. Triple Judgment being mained by both finalists was a good indicator of where the game was at this point. Yu-Gi-Oh was fast, you had to go in quickly, hard and without fear. Much like Black Rings, the side deck was also quite well prepared for this tournament. Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master would send any monster that attacked it back to the top of the owner's deck. This made it a fantastic out for non-destruction monsters such as Black Ring Armor Master. It was also useful in the mirror match, as it stopped gladiator beasts from activating their effects after battle. Triple enemy control would be used not only for defensive purposes, but also to steal the opponent's monsters so they could be synchroed off with Airbellum. Soul Release would be used to empty the graveyards of any decks that used them for combos. Light Imprisoning would once again be used for the Light Swarm matchup, and Triple Threatening Roar would replace Waboka in the Gladiator Beast mirror. While I still think Black Ring was the best deck of this tournament, Gladiator Beast wasn't far behind. In third place we would have American representative Roy St. Clair. Now I'm not going to spend too long analysing this list. While Roy St. Clair was known to be a very skilled player, he was also notorious for cheating accusations, receiving multiple bans by Konami. That said, the build wasn't too different from the one which won the tournament. Double Gravekeeper's Spy does stand out, but it was a pretty good engine card back in 2009. Other than the inclusion of Triple Nobleman of Extermination in the side, there isn't really too much to say about this deck. Post-Worlds we would see more of the same from deck list, as the top two decks at Shonen Jump Indianapolis would be Black Rings and Synchro Cat respectively. If you compare Philly Luna's Black Ring build to that of Benjamin Tan, you'll see that there wasn't really much different. A few alterations in card ratios, but besides that it was practically the same deck. Synchro Cat on the other hand would be much different, as Crush Card Fire was actually legal still in the TCG. September 1st, 2009 would see the official release of Ancient Prophecy. Much like the sets before it, Ancient Prophecy would introduce several new powerful synchros and archetypes to the game. The most notable of these archetypes would be X-Sabers, a warrior-based synchro archetype. X-Sabers wouldn't quite be ready for tournament play at this stage as they were only in their first wave of support, but the potential was there. For example, XX Saber Full Troll had the effect where this card cannot be normal summoned or set. This card cannot be special summoned except while you control 2 or more face-up X-Saber monsters. Once per turn, you can special summon one level 4 or lower X-Saber monster from your graveyard. Inside its archetype, Full Troll acted essentially as a power crept version of Elder of the Six Samurai. The card to look out for, however, would be XX Saber Gothams, a level 9 Earth Beast Warrior Synchro monster with 3100 attack and 2600 defense. Its summoning requirements would be 1 tuner plus 1 or more Earth monsters, making it one of the few synchro monsters in the game that can be summoned exclusively with tuner monsters. You can tribute 1 X-Saber monster to discard 1 random card from your opponent's hand. This effect was not once per turn, which meant that if you had a full field of X-Sabers, you could tribute all of them, including Gothams itself, to hand loop your opponent. With the right support, this card could be a real threat in the meta. X-Sabers would further be supported by the trap card Reinforced Truth. Special summon 1 level 2 or lower warrior type monster from your deck. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. At face value, the card has limited utility, especially on your own turn, but the card could be useful if a compatible monster came along that had a decent floating effect. Ancient Fairy Dragon is a level 7 light dragon synchro monster with 2100 attack and 3000 defense. Its summoning requirement is 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Once per turn, you can special summon 1 level 4 or lower monster from your hand. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. Once per turn, you can destroy a field spell card. If you do, gain 1000 life points, and you can add 1 field spell card from your deck to your hand. With the 3 Signer Dragons released at this point all being offense orientated, Ancient Fairy Dragon represented quite a departure, as its effects and stats were more suited to defensive and setup play. That all said, however, this card had the highest potential ceiling of any Signer Dragon thanks to its ability to extend your plays. Ancient Sacred Wyvern is a level 7 light fairy synchro monster with 2100 attack and 2000 defense. Its summoning requirements is 1 light tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, this card gains attack equal to the difference. While your life points are lower than your opponent's, this card loses attack equal to the difference. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can pay 1000 life points to special summon this card. Not quite as straightforward as Colossal Fighter, but still a very good level 7 alternative. Its attack manipulation effect is very win more, but I suppose the extra attack could curb an opponent's comeback. Fishborg Blaster is a level 1 water fish type tuner monster with 100 attack and 200 defense. If you control a face-up level 3 or lower water monster, you can discard one card to special summon this card from your graveyard. If this card is used as a Synchro material monster, all other Synchro material monsters must be water. You wouldn't think this of something printed as a common, but Fishborg Blaster had the potential to be the most powerful card in the entire set, and would come to be one of the pillars of the Fog Monarch engine. Fossil Dig is a spell card with the effect where you can add one level 6 or lower dinosaur type monster from your deck to your hand. With its ability to search a wider range of levels, Fossil Dig was arguably in some ways a better version of Reinforcement of the Army. Also featuring in Ancient Prophecy was Rekindling. Special summon from your graveyard as many fire monsters as possible with 200 defense. During the end phase, remove from play all monsters that were special summoned by this effect. In order to enable Rekindling plays, Konami made a decision to have the majority of newly released fire monsters have 200 defense. With that base requirement, Rekindling would only ever be as good as Konami wanted it to be. It was also around this time that we would see the release of a new Shonen Jump magazine promo. Tragodia is a level 10 Dark Fiend type monster with unspecified attack and defense and an effect that reads, when you take battle damage, you can special summon this card from your hand. This card gains 600 attack and defense for each card in your hand. Once per turn, you can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard to target one face-up monster your opponent controls with the same level as the sent monster. Take control of that target. Once per turn, you can target one monster in your graveyard. This card's level becomes the same as the target's until the end phase. So what we had here was a hand-based monster with a more lax summoning requirement than Gore's, a stat manipulation effect similar to that of the god card's Flight of the Sky Dragon, the ability to steal your opponent's monsters, but most importantly, a level manipulation effect that made it easier to set up certain synchro plays. Unsurprisingly, Tragodia would catch on in popularity very quickly. Arriving with Ancient Prophecy would be the September 2009 Forbidden Unlimited list. This list would go to great lengths to address numerous problem cards. Card of Safe Return, Dark Strike Fighter, Monster Reborn, and Crush Card Virus would all be banned. Card of Safe Return, Dark Strike Fighter, and Crush Card Virus in particular were absolutely necessary for the health of the game. They needed to go. Limited would see hits to Gale the Whirlwind, Rescue Cat, Cold Wave, and Solemn Judgment in order to address the heavy abuse of those cards in the previous format. Summoner Monk, Black Rose Dragon, Mind Master, 1-for-1, Demise King of Armageddon, Call of the Haunted, and Mind Control would also be limited. In semi-limited we would see the inclusions of Chaos Sorcerer, Masuki, Bottomless Trap Hole, and Lone Fire Blossom. Coming off the list altogether would be Rise of the Storm Monarch, Green Babu Defender of the Forest, BD Warrior Lady, Breaker the Magical Warrior, For Sure, and Destiny Draw. Overall, I don't think there can be too many complaints about this list. Blackwing and Rescue Cat decks needed the slap on the wrist. Moving on into November, we would see the release of Stardust Overdrive. Once again, the set would be a hit, as it contained numerous cards that would come to see play over the next decade and beyond. Archlord Christia is a level 8 light fairy type monster with 2800 attack and 2300 defense. If you have exactly 4 fairy type monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. When you do, add 1 fairy type monster from your graveyard to your hand. Neither player can special summon monsters. This face-up card would be sent from the field to the graveyard. It returns to the top of the owner's deck instead. Once again, we have an example of a future-proofed card from the 5Ds era. Christia wasn't always relevant, but depending on the format, it always had the potential to make a comeback as a power card. Its ability to floodgate special summons was such a powerful play in the right deck. Add to that its ability to recycle a fairy monster from the graveyard and you had a powerful boss. Also included in Stardust Overdrive was a Pointer of the Red Locust. This trap card has the effect where you can pay 2000 life points and reveal all cards in your hand. Look at your opponent's hand and select one card. Remove that card from play until your opponent's next end phase. Now back in 2009 this card didn't see any play, mainly because Mind Crush did the same thing for less cost. That said, this card would eventually see play thanks to a combination of two things. The first would be the ruling change to Mind Crush. Previously, players would reveal their hands after being Mind Crushed just to prove they weren't lying. These days, there is no obligation to reveal your hand after being Mind Crushed. Not only did Mind Crush lose its utility as a hand information card, but there was always the risk that your opponent could now just lie about the cards they had in their hand. For these reasons, Mind Crush went from one of the most heavily sided cards in the game to a joke overnight. The other reason would simply be due to power creep. You see, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's more common for monsters to have floating effects once they're sent to the graveyard, essentially making a graveyard act as a second hand. A Point of the Lotus gets around this by banishing the card instead. To top it all off, a Point of the Red Lotus allows you to look at your opponent's hand before the card is selected, something Mind Crush never did. Gateway of the Six is a continuous spell card designed to work with the Six Samurai archetype, and reads: each time a Six Samurai monster is normal or special summoned, place 2 Bushido counters on this card. You can remove Bushido counters from your side of the field to apply the following effects: 2 counters, until the end phase of this turn, 1 face-up 6 Samurai or Shien effect monster gains 500 attack, 4 counters, add 1 6 Samurai monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, 6 counters, special summon 1 Shien effect monster from your graveyard. While it wouldn't pop off immediately, Gateway of the Six did have a pretty powerful effect, especially if you were able to get 4 counters, as it gave you the utility to search for a 6 Samurai card. It goes without saying that this card became an immediate staple in the deck. Infernity Necromancer is a level 3 Dark Fiend type monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense. When this card is normal summoned, it is changed to the defense position. While you have no cards in your hand, this card gains the following effect: once per turn, you can special summon 1 Infernity monster from your graveyard, except Infernity Necromancer. Remember how we talked about Infernity Archfiend earlier and how it was able to search cards when summoned? Well, Infernity Necromancer just so happened to synergize perfectly with it. With Necromancer now in the TCG, the deck had just enough backbone to compete. Level Eater is a dark insect monster with 600 attack and 0 defense. If this card is in the graveyard, you can activate its effects by selecting 1 face-up level 5 or higher monster you control. Reduce that monster's level by 1, special summon this card from the graveyard. This card cannot be tributed except for a tribute summon. Quick Draw Synchron is a level 5 Wind Machine Tuner monster with 700 attack and 1400 defense. You can send 1 monster from your hand to the graveyard and special summon this card from your hand. You can substitute this card for any 1 Synchron Tuner monster for a Synchro summon. This card cannot be used as a Synchro material monster, except for the Synchro summon of a monster that lists a Synchron monster as a tuner. It is no coincidence that Level Eater and Quick Draw Synchron were released in the same set. These cards were made for each other. Quick Draw Synchron could discard Level Eater to the graveyard to summon itself. Level Eater could then reduce the level of Quick Draw Synchron by 1 to special summon itself from the graveyard, giving you 2 monsters without even using your normal summon. Given that Level Eater's effect was not a hard once per turn, this card had potential for all kinds of shenanigans. Preparation of Rites is a spell card released to support what else but ritual monsters. Add to your hand 1 level 7 or lower ritual monster card from your deck. Then, you can add to your hand 1 ritual spell card from your graveyard. Assuming you have a ritual spell in your graveyard, this card was an immediate plus and actually went a long way towards making ritual monsters playable. Today, Preparation of Rites remains a staple in ritual-based decks. Even though it released late in the year, Stardust Overdrive wouldn't actually be the last set released in 2009. That honour would go to Hidden Arsenal. Hidden Arsenal would be the first in a series of side sets that were brought out alongside the mainline packs. They would contain 5 cards instead of 9, and every card in the pack would be a holofoil. While the set would not contain many cards, the cards it would contain would be meta-changing. Brionic, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, is a level 6 Water Sea Serpent Synchro monster with 2300 attack and 1400 defense. 1 tuner, plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. You can discard any number of cards to return the same number of cards from the field to the hand. This card is the reason why Card of Safe Return was banned, as it had been wreaking major havoc in the OCG. You see, the problem with bouncing back is that cards such as Premature Burial exist. When Premature Burial is destroyed, the monster it is equipped to is also destroyed, but if Premature Burial is returned to the hand, the monster is not destroyed. Since Bionic was not a once per turn, you could keep activating its effect as long as you had cards in your hand to discard. As a result, you had a loop that gave you a grave setup, a draw engine, and a full board. It was just far too powerful to ever be legal in the TCG. Mistworm is a level 9 Wind Thunder Synchro monster with 2500 attack and 1500 defense. It requires 1 tuner plus 2 or more non-tuner monsters. When this card is Synchro summoned, return up to 3 cards your opponent controls to the hand. The effect was very much a step down from what Bionic was offering, but that doesn't mean it was a bad effect. In fact, this was still a really good effect. It just so happened to release at the same time as a card with an insanely broken effect. Ally of Justice Catasta was a level 5 Dark Machine Synchro monster with 2200 attack and 1200 defense. It required 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. If this card battles a non-dark monster, destroy that monster without applying damage calculation. It was an incredibly simple effect on an incredibly simple to summon card that could give you an incredibly simple out to most things your opponent put on the board. With the back-to-back releases of Stardust Overdrive and Hidden Arsenal, it's fair to say November 2009 was a pretty significant month in the history of the game. All the work done by the ban list to curb the game's power level was almost immediately undone. With all the pieces in place, here is how things would go down at Shonen Jump Columbus, as 2008 French champion Vincent Roundball Miadana would take the tournament with his Chaos Lightswarm deck, otherwise known as Tri-Light. Previous ban lists had seen hits to just about every deck but Lightswarm. As one of the only decks still operating at full power, it would be the strategy to beat going into 2010. Everything was here: Triple Dragodia, Double Judgment Dragon, Dark Arm Dragon, Gauze, Double Chaos Sorcerer, the entire unrestricted Lightswarm archetype, Triple Necro Gardener, Triple Solar Recharge, and Triple Charge of the Light Brigade. This deck was consistent, easy to set up, and had enough power cards to swing games. Second place would be a different story, however, as Kevin Slapnick's Zombie Destiny deck would be a mere shadow of what Dark Arm Dragon decks used to be. It wasn't a bad deck by any means, but it was trying to carry what was an outgoing metagame. Dark Armed, Malicious, Masuki, Gale the Whirlwind, Plague Spreader Zombie, these are all cards that had been hit in 2009, severely weakening the deck. It's not until you sit down and test these decks against each other that you realise just how far ahead Lightswarms are going into 2010. We can see this in Slapnick's side deck, as Kaiko, Threatening Roar, and Light Imprisoning Mirror were included to counter Lightswarms. In closing, 2009 would end with the game in something of a fresh state thanks to all the ban list hits. Lightswarms would be strong going into 2010, and there's no doubt that they'll be staying there for a while. The old strategies weren't completely dead, but they definitely had a weak matchup against it. Welcome to part 2010 of our Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG History series. Starting the year off would be the January 2010 issue of Shonen Jump magazine, featuring none other than the Egyptian god card Obelisk the Tormentor. Now legal for tournament play, Obelisk would more or less retain the effect it was famous for. You still needed 3 monsters to summon it, its summon could not be stopped, and the card could not be targeted by spell, trap or monster effects. Additionally, if it's special summoned, it goes to the graveyard at the end phase. Finally, you could tribute 2 monsters to destroy all monsters your opponent controlled. but the card could not declare an attack the turn it activated its effect. All in all, it was pretty much on par with the manga, which makes sense as it was the most straightforward of the god cards. Surprisingly, despite its heavy tribute summon cost, this card would see competitive play in Monarch builds. Moving on to February, we would see the release of Absolute Power Force. This set wouldn't be a power force to rock the game, but its additions to certain archetypes would be key in making them playable. In particular, Synchro, Gravekeeper, and X-Saber decks would receive massive boosts. The set would further be boosted by generic cards such as Battle Fader and its ability to end battle phases when your opponent tried to attack you directly, cards of Consonance which let you send Tuner Dragon monsters such as the Right Stone of Legend to the graveyard to draw 2 cards, Consecrated Light to stop your opponent from playing with dark monsters, and finally Fiendish Chain that just turn off anything your opponent tried to play. Overall, it was a decent set. The next month would bring more significant releases of the game, as the Machina Mayhem Structure deck and Duelist Pack Collector Tins would bring new powerful cards to the format. Machina Fortress and Machina Gearframe would be the focus of machine decks going forward. Machina Fortress could special summon itself from the hand or graveyard by discarding machine monsters whose levels equaled 8 or more. A cool trick with Machina Fortress is that it could use itself as the level cost. On top of that, it had 2 very good floating effects. The first is that it allowed you to destroy 1 card your opponent controlled when it was destroyed by battle. Additionally, when it was targeted by a monster effect, you could discard a card from your opponent's hand in response. On its own, Machina Fortress is little more than a semi-oppressive beatstick, but what really made it good was Machina Gearframe. When Machina Gearframe was normal summoned, you could add 1 Machina monster from your deck to your hand. The searching utility of Gearframe made it the perfect starter for the deck. Furthermore, it was a union monster and could equip itself to another Machina monster you controlled. If a Machina Fortress equipped with Gearframe would be destroyed, the Gearframe would be destroyed first, protecting the fortress. Also included in Machina Mayhem was Scrap Recycler, a card that was used mainly for its ability to pitch a card from your deck to the graveyard. It was a decent effect, but it'd be a few years before we really saw this card at full power. The Duelist Pack Collector Tins would just contain reprints of the Yusei Duelist packs, but what really made them worthwhile was the inclusion of the promo card Starlight Road. Activate only when an effect is activated that will destroy 2 or more cards you control. Negate the effect and destroy that card. Then, you can special summon 1 Stardust Dragon from your extra deck. In a format where Heavy Storm was legal, this was a really nice card to have, because it meant you didn't have to burn half your life points using Solemn Judgment anymore. It wasn't just Heavy Storm it protected from either, it could protect your monsters from Dark Hole, Judgment Dragon, all sorts of effects. Just keep in mind, if you summon Stardust Dragon with this card, and then tribute that Stardust Dragon to negate a card effect, the Stardust Dragon will not return to the field during the end phase, as it wasn't properly synchro summoned. With all these new card releases, let's see how the Forbidden list has been impacted. Well, in March 2010, there were 0 moves to the Forbidden section, nothing was banned. But the Limited section has been very busy, 14 new cards limited, including Brionic, Lumina, Charge of the Light Brigade, Necro Gardener, Masuki, Allure, Chaos Sork, Destiny Draw, Foolish Burial, Tragodia, Burial from a Different Dimension, Magical Explosion, Mind Crush, and Necrophase. If you haven't figured that out, they were going after the Lightsworn decks and the Zombie decks, as they were just way too strong in the previous format. In Semi-Limited, we would see quite a few cards move up. Cyber Dragon, Dandelion, and Demise would just be a few of the cards that were moved up from Limited. Also included in Semi-Limited was Honest, Treeborn Frog, Black Whirlwind, United We Stand, Skill Drain, Royal Oppression, and Royal Decree. Yep, this would be a format where you could have double Skill Drain and double Royal Oppression. They still weren't quite on that level yet. In Unlimited, we would see Mask of Darkness and Smashing Grounds come off the list altogether. April 2010 would be a significant month for the game, as it would see Edison host the last ever Shonen Jump Championship. Yep, the 75th Shonen Jump Championship tournament would be the last ever. Edison would be run by legendary innovator Jeff Jones, as he came to the tournament with his Quick Draw Dandy Warrior deck. The concept of the deck was simple enough. Dandelion had just gone to 2, Quick Draw Synchron was a very good card in the format, why not mash them together? By discarding dandelions to the graveyard, you could get your tokens, summon your quick draw Synchron, and then Synchro summon into either a Drill Warrior, Junk Archer, Nitro Warrior, or Turbo Warrior. Add a further plant engine to that deck in the form of Lonefire Blossom and Debris Dragon, and you had a very good build for the time. Yu-Gi-Oh! At this time would be in a very slow format, and this just so happened to be one of the quicker decks out there. With no one else expecting the deck, Jeff Jones was able to take the tournament. Edison being the last Shonen Jump championship wouldn't be the end of its importance on the game. In fact, it's left quite the legacy for itself. You see, Shonen Jump Edison was prior to the first tournament. There wasn't one dominant deck. If you look at the top cut for the tournament, there was a massive diversity in deck types. There was no one dominant deck. This brings us to the genesis of Edison format. What is Edison format? Simply put, everyone plays the game as if it is still April 2010 and that we're playing at Shonen Jump Edison. That means we're using the same rulings as Shonen Jump Edison, the same card pool as Shonen Jump Edison. Any card released up to Absolute Power Force, Machina Madness, or Duelist Pack Collector Tin is legal. That said, dual terminal cards are not legal in Edison format, even though they had been technically released before Edison. They weren't legal back then, so why should they be legal now? In terms of game pace, it's quite similar to Go. Yeah, you do have decks such as Black Wings that can combo into a one-turn Synchro, but otherwise, it's not too different. A lot of decks will still do things like T-sets, still play one monster and then back row. If you're familiar with GOAT, Edison isn't a huge jump. You just have to familiarise yourself with the card pool and Synchro mechanic. GOAT format is very heavy on the power of spell cards. Edison format is much more balanced. Monsters, spells, and traps are all more or less equally powerful. There's a very wide variety of strategies and decks in Edison format. So many that I couldn't even begin to list them all. You got Quick Draw Dandy Warrior, you got Stun decks, Hero variants, Zombie decks, Deep Sea Diva decks, Dragons, Machines, Plants, Light Swarms. The list just goes on and on. This format is very quickly growing in popularity. In fact, it might just be the second most popular alternative format now. More so than the 2011 Plant format, a format itself which has a lot of buzz around it. Edison format would be short-lived, as just a few short weeks later we would see the release of the Shining Darkness. Whereas Edison was a slow format, this set would aim to speed the game up a little bit. Breeze the Sephir would be a nice addition to Blackwing decks that made them just a little bit faster at getting synchros out. Gen X Undyne would be a very welcome engine card in water decks, whilst Gen X Neutron would be a very welcome searcher in machine decks. Infernities would get a massive boost in this set thanks to the inclusion of Infernity Barrier and Infernity Launcher. Infernity Barrier would act as an archetypal Solemn Judgment, allowing you to negate any card your opponent played as long as you had an Infernity monster and no cards in your hand. Infernity Launcher was like a double monster reborn from Infernities. It allowed you to special summon 2 Infernity monsters from your graveyard. Spore was a level 1 plant monster that allowed you to banish another plant monster from your graveyard to special summon it. Its level would then be increased by the level of that plant monster. As tuners go, this was easily one of the best tuners in the game for a while. XX Saber Bogart Knight was a massive booster for the deck, as when normal summoned it allowed you to special summon another X Saber monster from your hand, making synchro plays much more accessible. More important to the X Saber archetype however would be XX Saber Dark Soul. There's a little trick with X Saber Dark Soul that we'll go over later, but let's just say for a while, this card was ruled in a way that made it absolutely broken. Finally, we had Ronin Totem, a card that allowed you to banish a fog monster from your graveyard to special summon it from the graveyard. We will also talk about this card later, because it is also very broken in the right circumstances. Moving into the summer, we would see a new addition to the Hidden Arsenal sub-series. Hidden Arsenal 2 would bring more archetypal support to those Hidden Arsenal dual terminal archetypes, but more importantly, it would bring 3 very powerful cards to the game. Naturia Beast is a level 5 Earth Beast Synchro monster with 2200 attack and 1700 defense. It requires 1 Earth tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner Earth monsters. While this card is face up on the field, you can send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard to negate the activation of a spell card and destroy it. Not once per turn, you can negate spells as many times as you have cards in your deck. Yep, this card is absolutely insane, and was played in any deck that could run it. Some decks would even change their builds just so they could run it. Mist Valley Apex Avian. When an effect is activated, you can select one face-up Mist Valley card you control, return that Mist Valley card to its owner's hand, negate the effect activation, and destroy the card whose effect was activated. Even at the time, this was a decent card, especially if you were playing a Mist Valley deck. But, like many cards released in this era, it would just become stronger as time goes on. Because once again, these cards are not once per turn. As long as you could keep putting Apex Avian on your field, it could keep being used to negate stuff. Duloran, Tiger King of the Ice Barrier. Once per turn, you can return any number of face-up cards you control to the owner's hand. For each card returned to the owner's hand by this effect, this card gains 500 attack until the end phase. Okay, on the face of it, the attack buff isn't that much of an impressive effect, but there's a reason why this card was feared. Bouncing cards back to your hand was a very good way to enable, what else, but infinite loops. While this card wouldn't go on to be as used or as popular as the Churia Beast, the self-bouncing effect was still a big enough issue that eventually they had to do something to address it. Now that we've seen the card releases, the scene has been set for a very busy summer of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Shonen Jump Championships had ended, replacing them would be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, or, as it's better known, the RaiCS. RaiCS DC would come shortly after the release of the Shining Darkness. While X-Sabers wouldn't win the tournament, the deck did see an increase in representation, as did Infernity, which is unsurprising considering the power of the cards that were released in that set. Moving on into June, we would see half the top 8 spots at RaiCS Chicago go to X-Sabers. Infernity would win out that day, but it was obvious which deck people were playing. This brings us to July 2010, the United States World Championship Qualifier. This would be X-Sabers tournament, as it would go on to once again take half the top 8 spots and win the entire thing. This X-Saber build by Sean Montague would be the one to win the WCQ. The deck was pretty standard for what we'd expect of X-Sabers at the time. Rescue Cat was still being used in decks such as this to access X-Saber Airbellum, but more importantly was the actual X-Saber engine itself. But you see, back in July 2010, X-Saber Dark Soul worked a bit differently to what it does now. So let's read the card effect. If this card you control is sent to the graveyard, during the end phase, you can add one X-Saber monster from your deck to your hand. The ruling in 2010 was, you could search as many times as the same copy of Dark Soul had been sent to the graveyard. So, just looking at this deck list, it's running 2 copies of Gotham's Emergency Call. If you send a Dark Soul to the graveyard, then emergency call it back to the field and send it to the graveyard again, during the end phase, you would get to search off that one copy of Dark Soul twice. With 3 copies of Dark Soul in the deck, and with it being a beast type that could be searched by Rescue Cat, you could end up searching as many as 3, 4, maybe 5 or more cards during the end phase off multiple Dark Soul activations in the graveyard. Looking back at it from a modern perspective, it's crazy to think that they ruled it this way. But I suppose back in 2010, hard once per turns weren't really a thing, and there wasn't really a precedent set for this type of card design. Would X-Sabers have been able to win the WCQ without Dark Soul's busted ruling? It's hard to say, but on the day it was the deserved winner. But speaking of busted card effects, let's move on to the 2010 World Championships. This World Championship would take place from August 14th to August 15th in Long Beach, California. The tournament would be run by, and forgive my pronunciation here, Galileo de Oboldia from Panama. And what did he win the World Championship with, you may ask? None other than the dreaded, the feared, the infamous Fog FTK. Fear this deck, for it is one of the most consistent first turn kills in the history of the game. So here's how the combo worked. You'd use your swap Fogs to send Ronin Toad into the graveyard to set up your play. You would summon your subs the Toad, along with other Fogs, and then tribute those Fogs to get more Fogs from your deck. You would keep tributing Fogs until you've tributed every single monster in your deck that could be summoned with subs the Toad. Then, once your graveyard was filled with Fogs, you would use Ronin Toad's effect to banish those Fogs from the graveyard to special summon itself. Then, if you had Mass Driver on the field, you would tribute those Ronin Tonans with Mass Driver. 20 times. By doing this, you would win the game. If that sounds stupid, it's because it was. But it worked. And if it works, it ain't stupid. 2010 is a hard World Championship to talk about, because there's not really a lot you can say about an FTK deck such as Frogs. But it also isn't helped by the fact that the deck lists for 2nd and 3rd place are missing. We know what they were playing, we just don't know what the decks were. So, if it's any consolation, here's the deck list for 4th place and 5th to 8th place, where we see Black Rings and Infernities. But yeah, not really much to say about that World Championship, it was a bit of an oddity. Releasing just before the World Championship but not legal for it was the Duelist Revolution. This set was actually a pretty big deal, if only for a select few cards. To start things off, we had Effect Failure. During your opponent's main phase, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard to select one face-up effect monster your opponent controls, and negate the effects of that monster until the end phase. This is one of the most important Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever made. It very much popularized the use of hand traps because it was just so generic and so easy to use at any time. Even today, we are seeing this card commonly get used in top performing decks. Some could say that this card being introduced in hindsight was a bad thing, that it led Yu-Gi-Oh down a very slippery slope, but if we just take the card for what it was in a vacuum, it's an outstandingly good card. And it's a level 1 tuner to boot, one of the best levels a tuner card can be. Another power card in this set, and the card that people would be buying the set for, was Pot of Duality. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, add one of them to your hand, then shuffle the rest back into your deck. You can only activate one Pot of Duality per turn. You cannot special summon monsters during the turn you activate this card. Now today, this card doesn't see any use because getting locked out of special summons for the turn is just not worth it under any circumstances. But during a time when the game was a lot slower, Pot of Duality was simply stupendous. It dug into your deck by 3 cards and then gave you whichever card you needed the most. Considering that many decks didn't look to actively special summon on their first turn back then, this was a really good starter card to have. Another powerful generic card that would debut in this set would be Solemn Warning. Pay 2000 life points to negate the summon of a monster or the activation of a spell card, trap card, or effect monster's effect that includes the effect that special summons of monsters, and destroy that card. Solemn Warning was in some ways a compromise to the limiting of the very powerful Solemn Judgment, but also the card could do things that Solemn Judgment simply could not. For a moment, let's just take an example of a card like Masuki. Solemn Judgment cannot negate Masuki's effect. If you banish Masuki from your graveyard, that zombie monster who's getting special summoned is going to hit the field no matter what. Solemn Judgment could not stop its summon because Masuki is a monster effect. It is not a summon, it is not a spell activation, and it's not a trap activation. Solemn Judgment covers those, but it does not stop Masuki. Solemn Warning would stop Masuki because the card's text includes the effect of special summoning a monster. Hilariously, this also allows Solemn Warning to stop all sorts of cards you wouldn't think it would, like Macrocosmos, because Macrocosmos also includes the effect of special summoning a monster. Duelist Revolution may have been a small set, but thanks to the inclusion of Effect Failure, Pot of Duality, and Solemn Warning, it would be one of the most expensive sets in the vial. All of these cards would come with a considerable price tag. Before we move on, let's have a quick shout out for Scrap Dragon. This level 8 Earth Dragon Synchro monster had the effect where, once per turn, you can select one card you control and one card your opponent controls, destroy them. It has another effect that includes special summoning scrap monsters, but no one really played scrap monsters, so we're just going to focus on that first part of the effect. Summoning a big beat stick on your field and then being able to destroy your own cards to get rid of your opponent's cards was actually a pretty decent effect. In fact, I'd say Scrap Dragon probably helped popularize the further use of continuous cards such as Fiendish Chain. You could Fiendish Chain your opponent's monster, then summon your Scrap Dragon, and then just pop your own Fiendish Chain to pop either that monster or one of your opponent's back row. Scrap Dragon was a pretty versatile card for its time, and saw use for many years. As for the August Rise CS, Indianapolis would show us that the more things change, the more they stay the same. This anti-meta build by Anthony Meyer contains pretty much no new cards. In fact, if you wanted to, you could take this exact build and play it in Edison format, as every card featured in the main and extra deck were released before April 2010. 2010 overall has proven to be the year with the FISE tournament formats. Whoever thought that something like this, just your anti-meta good cards deck, would be able to take a YCS? For innovators, creative deck builders, and even combo players, 2010 has been a pretty nice year, in all honesty. The key card of this build would be Banish of the Radiance, as it hurt pretty much every meta deck. In particular, by banishing cards, X-Sabers couldn't use their Dark Souls, and plant decks couldn't really use their Dandelions or Spores. It would pretty much just stop every deck going at that time. September 2010 would bring about the biannual Forbidden Unlimited list, and unlike last time, there's been quite a few bannings. Rescue Cat, Substitute, Brain Control, Heavy Storm, and Temple of the Kings from Structure Deck Marek have all been forbidden. Rescue Cat I suppose we could have seen coming, especially considering how powerful it was in X-Sabers and any other deck that could utilise Beast Monsters. Substitute was totally deserved for what it did at Worlds. Brain Control was... well, the card was kinda sacky. If Mind Control was at 1, then this definitely had to be banned. Heavy Storm getting banned, I'd imagine would have been quite controversial at the time. And Temple of the Kings just had to be banned because you could not have a spell card with a Mercurial Destructive effect legal in the game. The only reason it was playable in the first place is because they just had to get it out there. In Limited, we would see Black Whirlwind and Infinity Launcher go to 1 each to slow down their respective decks. Royal Oppression would also go to 1 because the card was just so widely used. And we would see the return of Monster Reborn and Dark Hole, as both cards were taken away from Forbidden. Semi-limited, we would see Chaos Sorcerer, Mystical Space Typhoon, Snipe Hunter, Magical Cylinder, and Ojama Trio all move up. Duloran, Tiger King of the Ice Barrier would also be put into semi-limited. Unlimited altogether would be Goblin Zombie, Black Rose Dragon, Cyber Dragon, Treeborn Frog, Royal Decree, and United We Stand. As is often the case with new formats, it's the easy to play stuff that kicks off the fastest. Angel Flores would take YCS San Jose with his Gemini Hero build. This stun deck would be focused around the card Gemini Spark. Tribute 1 face-up level 4 Gemini monster you control to target 1 card on the field, destroy it and draw 1 card. With Elemental Hero Neos Alias being arguably the best hero monster at this time besides Stratos, building a deck around this card was very easy to do. We would see the meta develop a bit moving into October as YCS Philadelphia would be taken by Plant Synchro. The key card in this deck would be the Breeze Dragon, a card I stupidly overlooked when covering Crimson Crisis. This level 4 Wind Dragon Tuner monster has 1000 attack and 2000 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon 1 monster with 500 or less attack from your graveyard and attack position. That monster's effects is negated. This card cannot be used as a Synchro material monster, except for the Synchro summon of a Dragon type Synchro monster. The other Synchro material monsters cannot be level 4. The Breeze Dragon was a little slow, but its effect was perfectly suited to a grind game. Summoning it after you'd gone through your Dandelions and Raikos was a good way to put yourself in a strong position, as it gave you immediate access to the likes of Bionic and Black Rose Dragon. Plant Synchro wasn't quite there as a deck just yet, but going into 2011 it'd be a force to be reckoned with as it receives additional support. That additional support could be found in November's Starstrike Blast thanks to the inclusion of Glow Up Bulb. This level 1 Earth Plant Tuner monster with 100 attack and 100 defense had the following effect. You can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard and special summon this card from the graveyard. Each player can only use the effect of Glow Up Bulb once per duel. Glow Up Bulb may have been a once per duel card, but that once per duel use was absolutely going to count every time. Especially as Starstrike Blast would also include the level 2 Tuner Synchro monster, Formula Synchron. Starstrike Blast on the whole would be an excellent set for both present and future decks, and is arguably one of the greatest sets ever made if you like side cards. Different Dimension Ground, Draw and Lockbird, Skullmeister, Side Blocker, Heatwave, Vanity's Emptiness, these have all been very good side deck options depending on format. Skullmeister has seen more use in the last 2 years than it had in its first 8, and Draw and Lockbird is one of the most used cards in the game today. Moving into November though, Starstrike Blast would have very little effect on the decks to beat, as YCS Atlanta would see 3 of the top 4 spots taken by Gravekeepers. There wasn't really any secret sauce to Gravekeeper's decks, you just played it straight. You played the main engine cards such as Spy and Recruiter, you then played your main aggro cards in Ascendant and Assailant, and finally you played your Commandant to search your Necrovalleys. Once the gang was all together, you could then empty your opponent's hand with Royal Tribute. The only thing in this deck that I'd say was particularly spicy is the inclusion of Malefic Stardust Dragon in the extra deck. The Malefics were a series of cards printed to coincide with the release of the Bounds Beyond Time movie. In the case of Malefic Stardust Dragon, you could special summon it from your hand by banishing a Stardust Dragon from your extra deck as long as you control the face-up field spell. As Gravekeepers were running Necrovalley anyway, it didn't hurt to have these Malefic cards in the side. Alternatively, some Gravekeeper decks would choose to run Malefic Cyber End Dragon in the side as a beta. Finishing 2011 off would be the release of Hidden Arsenal 3. Depending on how you look at it, this set would either be more or less impactful than 2. It would be more relevant in the sense that it brought more archetypes up to meta play, such as Dragoonites, but it would be less meta relevant in the fact that there wasn't anything in there as powerful as Naturia Beast. Naturia Barkion would be pretty close to Beast. While this card is face-up on the field, you can remove from play 2 cards in your graveyard to negate the activation of a trap card and destroy it. Not as good as Beast, but they were ran together for more or less the same reason. It was just a way to shut off more of your opponent's back row and lock them into only using monster effects. One tech card I want to mention from this set for a moment is Ally of Justice Cycle Reader. This level 3 Dark Machine Tuner monster had the effect where you can discard this card to the graveyard to select up to 2 light monsters in your opponent's graveyard and remove them from play. This effect can be activated during either player's turn. Against light decks, this was basically DD Crow on steroids. It's not seen as much play as DD Crow has for obvious reasons, but the card will always come in and out of play depending on format. Thanks to the rather large number of light decks that have appeared over the last couple of years, Cycle Reader has seen a lot of side play in modern formats. And that is it for 2010. It's been quite a intriguing year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas the previous years have seen the game on a rather hard upwards trajectory of power creep, 2010 just kinda evened things out a little bit. Don't get me wrong, there were still quite a lot of power cards, but the pace of the game was a lot more reasonable. And had you left the game during the GX era or those early 5Ds years, this would have been a good time to drop back in, as the slower pace made it very easy to comprehend and get back up to speed. Starting in January, Duelist Pack Usave 3 would give us various useful reprints such as Effect Veiler, Starlight Road and Cards of Continents. On top of that, Duel Terminal 4 would be released in arcades, and it'd be a major chapter for that series. These new Duel Terminal exclusives were the most powerful yet, and they'd appear later in Hidden Arsenal 4. Moving into February, we would see the release of Storm of Ragnarok, and the debut of one of the most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever made. This is Max C. You can activate this effect during either player's turn by sending this card from your hand to the graveyard. This turn, each time your opponent special summons a monsters, draw 1 card. You can only activate 1 Max C per turn. This card saw play almost immediately due to the high number of special summons some decks performed. It continued to see non-stop play and is inarguably one of the best cards ever created. To this day, it has the most competitive tops of any monster card ever created. That goes in both the TCG and OCG. Max C was a quintessential staple of 2010's Yu-Gi-Oh! Expect to see it come up often as we continue through this series. Storm of Ragnarok would not be a 1-card pack, however. There was plenty more on offer. The 6 Samurai archetype would receive a massive boost thanks to cards such as Legendary 6 Samurai Keizan, Legendary 6 Samurai Kageki, and most importantly, the archetype's new boss monster, Legendary 6 Samurai Shi-En. This level 5 Dark Warrior Synchro monster had 2500 attack and 1400 defense. It required 1 Warrior type tuner, plus 1 or more non-tuner 6 Samurai monsters. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell/trap card, you can negate the activation and destroy it. If this face-up card on the field would be destroyed, you can destroy another face-up 6 Samurai monster you control instead. Now by today's standard, this is a pretty weak effect. Like, it's nice to get a spell trap negation, but it's just one negation and your opponent can play through it pretty easily. But there was a combo to ensure that this card stayed on the field. So Shi-En is a Synchro counterpart to the original 6 Samurai boss monster, Great Shogun Shi-En. Great Shogun Shi-En had a floodgate-like effect where your opponent could only play one spell or trap card per turn while it was face up on the field. If your field had both Great Shogun Shi-En and legendary 6 Samurai Shi-En in play, you would perform what was known as the Shi-En lock. Under the Shen lock, your opponent could only activate one spell or trap card per turn. That one spell or trap card would then always be negated by Shi-En. In other words, the ideal 6 Samurai board made it so that your opponent had to rely entirely on monster effects to get by. It was a very powerful position to be in. Also boosting 6 Samurai in this set, almost to an unnecessary degree, was Shi-En's Smoke Signal. Add one level 3 or lower 6 Samurai monster from your deck to your hand. Not looking to be left behind in this Synchro arms race, the Karakuri archetype would also get a new Synchro boss monster. Karakuri Steel Shogun MDL00X Beredo was a level 8 Earth Machine Synchro monster with 2800 attack and 1700 defense. It required one tuner plus one or more non-tuner machine type monsters. When this card is Synchro summoned, you can special summon one Karakuri monster from your deck. Once per turn, when the battle position of a face-up Karakuri monster you control is changed, draw one card. This monster may have been lacking in offensive capability outside of its attack, but it did have plenty to offer when it came to extending your plays and cementing your board. Summoning a monster directly from the deck is no joke. In fact, it's one of the best card effects you can have in Yu-Gi-Oh! Being able to draw cards on top of that just made it even better. Suffice to say, this card's swarming capability made it see many OTKs. Forbidden Lance is a quick play spell card with the effect where you can select one face-up monster on the field. Until the end phase, it loses 800 attack, but it is unaffected by the effects of spell and trap cards. 800 points is a pretty hefty amount, but when you consider that you could protect one of your Synchro monsters with this card, I'd say the trade-off was pretty worth it, and many players thought the same. Chaos Hunter is a level 8 Dark Fiend monster with 2500 attack and 1600 defense. When your opponent special summons a monster, you can discard one card to special summon this card from your hand. Your opponent cannot remove cards from play. Being able to special summon a high attack monster is always nice, but it is dependent on your opponent's plays. On the other hand, being able to block your opponent from banishing is a really strong effect in the Vike format. As the name implies, this card was designed to counter Chaos decks. There are a few more cool cards in this set of note. Doppel Warrior for its ability to extend your Synchron plays. Hopeful Escape would become the subject of a very offensive Exodia deck. And the Aesir God cards would all be these huge powerhouses that could win you games if you were able to get them out. They make for better collector's pieces than something you would actually play. Storm of Ragnarok would have an instant impact on the metagame, as YCS Dallas would be run by Nisar Sarhan and his 6 Samurai deck. This deck would be fueled by an engine made up of the 2 new main deck 6 Samurai monsters, as well as 3 copies of Gateway of the Six. These pieces put together allowed the deck to move at a blisteringly fast pace. Even if you had the monster cards to out Shi-En, the Solemn Brigade made it very unlikely that they'd see play. Placing second at Dallas would be Travis Massengale's Gravekeeper deck. This control deck would make heavy use of Necrophaly to counter a meta that was very heavy in graveyard interaction. When Necrophaly was on the field, players couldn't banish over 5 cards from their graveyard. The thing to give the deck that extra boost it needed to win was the introduction of Gravekeeper's Recruiter. The searching capabilities of Recruiter allowed players to get Gravekeeper's Commandment in their hand faster, which in turn allowed them to directly search Necrophaly from their deck. Once Necrophaly was in place, all the player needed was Royal Tribute and it was essentially GG. The side deck would also put heavy work in for this deck. Cyber Dragons to counter machine decks, and Kinetic Soldier to counter warrior decks like 6 Samurai. Furthermore, the side deck contained floodgates like Gozen Match to take out Synchro decks. Moving into the spring, we'd see promotional cards released for the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga and the Yu-Gi-Oh! 3D Bound Beyond Time movie. Elemental Hero The Shining would be included in Volume 6 of the GX manga, and would be a nice little counterpart to Elemental Hero Absolute Zero. The movie pack on the other hand would be focused on Malefic monsters, but only one of them would really see competitive play, that being Malefic Cyber End Dragon, which you could summon directly from your hand by banishing a Cyber End Dragon from your extra deck. Unsurprisingly, this card would see players attacking Gravekeeper's decks, as it was one of the few decks in the format that played a field spell. As was often the case in the Synchro era, the March 2011 Forbidden Unlimited list would bring a big shake-up to the game. The list would see Unlimits 2 DeLorean, Tiger of the Ice Barrier, Chaos Sorcerer, Snipe Hunter, Demise, King of Armageddon, Skill Drain, Ultimate Offering, and Gold Sarcophagus. Moving to semi-limited would be Archlord Christia, Card Trooper, Debris Dragon, Spirit Reaper, Megamorph, Overload Fusion, Royal Tribute, Icarus Attack, and Solemn Warning. Solemn Warning in particular was moved down because it was seeing play in pretty much every deck as a free of, and Royal Tribute was moved down to blatantly weaken Gravekeeper decks. All moving down to limited would be Book of Moon, Honest, Gateway of the Six, Dandelion, and Blackring, Colute the Moonshadow. Book of Moon would go down for reasons similar to Solemn Warning, while the other 4 cards would be hits to their respective decks. Finally, in Forbidden we had Cold Wave, Mass Driver, and Go-Yo Guardian. Being able to turn off spell and traps for an entire turn with Cold Wave was seen as just way too strong and abusable. Mass Driver would enable first turn kills such as the previously seen Fog FTK, and Go-Yo Guardian was rightfully hit for just being way too strong for what it was. A generic level 6 Synchro with 2800 attack that could steal monsters, that's just way too good. Like, it should have probably never been that strong to begin with. YCS Charlotte was immediately after this ban list, and with the meta being so new, there was plenty of room to experiment with new deck ideas. One such deck being Nikki Lacali's Fish OTK deck. This is a super creative deck that's actually been covered by quite a few YouTubers. I'll leave a link to the Mega Capital G video below in the description if you really want to go in depth on this deck. It's just so much to uncover here, but in short, all you need to know is that the deck revolved around 3 cards: Super Ancient Deep Sea King Coelacanth, Arm Rearm, and Colossal Fighter. Super Ancient Deep Sea King has the effect where, once per turn, you can discard 1 card, and special summon as many level 4 or lower fish type monsters as possible from your deck. A monster special summoned by this effect cannot declare an attack, and its effect is negated while on the field. If this card is targeted by a spell, trap, or effect monster's effect, you can tribute 1 other fish type monster to negate the effect and destroy the card. This card was obviously designed to be the boss monster of a fish focused deck, but instead it just became a combo piece to something much grander. Because you see, this card had 2 targets in mind with its effect, one being Fishborg Blaster, and the other being Oystermeister. With these 2 cards on the field, it was very easy to make a board containing Arm Rearm and Colossal Fighter. I've talked briefly about this OTK previously, but in case you need a reminder, back then, Arm Rearm and Colossal Fighter were ruled in such a way where you could equip an Arm Rearm onto an opponent's monster, attack that monster with your Colossal Fighter to destroy it, then your opponent would take damage equal to the attack of the Colossal Fighter. The Colossal Fighter, having been destroyed by battle, would then revive itself from the graveyard and attack into the Arm Rearm equipped monster again, and you would just keep doing this until your opponent got burnt to death for game. As win conditions go, it was one of a kind at the time. No other deck was defeating opponents with burn damage like this. The Fish OTK strategy is truly a one of a kind product of its time. You can't even attempt to recreate this strategy now, as erratas to Arm Rearm and Colossal Fighter make it impossible to do. Spring 2011 would certainly become a memorable time for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. March 4th would see the release of the Dragonity Legion structure deck. The biggest addition to the game from this structure deck would be Dragon Ravine. Once per turn, you can discard 1 card, then activate one of these effects. Add 1 level 4 or low Dragonity monster from your deck to your hand, send 1 Dragon type monster from your deck to the graveyard. Ravine would arguably be the first true modern field spell card, and would completely redefine how field spells were designed going forwards. April 15 would see the release of Hidden Arsenal 4, Trishula's Triumph, named as such after the most powerful card in the set and one of the most powerful Synchro monsters ever created. Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, was a level 9 Water Dragon Synchro monster with 2700 attack and 2000 defense. It required 1 tuner, plus 2 or more non-tuner monsters. When this card is Synchro summoned, you can activate this effect to remove from play up to 1 card each from your opponent's hand, field, and grave. Thanks to the way this card interacts with the opponent's hand, the effect does not target, meaning it is still useful well into the modern day. Finally, on May 1st, we would see TCG Hyper Librarian added as a WCQ prize card. This level 5 Dark Spellcaster generic Synchro monster has the effect where, while this card is face up on the field, each time a Synchro monster is Synchro summoned, draw 1 card for each. For level 5, its 2400 attack baseline was decent, but the fact that you could draw every time you were Synchro summoning is what really put this card over the top. Thanks to the existence of monsters such as Formula Synchron, Synchro-focused decks just got a very powerful draw engine, and this card would go on to see a lot of play once it was released as a Shonen Jump promo in June. Super Spring would continue as on May 6 we saw the release of the last ever 5Ds booster set. Extreme Victory would be a fitting send-off to the series, as it contained many new powerful cards that would see wide play across all sorts of decks. Most notable from this set would be Tour Guide from the Underworld. This level 3 Dark Fiend monster had the effect where, when it is normal summoned, you can special summon 1 level 3 Fiend monster from your deck. Its effects are negated, and it cannot be used as a Synchro material. If the Synchro era had continued after this, Tour Guide would have been just a footnote, but due to a number of major changes that were about to come to the game, Tour Guide ended up being the chase card of the set. For now, however, it was still the Synchro meta. Reborn Tengu is a level 4 Wind Beast Warrior monster with 1700 attack and 600 defense. When this card is removed from the field, you can special summon 1 Reborn Tengu from your deck. Reborn Tengu's effect would activate no matter how it was removed from the field. If it was bounced back to hand, you got a Reborn Tengu. If it was banished from play, you got a Reborn Tengu. This made it an outrageously good engine card in Synchro decks. One such Synchro deck that had good synergy with Reborn Tengu would be Tech Genus, otherwise known as TG. TG Striker is a level 2 Earth Warrior tuner monster with 800 attack and 0 defense. If your opponent controls a monster and you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the end phase of the turn this card on the field was destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can add 1 TG monster from your deck to your hand, except TG Striker. Striker wasn't just good as a generic tuner that you could splash in almost any deck, it was absolutely amazing in its own deck thanks to its floating effect. While not nearly as powerful as the TG engine, it's still worth giving a shout out to the psychic support that came out in this set. I won't say much for now other than remember these cards, because we'll be seeing them again soon. YCS Orlando would follow the release of Extreme Victory, and it was obvious at this point where the meta was going. First place would go to Travis Massengale and his Plant Zombie deck. Zombie and Plant were 2 creature types with a very large pool of cards to work with at this point, and it just so happens that both types were heavily focused on graveyard recursion. As such, it only made sense to put them together. One card in particular that made for very good synergy was Glow Up Bulb. This level 1 Plant Tuner had the effect where you can send the top card of your deck to the graveyard and special summon this card from your graveyard. With the deck containing the likes of Masuki, Plague Spudder Zombie, Spore and Dandelion, it was very likely that Glow Up Bulb was going to hit something that would help you. Likewise, Spore was also a level 1 Plant Tuner with a graveyard effect. If this card is in your graveyard, you can remove from play 1 other plant type monster from your graveyard, to special summon this card from your graveyard, and increase its level by the level of the monster removed from play to activate this effect. Each player can only use the effect of Spore once per duel. Glow Up Bulb was good in just about any deck, and Spore was a very powerful card in any deck that was running the Plant engine. As such, Synchro Plant would end up becoming a recurring deck theme throughout the year. Following up in second would be Juan Morales' Tengu Synchro deck. This deck was essentially a huge monster mash of cards that could abuse Reborn Tengu. One such card in particular would be Gen X ally Birdman from Hidden Arsenal 4. This level 3 Dark Machine Tuner monster had 1400 attack and 400 defense. You can return one face-up monster you control to the hand to special summon this card from your hand, and this card gains 500 attack if it was a wind monster you returned. If this card is special summoned this way, remove it from play when it is removed from the field. So the synergy between Birdman and Tengu was obvious. You normal summon your Tengu, bounce it back to hand to special summon Birdman, and then summon another Tengu from deck and go straight into a level 7 Synchro monster. If you were able to extend your plays with the likes of Dandelion, you'd have even more options for Synchros. It goes without saying, but this deck would be seeing those 2 copies of Trishula often. Jumping ahead to July, we would see YCS Providence be run by Tyree Tinsley's Plant Synchro deck. By this point, the metagame was in a much more defined place, and the deck would be more optimized as a result. Now, the path to victory was clear. Turbo out your Tengus and plants as fast as possible. Then, as follow-up, make use of your Debris Dragons, and finally recycle your graveyard with Pot of Avarice. Even through its time, Plant Synchro was an incredibly fast and powerful deck. Even now, it is not uncommon to see Plant Synchro get wins against far newer decks and cross banlist play. Meta developments elsewhere would also see Providence be topped by Infernities. Infernity was a control deck based around a very unique gimmick, the no hand combo. Infernity cards by design only work properly if you have no cards in your hand. Take for example Infernity Archfiend. When you have no cards in your hand and draw this card, you can reveal it to special summon it. When this card is special summoned, if you have no cards in your hand, you can add one Infernity card from your deck to your hand. Infernity Barrier. Activate only when your opponent activates a spell card, trap card, or affect monster's effect. If you control a face-up attack position Infernity monster and have no cards in your hand, negate the activation and destroy that card. There are many cards that go on to make up the engine of this deck, and it would take a while to explain all of them. But all you need to know is that as long as you had no cards in your hand, you were golden. That said, the reliance of having no cards in your hand led to some very notorious forms of cheating. If you had a monster in your hand and no way of getting rid of it, you could just set it in your spell and trap card zone, and your opponent would be none the wiser, unless of course your opponent knew that you were going to do that, at which point they call a judge and you get disqualified. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. During this busy YCS season, Konami was still releasing new product into the TCG. Duelist Pack Crow would release on May 31st and be noteworthy for containing Black Ring Sephiroth the Elite. This level 4 Dark Ring Beast monster had the effect where, if this card is in your graveyard, you can return one face-up card you control to the hand to special summon this card from the graveyard and take 400 damage. Each player can only use the effects of Black Ring Sephiroth the Elite once per duel. This card was merely good in the Synchro era, but as time went on, it would only get more and more powerful. It still actually sees occasional play today. Releasing on June 14th would be the Lost Sanctuary structure deck. This deck would be focused on the Agent series of fairy monsters. The 2 big inclusions in this deck were the Agent of Mystery Earth and Master Hyperion. Earth was a level 2 light fairy tuner monster with 1000 attack and 800 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can add one the Agent monster from your deck to your hand, except the Agent of Mystery Earth. While the Sanctuary in the Sky is face up on the field, you can add one Master Hyperion from your deck to your hand instead. Master Hyperion is a level 8 light fairy monster with 2700 attack and 2100 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand by removing from play one the Agent monster in your hand, field, or graveyard. Once per turn, you can remove from play one light fairy monster from your graveyard to select one card on the field and destroy it. If the Sanctuary in the Sky is face up on the field, you can activate this effect up to twice per turn. God damn, now that is what you call a boss monster, and it came in a structure deck of all things. I think it's fair to say the Lost Sanctuary to this point might have been the strongest structure deck in the game. The Agent engine itself was decently fast on its own, and became even better when combined with the likes of Tech Genus, but Master Hyperion was just an absolute beast, and the deck also supported other boss monsters like Archlord Christia. You don't even need to see tournament results to know that this deck would go on to see a high amount of play. And then we come to July 8th, the day that Yu-Gi-Oh! Would once again change forever, thanks to the introduction of a new monster category, Exceeds. Exceed monsters were unique in that you played them by overlaying cards on top of each other. Think Solitaire and you have the right idea. Also new to Xseed monsters was their level system. You see, Xseeds don't have levels, they have ranks. Having ranks instead of levels meant that cards like Gravity Bind and Level Limit Area A had no effect on them. They were immune to those cards. The Dawn of the Xseed structure deck would contain 3 Xseed monsters. Gachi Gachi Gontetsu would be a rank 2 Earth Rock Xseed monster with 500 attack and 1800 defense. Its summoning condition would be overlaying 2 level 2 monsters on top of each other. If this face-up card would be destroyed, you can detach 1 Xseed material from this card instead. Face-up monsters you control gain 200 attack and defense for each Xseed material attached to this card. Grenosaurus would be a rank 3 Fire Dinosaur Xseed monster with 2000 attack and 1900 defense. To summon it, you would have to overlay 2 level 3 monsters. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can detach 1 Xseed material from this card, inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. Number 39, Utopia, was a rank 4 Light Warrior Xseed monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. Its summoning condition was overlaying 2 level 4 monsters. When any player's monster declares an attack, you can detach 1 Xseed material from this card, negate the attack. When this card is targeted for an attack, while it has no Xseed materials, destroy this card. Thanks to how generic these cards were, and the fact that all it required was 2 monsters at the same level, Xseeds would see play almost immediately, though they wouldn't quite be the focus of the meta yet. With such a small number of cards to work with, there would be more utility choices on already existing strategies. That said, they would influence how Plant Synchro was built going forward, as the decks would now utilise Tour Guide from the Underworld. We can see this at YCS Indianapolis in August, as Robert Boyjan would go to first place with his Plant Synchro deck. In this variation of Plant Synchro, we can see immediately how the meta has changed. Alongside Tour Guide from the Underworld, Max C has also found a place in the deck as a main staple. Many matches would start with the play of normal summon Tour Guide, special summon Sanganth on deck, and then overlay into an Xseed. In this sequence, we would see 2 special summons. This was the perfect time to use Max C, as it meant you'd immediately draw 2 cards off that play. Drawing and plussing off Max C was a huge deterrent, so much so that some players wouldn't even go into their Xseed play. This would be a preview of future metas going forward. If Max C hit the board, play would almost certainly come to a stop. There were, however, decks that were willing to play on despite Max C's presence. This began what is now known as the Max C Challenge. What's the Max C Challenge? When Max C is active, you have to commit a mandatory card draw every time your opponent special summons a monster. Now what happens if your opponent was to special summon 35 times in a turn? That sounds ridiculous, but there are plenty of decks in the game that can actually accomplish this feat. If you can special summon enough times, even if it gives you a weaker board, you can make your opponent deck out through the effect of Max C. It's very rare that this can happen, but you can never discount the possibility of someone succeeding at the Max C Challenge, especially in a combo heavy meta. Regardless, with the existence of cards like Effect Failure, dropping Max C still put you in the far more favourable position. The introduction of Xseed monsters wouldn't be the only major change to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game at this time. With this starter deck came the new Master Rule. What's a Master Rule? Well, basically it's the set of rules that define how the game plays. Originally in Master Rule 1, we had this little thing called Ignition Priority. Ignition Priority meant that when a monster was summoned, it could activate its effect immediately before your opponent could respond. To give an example, say I summon an Exiled Force. Under Ignition Priority, I can say Summon Exiled Force, Ignition Priority, Tribute Exiled Force to destroy 1 monster my opponent controls. In this situation, my opponent wouldn't even be able to respond with a card such as Trap Hole to dispose of the Exiled Force. Under Master Rule 2, however, Ignition Priority was moved from the game. Now, the play would go more like this. I summon Exiled Force. Opponent activates Trap Hole. Exiled Force is destroyed. It was a small change, but it had huge impacts on the game, and played a big part in scaling back the power level with multiple cards. Overall, it made for a fairer and more comprehensible game. That same month we would see the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship take place in Amsterdam. The tournament would be run by an agent deck piloted by Ogawa Takashi of Japan. The newness of the structure deck alongside the combined World's ban list made Agents a strong contender for this tournament. It was a super diverse format where Junk, Gadgets, Six Samurais and even Dragons saw strong representation. As mentioned previously, Hyperion was an absolute beast in this deck, as was Christia. The Agent of Creation Venus, alongside Earth and cards from the sky, allowed the deck to thin out its cards quickly and go for many power plays. With a large amount of 3-offs, this deck had a straightforward and clear strategy. Venus would be your main playmaker, as she allowed you to summon all 3 copies of Mystical Shineball from your deck. Earth would be your searcher for Venus, and could also be used in synchro plays. Held of the Orange Light was your hand trap. When you controlled a fairy monster, you could discard it from your hand to negate an opponent's monster effect. Lastly, cards from the sky and Pot of Duality would give you plenty of draw and search power. The deck would do a swift job of filling the graveyard with fairy monsters. Once filled, the graveyard could be used as fuel for your Master Hyperion. And with Hyperion having that graveyard manipulation effect, summoning Christia would be a cinch. Looking at this list, it's clear that this was the deck to beat at the tournament. The deck also had the meta down. Thunder King Ryo and Kinetic Soldier absolutely wrecked Six Samurai decks. The Triple D Prism would be able to answer aggro cards such as Machina Fortress. Chain Disappearance would be super strong in the mirror, as it forced the opponent to banish their copies of Earth, Herald of Orange Light, and Mystical Shineball. With the deck being 99% light focused, running Gozen Match in the side was a no-brainer. It gave the deck a huge advantage over anything that dared to mix attributes. All the decks to win a World Championship at this point, this one feels the most manufactured. It's almost like Konami wanted this deck to win the whole thing. The timing was simply too perfect. Releasing that weekend would be the first Exceed era booster set. While not legal for Worlds, it would go on to have a very big impact on the game. Generation Force would introduce multiple new archetypes, but most importantly it would bring support to the hero archetype and introduce multiple Exceed monsters to the game. Highlight cards in this set includes a Hero Lives, a spell card that lets you special summon a hero monster from your deck by paying half your life points, Mask Change, a quick play card that allowed you to send one hero monster you controlled to the graveyard to special summon a masked hero fusion monster from your extra deck, Steel Swarm Roach, a rank 4 Exceed monster who had a built-in Black Horn of Heaven effect, Number 17, Leviathan Dragon, a generic rank 3 Exceed monster that made for a good 2500 beat stick, and finally, Levier the Sea Dragon was another generic rank 3 Exceed monster whose effect allowed you to detach a material from it to special summon one of your banished monsters. As first sets go, Generation Force made the Exceed mechanic very accessible. It also began the trend of Konami making anti-synchro cards to encourage people to play Exceeds over them. New archetypes such as Gear Gear and Mind-Ups wouldn't see competitive play yet, but they would be ones to watch in the future. Following Worlds would be the September 2011 Forbidden Unlimited list, and whoo, it's a doozy. In Unlimited we would have Judgment Dragon, Spirit Reaper, Megamorph, Mystical Space Typhoon, Overload Fusion, Gravity Bind, and Icarus Attack all going to free. In Semi-Limited we would see moves for Deloan, Tiger of the Ice Barrier, Necro Gardener, Summoner Monk, Dragodia, Destiny Draw, Sword to Revealing Light, Call of the Haunted, and Mind Crush. In Limited, we would see the unbanning of Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, one of the most powerful monsters ever made at the time. Alongside Blackluster Soldier, we would see the unbanning of Heavy Storm. Moving down to Limited would be the Breeze Dragon, Lonefire Blossom, Formula Synchron, Legendary Six Samurai Shi-En, TG Hyper Librarian, Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, Pot of Avarice, Primal Seed, and Shien's Smoke Signal. Finally, Forbidden would be Fishbowl Blaster, Giant Trunade, Royal Repression, and Mindmaster. From this list, it's obvious that Konami wanted to give a consistency hit to plant decks, as well as limit the number of times the Six Samurai decks could go into their boss monster. Regardless, BLS coming off the list was huge, and it took attention away from everything else. October 13th would see the release of the Gates of the Underworld structure deck. This structure deck would support the Dark World archetype with 3 new cards: Grapher, Dragon Lord of Darkworld, Snow, Unlight of Darkworld, and the Gates of Darkworld. Gates would be another field spell in the vein of Dragonmouth theme. All Fiend type monsters you control gain 300 attack and defense. Once per turn, you can banish 1 Fiend type monster from your graveyard, discard 1 Fiend type monster, then draw 1 card. Discarding like this allowed certain Darkworld monsters to get their effects off while also giving you an extra card in your hand to replace it. Snow, Unlight of Darkworld, had the effect where, if this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, if it was discarded from your hand to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, you can target 1 monster in your opponent's graveyard, add 1 Darkworld card from your deck to your hand, then special summon that target, if any, in face-up defense position. Darkworld cards were always a notorious case of word vomit, but basically the card works like this. If Snow was discarded by your own card effect, you just added 1 Darkworld card from your deck to your hand. If it was discarded by an opponent's card effect, you would add a Darkworld card from your deck to your hand, and then special summon a card you targeted in your opponent's graveyard in face-up defense position. As confusingly worded as these cards are, it was only the searching effect that mattered. Most people would get rid of their Snow with Gates of Darkworld and then just search another Darkworld card from their deck. That's all you need to know. Likewise, Grapher, Dragon Lord of Darkworld, is another word vomit card. This level 8 Dark Fiend monster has 2700 attack and 1800 defense. You can special summon this card from your graveyard by returning 1 Darkworld monster you control to the hand, except Grapher, Dragon Lord of Darkworld. If this card is discarded to the graveyard by a card effect, target 1 card your opponent controls, destroy that target. Then, if this card was discarded from your hand to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, look at 1 random card in your opponent's hand. Then, if it was a monster, you can special summon it to your side of the field. These new Darkworld cards were extremely powerful, but oh my word was the wording long. This structure deck may have very well been one of the turning points for Yu-Gi-Oh! When it came to overly long card effects. The power creep was now hitting the point where a lot of cards had multiple effects printed on them, and the effects this was having on wording was showing. Continuing on into November, we would see the release of the last mainline booster set for this year. Photon Shockwave would continue where Generation Force left off, and introduce even more Exceed monsters into the game. Number 20 Giga Brilliant was a rank 3 light insect monster with 1800 attack and 1800 defense. 2 level 3 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card. All face-up monsters you currently control gain 300 attack. Mind Up Senmains, a rank 3 fire machine monster with 1500 attack and 2100 defense. Requires 2 level 3 monsters. If this face-up card on the field would be destroyed, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card instead. Once per turn during the end phase, if this effect was used this turn, target 1 card on the field, destroy it. A Fulsar Dolka was a rank 4 fire dragon monster with 2300 attack and 1700 defense. Require 2 level 4 dinosaur type monsters. When an effect monster's effect activates, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, negate the activation, and destroy it. A Fulsar Lagia was a rank 4 fire dragon monster with 2400 attack and 2000 defense. Require 2 level 4 dinosaur type monsters. When a monsters would be normal or special summoned, or a spell trap card is activated, you can detach 2 Exceed materials from this card, negate the summon or activation, and destroy that card. So in other words, a solemn judgment on legs. These 4 Exceed monsters would go on to define the set, but getting them out was easier said than done. The Fulsars in particular required dinosaur monsters to play, so how are they going to work in a competitive setting? Let me introduce you to Rescue Rabbit. This level 4 Earth Beast monster has the effect where this card cannot be special summoned from the deck. You can banish this face-up card you control, special summon 2 level 4 or lower normal monsters with the same name from your deck, destroy them during the end phase. The effect of Rescue Rabbit can only be activated once per turn. Rescue Rabbit combined with the Fulsars would go on to form the basis of a deck known as Dino Rabbit. Normal summon Rescue Rabbit, and then banish it to special summon 2 level 4 dinosaur monsters from your deck. Then, you could overlay them into an evolved Zor of your choice. Add back row into the mix and you had a very strong board. Other cards of note in Photon Shockwave would be further support for the Windup archetype and One Day of Peace. Each player draws one card, and neither player takes damage until the end of the opponent's next turn. This card was rampant in stall decks, and Exodia decks, believe it or not. Dino Rabbit would be the deck to watch going into the next format, but we still had to get through YCS Kansas City. Kansas City would be run by a Chaos deck piloted by Courtney Roller. This deck would aim to get the most out of the recently unbanned Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning. But props also need to go to Dimensional Alchemist. This level 4 Light Fairy monster had the effect where, once per turn, you can remove from play the top card of your deck. This card gains 500 attack until the end phase. When this card is destroyed and sent from your side of the field to the graveyard, you can select one of your remove from play monsters and return it to your hand. The synergy spoke for itself. This card gave you potential faster access to the likes of Tragodia, BLS, Gauze, Chaos Sorcerer, Honest, Maxi, DD Crow, Battle Fader, and Effect Fader. It also allowed you to recur the cards you banished as cost for Chaos Sorcerer and BLS. Overall, it was a cool strategy that really maximised the power of BLS. Coming in second place would be Christopher Biswell's Synchro Centric. There's not much left to say about this deck at the point. We've seen so many variants of Synchro Plant, there's not even any key cards to talk about. I've already talked about all of them. Much like Waller's tournament-winning Chaos build, this deck also looked to utilise the power of Blackluster Soldier. Also notice, if you will, the Tempest Magician in the side deck. I wonder what that was used for. Finally, in third place, we would see all that Karakuri support finally come good, as Derek Ruse would top of the deck. The deck was a standard Katakuri core that would make heavy use of staples, but it would also get a boost from the release of Gen X Neutron, which allowed the player to search for a low-level machine monster at the end of their turns. Definitely an outside contender going into this meta, but not a deck to be counted out entirely. December 1st would see the release of Hidden Arsenal 5, Steel Swarm Invasion. The cards in this set were massively impactful, but they were a big preview of things to come, in particular the Gishki and Gem Knight archetypes. Finishing the year off would be YCS Brighton, a tournament run by none other than, you guessed it, Dino Rabbit. I talked this deck up for a reason. With Rescue Rabbit at 3, this deck's core strategy was summoning those copies of Kabusols and Sabersaurus to make you a full Soul Dolka and a full Soul Lagia. Heavy back row, alongside the presence of Tour Guide and Gramwall, meant that this deck always had an out to something. Add a very aggressive side deck to that with its Deep Shores and Shadow Imprisoning Mirrors, and you had a deck to be feared. And that is where 2011 ends. We are now in the year 2012. Our story begins on January 20th with the release of Order of Chaos. This is a continuation of last year's push into the X-Seed meta. And while this set wasn't too crazy with the amount of cards it introduced, the cards it did introduce were pretty damn impactful to the game. Photon Thrasher was a level 4 beatstick that you could just drop onto your field for free if you didn't have any monsters. Insector Centipede and Insector Hornet pretty much completely insect the deck. Centipede was the searcher for the deck, while Hornet allowed you to pop your opponent's cards. Windup Shark was an extender you could drop onto your field that would allow you to go into rank 3, 4 or 5 plays with Windups. Windup Rat became a key part of the deck's combo, as its soft once per turn effect allowed you to continuously add additional Windup monsters to your field, and Windup Carrier Semi-Mighty was the piece that brought the entire package together, allowing you to special summon any Windup monster from your hand or deck. On top of that, if any of your Windups went to the graveyard, it could detach material to recycle them to your hand. The release of Centipede, Hornet, Semi-Mighty, Rat and Shark would push Insectors and Windups to the top of the metagame. Then we had some of the generic support. MX Saber and Foka is a rank 3 Earth Warrior X-Seed monster with 1600 attack and 500 defense, and it requires 2 level 3 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 X-Seed material from this card, special summon 1 level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior type monster from your deck in face-up defense position, destroy it during the end phase. On release, Infoka was considered an excellent but not too strong card. It would only take a few years, however, for the ever-increasing warrior card pool to push this card over the limit. As it often goes in Yu-Gi-Oh!, summoning from the deck is one of the most powerful effects a card can have. Number 96, Dark Mist, was a rank 2 monster whose effect allowed it to attack over essentially anything plus 100. And Blade Armor Ninja was a beat stick that could straight up poke Trice. Coming shortly after would be the release of the Dragons Collide structure deck. And like all structure decks, it would bring just a handful of new cards to the game. The cards it did bring, however, were big. Dark Flare Dragon and Light Pulsar Dragon were new high-level chaos monsters that would allow you to swarm the field and go aggro on your opponent, with the additional benefit of recovery if they were destroyed. And then there's Eclipse Wyvern. If this card is sent to the graveyard, banish one level 7 or higher light or dark dragon type monster from your deck. If this card in the graveyard is banished, you can add the monster banished by this effect to your hand. The intended use was pretty clear. Send it to the graveyard, pitch Red MD from your deck, banish for a Dark Flare or Light Pulsar, and then add the Red MD to your hand and summon it. However, like most things, cards that can pitch directly from deck to graveyard have a very high power ceiling, and this one does more than just that. You'll be seeing this card a lot. So let's look at some early tournament results for 2012. YCS Leipzig would be run by Steven Sullis with his Dino Rabbit deck. Not much has changed from previous lists, but we do have a new little tech card in Jirak Greiber. This level 4 fire dinosaur monster has a 1700 stat line, meaning it can beat over stuff, but more importantly it has an effect that pushes the deck's strategy. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon one Jirak monster with 1700 or less attack from your deck. It cannot declare an attack this turn. It's pretty much a Flamvel Fire Dog for dinosaurs. Greiber attacks, you get the other Greiber, then you overlay into Dolko or Lagia. Now would also be a good time to make a quick amendment about the Dino Rabbit deck. So you may remember that in 2011 I mentioned how the Master Rule had changed, and that inherent effect activation was no longer possible on Summon. Well, that was only true in the OCG. The TCG did not change to Master Rule 2 immediately. In fact, we continued to play with Master Rule 1 until around May. What did this mean for Dino Rabbit? Well, with Ignition priority still in effect, Rescue Rabbit could dodge the likes of Effect Failure and Fiendish Chain, meaning you had fewer options to prevent your opponent from bringing out the Exceed materials. For a brief period of time, Rescue Rabbit wasn't just good, it was completely broken. If anything, it's surprising that this deck didn't win more YCS events while this ruling was in place. Coming second that day would be the first and sector list we're going to see today. Fabian Renner's list pretty much sets the standard for what we can expect of this deck going forward. Triple Centipede, Triple Dragonfly, Triple Hornet, and a lot of strong power cards. This is an early, incomplete version of the deck. It was a playable top tier deck at this point, but there was still more to come. Also taking place in February is YCS Atlanta, run by Marquise Henderson and his Tech Genus deck. This is a spicy build. So we got the two Beast King Barbaros with the Skill Drain set. Driver special summons from hand, and all your floating effects will solve in the graveyard. As such, it's pretty easy to set up in this deck and get your plays going. The card that brought it all together, however, was Horn of the Phantom Beast. This trap card has the effect where you can target one Beast or Beast Warrior type monster you control, against 800 attack. When the equipped monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, draw one card. With this being the Dino Rabbit meta, 2400 was the attack stat line you needed to be able to play over. The 800 gain from Horn made this more than possible. Finally, we have a 6 Samurai list from YCS Guadalajara, played by Oscar Safala. There hadn't been any significant changes to the 6 Samurai lists recently. This deck was making use of cards that hadn't seen that wide a play up to this point, and they paid off. Take for example, Ascension of the 6 Samurai. Select one face-up 6 Samurai monster you control. Special summon one 6 Samurai monster from your deck with a different name but equal attack to the selected monster. During the end phase of this turn, destroy the selected monster. With there being several 6 Samurai cards that could share attack values due to their effects, it wasn't too difficult to get your field set up for your Synchro and Exceed plays. Triple Shen's Dojo meant this deck was definitely innovating on previous Sam strategies. And that's the early meta for 2012. A pretty diverse and healthy meta when you look at it. 3 tournaments, several different top decks. It seems like the game's in a pretty good spot. I can't imagine the upcoming March ban list needing to change much, if anything at all. Oh. So yeah, the March 2012 Forbidden Unlimited list is a bit of an infamous one. So let's go through it, shall we? Unlimited, Call of the Haunted. Semi-limited, Lumina the Lightsworn Summoner, Marshmallow, Reborn Tengu, Emergency Teleport to 2, Level Limit Area B, Xian Smoke Signal, Torrential Tribute, Ultimate Offering. Limited, TG Striker, The Agent of Mystery, Earth. Now these are pretty big hits for their respective decks. But then you get to Forbidden, Blow Up Bulb, Spore, Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, Trap Dust Shoot. Now, in all fairness, Trap Dust Shoot had to go. But yeah, this ban list caused a lot of contention. Some people quit, and a lot of people accused Konami of hitting the popular decks, so people would be forced to play Dino Rabbit in Sector. So to strike down all the older decks like this, it was actually quite painful for a lot of people. And I guess Konami must have known something, because for the first and only time ever, they released an article explaining their reasoning for the ban list. Definitely a very transparent form of communication by Konami, one that we've not seen before or since 2012. It's definitely an interesting footnote in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. Now that we've been able to address the March 2012 Forbidden Limited list controversy, let's move on, shall we? Releasing on March 16th was the Premium Collection Tin. This set actually had some really good stuff in it. Junk Forward, if you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. This card was playable back then, but it would be around 2017 and onwards where it would really start to see a lot of heavy play. Machina Cannon, a monster that would allow you to discard machines from your hand to summon it. It was a nice little option to put in Machina decks. As a level 8, it could single-handedly pay for the cost of Machina Fortress. Blaze Felix, the Burning Bombardment Bird. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can inflict 300 damage to your opponent for each card on the field. This card cannot attack during the turn you activate this effect. I smell a very unhealthy toxic burn strategy in this card. Kagamucha Knight. When you normal summon a level 3 monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. This card cannot be used as a Synchro material monster. This card is good and widely played for many of the same reasons that Junk Forward was good and widely played. It was used in Exceed decks, just not the Exceed decks from this era. Give it 5 years. Masked Hero Acid, ooh, here we go. Must be special summoned with Mask Change, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card is special summoned, destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls, and if you do, all monsters they control lose 300 attack. This card is a rage crit card. Very, very good card. Still played in hero decks today. Void Ogre Dragon. 1 Dark Tuner, plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a spell/trap card where you have no cards in your hand, you can negate the activation and destroy it. This screams Infernity, but actually it was more used in Dark Synchro decks, because it was very easy to empty your hand after you'd completed your combos. With 3000 attack and 3000 defense, this was a very intimidating card even without the negate. Also releasing around this time was the April 2012 edition of Shonen Jump magazine, containing the Exceed monster, Acid Golem of Destruction, 2 level 3 monsters, 3000 attack, 3000 defense. During your standby phase, attach 1 Exceed material from this card or take 2000 damage. You cannot special summon any monsters. While this card has no Exceed materials, it cannot attack. A 3000 point beat stick for 2 level 3s is such a good trade that this card went into play immediately. It didn't matter that you couldn't special summon, this card allowed you to get out of almost any situation through sheer force. Releasing in April would be the Exceed Symphony structure deck. This deck would mainly consist of reprints, but it'd have some nice new Exceed monsters to go with it, them being the Djinns, Musa Rhythm, Temtempo, Mellow Melody, and Maestroke. The rank 3 Djinns all had effects that allowed them to boost each other. Musa Rhythm allowed you to double the attack of one of them. Temtempo allowed you to increase the attack of all of them. Mellow Melody allowed one of them to attack twice. And finally, Maestroke just kinda did its own thing. Once per turn, this rank 4 monster allowed you to detach one Exceed material from it to target one face-up attack position monster your opponent controlled and change it to face-down defense position. If a face-up Djinn Exceed monster you control would be destroyed, you can detach one Exceed material from that card instead. Maestroke immediately became a staple. Being able to Book of Moon an opponent's monster was a very good effect, and being able to detach to prevent destruction essentially turned this card into a rank 4 Sem mains. In April, we'd see Peter Gross win YCS Toulouse with Twilight Dragons. This deck would utilise the Dragon Structure deck at full power and pretty much do everything Konami intended players to do with it. Eclipse Wyvern would be sent to the grave to send Red MD and then be banished for one of your Chaos monsters, allowing you to add the Red MD back to your hand. The Light Sworn engine made it very easy to mill cards to your graveyard for Chaos plays, and the Thunder King Ryo allowed you to counter every other deck in the format. Such was the power of the card at the time. With May came the release of Galactic Overlord. This set added a powerful new archetype to the game and gave a lot of strong cards to Exceeds. The Hieretic was a very large archetype of dragon monsters, but for the most part it was only a select few people were using. Seal of Conviction made it very easy to search the cards from the deck, and Seal of Supremacy meant that you didn't have any trouble getting the high levels out. But the main purpose of the deck was to use the level 5s and 6s as part of your engine for your Chaos Dragon decks. Hieratic Dragon of Aset and Hieratic Dragon of Nefet made it much easier to go into rank 5 Exceed plays, while Hieratic Dragon of Tefnuit was a level 6 Cyber Dragon-like that gave you better rank 6 access. The fact that these monsters were all lights just meant they had very good synergy with the Chaos deck. Insectors would get another piece of their puzzle with Insector Ladybug. The Light Waves would be a mini archetype that would see use in all sorts of decks, not just in the light attribute based Hieretics, but also Light Swans, some Chaos variants, and Fairies. Nightbeam was a very good spell card that allowed you to target one set spell or trap your opponent controls and destroy it. Your opponent would not be able to chain that targeted card in response. This made it a very good answer to the popular chainable cards that opponents could use whenever they were targeted by destruction. Card D was a very cool addition to the game at the time. This level 2 machine monster had the effect where it cannot be special summoned. During your main phase, if this card was normal summoned this turn, you contribute this card to draw 2 cards, then it becomes the end phase of this turn. You cannot special summon during the turn you activate this effect. So at the cost of giving up half your turn, including your battle phase, you can draw 2. It's a bit of a slow card, but back then it was a 3+1, and if the card says draw 2, you play 3. Finally, we have the Exceeds, and these were some very powerful Exceeds that got used in all sorts of decks as combo pieces, negates, bosses, aggro, and screw over cards. Photon Papillotative had the effect where it could target a defense position monster on the field and turn it to attack position, and then deduct 600 attack from it. This was used in roundups to change Roundup Rat into attack position, so it would get its effect to summon a roundup monster from deck. Very cool combo. Gaia Dragon the Thunder Charger had a very unique summoning condition. You could either use 2 level 7 monsters, or you could layer over a rank 5 or 6 monster to make it immediately. In the case of the Dragon decks, you could pull it over one of your rank 5s to get a 2600 beat stick. That beat stick could then attack into one of your opponent's defense position monsters and do piercing battle damage. What was cool about Gaia Dragon is that Fiendish Chain was a very popular card in 2012. So say one of your Exceeds gets hit by Fiendish Chain, you can lay Gaia Dragon over the Fiendish Chained monster to play around Fiendish Chain and continue to push. Photon Strike Bowser was a rank 6 warrior with 2700 attack. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when a monster effect is activated on your opponent's side of the field, you can detach one Exceed material from this card, negate the effect, and if you do, inflict 1000 damage to your opponent. So a one-sided negate, that's pretty nice. To go back to the Dragon decks again, they could make Photon Strike Bowser, try and negate their opponent's effect, and if it gets stopped by a card such as Fiendish Chain, you can just Gaia Dragon it. Finally, number 11, Big Eye, a rank 7 Dark Spellcaster with 2600 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 2 level 7 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach one Exceed material from this card to target one monster your opponent controls, take control of that monster. This card cannot attack the turn you activate this effect. This effect is amazing. It is a monster with a built-in Change of Heart effect that is permanent. In this meta, Blackluster Soldier was legal. You could just straight up steal your opponent's Blackluster Soldier and it was yours permanently. Who wouldn't want that in their deck? And the card's price at the time reflected that. This was a very expensive and sought after card. The pack releases in May wouldn't slow down. May 24th would see the release of a very unique and cool set, Battle Pack Epic Dawn. This set would be the sign for something that Yu-Gi-Oh! Had never messed with before, sealed play and draft play. Sealed and draft has been common to games like Magic the Gathering for years, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Had never dared dip their toes into that realm until now. As a sealed play set, Battle Pack Epic Dawn did not take the ban list into account, meaning it could reprint a lot of powerful cards, including banned cards like Harpy's Feather Duster, Raigeki, Pot of Greed, and Graceful Charity. More importantly for modern players, it was the debut of Gem Knight Pearl, a rank 4 non-effect Exceed monster with 2600 attack, making it the strongest rank 4 monster at the time. Finally, there was the big reprint of Tour Guide of the Underworld, a card that was selling for well over $100 before that point. It was a much needed reprint, as almost every deck was running it. Releasing on the exact same day was Hidden Arsenal 6 Omega Exceed. This set saw support for existing archetypes such as Gusco and Gishki, but it also introduced Phylons. The cards of note in this set would be Gustkraken for the Gishkis, as well as some of the Exceed monsters. Evergishki Merogeist had the effect where any monster destroyed by it would be shuffled into the deck instead of going to the graveyard, meaning it could stop cards like Dandelion and Sangam from resolving. Digusto Felix had the effect of targeting one wind monster on the field and allowing it to attack twice in a battle phase, meaning that many players were using it to poke their opponent for 3000 in game. And finally, the Sigma was a rank 4 monster that required 3 monsters to make. It had the effect where it could attach one Exceed material to target one Fate of Attack Precision effect monster your opponent controls and equip that target to the card. At the start of the damage step, if it battled a monster with the same attribute as the equipped card, it would destroy that card automatically. The Sigma was a pretty good card, but Merogeist and Felix were the stars of the show here. Gustkraken does need an honourable mention for its hand looping effect. There was an entire deck built around its ability to take cards out the opponent's hand, and that deck was so obnoxious to play against that the Gishki decks are still paying the price for it today. The cards don't stop coming. April 2012 would see Konami unlock the shock as they released number 16, Shockmaster. This rank 4 monster required 3 materials and had the effect where once per turn, you can detach one Exceed material from this card to declare a card type, that being monster, spell or trap. That type of card, if spell or trap, cannot be activated, or, if monster, cannot activate its effects, until the end of your opponent's turn. Anyone who played at the time remembers exactly why it was so feared. Once your opponent knew what deck you were playing, they could just summon Shockmaster and declare whichever card type would hit you the most. If you were an Insector player, they could just declare monsters and it was GG. You couldn't activate Centipede, Ladybug, Hornet or Dragonfly. Going against Dino Rabbit, you could declare monster and just stop Rescue Rabbit from being resolved. If you were going against a deck that used a lot of back row, then you just declared traps and you were completely safe on them. It was a super powerful card, and it's no surprise that it got abused as much as it did. Also releasing at this time were the less essential but still cool manga promos Kachikochi Dragon and Elemental Hero Escuado. It's August, which means it's World Championship time once again, and this year the World Championship returned to Tokyo, as it took place in Roppongi on the 11th and 12th of August. First place would be taken by home countryman Saito Akikazu. Akikazu was repping Insectors this tournament, a deck which took 6 of the top 8 spots. All of top 4 played Insector, and the index were close to identical. That's right, this is Insector's Week, baby! Dark World also saw strong meta representation in this tournament, but Insectors were just too strong. Winning the tournament pretty much came down to winning the mirror match and ousting anti-meta decks. Akikazu made the wise decision to main deck Chain Disappearance, as hitting one of the Insectors got rid of all copies in the deck. In the mirror match, that would give you an overwhelming advantage over the opponent, especially if you banish their copies of Hornet. One of the coolest side deck options featured was really Eternal Rest. This card, when activated, would destroy all monsters equipped with another card. Since the Insector monsters would equip themselves to each other, resolving this card was a +1, as it got rid of both the equipped monster and the equippee. Also top 8ing this World Championship is what I consider to be the coolest Exodia deck ever made. This deck no doubt surprised opponents, because who comes to a World Championship playing Exodia? So let's break this deck down bit by bit. You have your 5 copies of Exodia. These are your bricks. You don't want to draw them until you've set up your combos. Zangan obviously fetches Exodia from the deck. Swift Scarecrow will end a battle phase if your opponent tries to attack you directly. All these are self-explanatory. Pot of Duality allows you to dig for your deck. Upstart Goblin is a free draw. Reckless Greed, Jar of Greed, and Legacy of Yatagarasu give the deck more draw power. Threatening Roar and Raboku are there simply for the sake of stalling out turns. Now let's look at the cards that really made this deck work. One Day of Peace allows both players to draw 1 card, but neither player then takes damage until the end of the opponent's turn. So not only is it thinning your deck, but it's buying you a turn, meaning an extra draw phase. Accumulated Fortune, for those who don't know, is a Reckless Greed that you can activate on Chain Link 4 to draw 2 cards. Unlike Reckless Greed, however, you do not lose your draw phase for using it. Now we look at the main combo of the deck. Hope for Escape is a trap card that has the effect where you can pay 1000 life points to activate it, draw 1 card for each 2000 points of difference between you and your opponent. If you have 2000 life points and your opponent has 8000 life points, you draw 3 cards. This card is your main win condition for getting your Exodia pieces and other protective and drawing cards. But it does need a bit of assistance. Upstart Goblin increases your opponent's life points, as does the Trap gift card, which straight up gives your opponent 3000 extra life points. The way this deck is designed, it is possible to give your opponent an extra 9000 life points. Those 9000 life points turn Hope for Escape into a +4. If you get your life points low enough, you could end up drawing 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 cards off it. In a sense, this deck is essentially Chainburn but Exodia. Maybe not a fun deck to play against, but a really enjoyable deck to pilot. The only reason this deck got this far is because of the nature of the World Championships. Many consider the World Championships to be a glorified local, a local consisting of the best players in the world. If you took such a deck to a YCS, you probably wouldn't get as far. It's just too much deck variance and too many rounds. But in a shorter tournament like a World Championship, you could make a run for the top 8 with such a deck. Joel Winston might not have won the World Championship, but he won our hearts and has gone down in Yu-Gi-Oh! History for playing it. With the World Championship over, it was once again time for some new card releases. Releasing that same week was the second wave of 2012 Collector's Tins. For the first time since the 5Ds era, these tins were actually previewing cards that hadn't come out yet. Heroic Champion Excalibur would be a promo in this tin, despite its own pack not releasing for another couple of weeks. This light rank 4 warrior monster allows you to attach 2 materials from it to boost its attack by double until your opponent's next end phase. If you needed to get over a high attack benchmark, like an Acid Golem, you could just play Excalibur. Excalibur would then be the cover card of Return of the Duelist. This set was a very noteworthy expansion to the game, and would introduce many archetypes that would be mainstays through the Xseed era. Spellbook Magician of Prophecy and Spellbook of Secrets would help ensure that that deck remained an engine for years to come. Magician could search Secrets, and then Secrets could search any in-archetype spell card in the entire deck. With finding your combo pieces quickly being such a big part of Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time, this was a very, very strong opening. Also debuting in this set was Madolche, an archetype built around the gimmick of shuffling monsters back into the deck instead of sending them to the graveyard. With this deck's self-recycling nature, it was pretty much immune to deck out, and you were hardly ever going to run out of resources when playing it. As such, it was a strong deck in grind game heavy formats. Gear was a deck of low-level Earth Machine monsters who would turbo each other out onto the field so you could overlay into Exceeds. As essential to the deck as these early Gears were, they didn't see much competitive play immediately. Instead, the archetype would be completely overshadowed by its own boss monster, Gear Gigan X. This Earth Rank 4 machine monster allowed you to detach one material from it to add any level 4 or lower machine monster from your deck to your hand. Unsurprisingly, it became an instant staple in every machine deck in the game, and would remain that way for years to come. Return the Duelist was not a set defined by individually strong cards, but it brought a lot of new decks to the game. Any cards that were individually strong would have entire decks built around them instead. We'll see more on that later. With it being post-World Season, it was now time for the September 2012 Forbidden Unlimited list, and boy were there some movers and shakers on this list. Necro Gardener, Marshmallow, Destiny Draw, Emergency Teleport, Level Limit, Swords of Athening Light and Magic Cylinder were all unlimited. None of these cards were really presenting problems at the time, though Emergency Teleport, still a strong card, just nothing to really take advantage of it. As semi-limited sections go, this was a pretty impactful one. Blackwing Kalute went to 2 because the deck just wasn't a contender anymore. The Breeze went to 2 because of all the hits to the plant decks. Rescue Rabbit went to 2 because it was just seeing so much play. Agent of Mystery Earth moved down to 2 because it probably should have never been at 1 to begin with. Tour Guide of the Underworld deservedly went to 2 because every deck was running it. Hero Lips went to 2 because Hero Beat was pretty strong at the time. Same goes for Emergency Call. Erratic Seal went to 2 because it was just way too easy to search stuff. Pot of Duality went to 2, as did Reasoning, and Mirror Force, not as strong as it once was now at 2. For cards going to 1, Chaos Sorcerer would once again be limited because of how heavily it was being played in Chaos Dragon decks. Insectors would get a slapdown as Dragonfly and Hornet both went to 1. Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon would also go to limit. Spore would be unbanned. Tsukiyomi had finally been released years after it would have been fine to release it. Evergishti Gustcracking went to 1, putting an end to those hand loop decks. Wind Up Carrier Sem Mighty went to 1 because it was just way too good a searcher. And Ultimate Offering went to 1 because gadgets suddenly were really good thanks to Gear Gigan X. In Forbidden was Brionek, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, and Future Fusion. Both of these cards in their pre-errata form were huge problems. Future Fusion pre-errata I can confidently say is one of the strongest cards ever made. So overall, this is a much better ban list than March 2012, Nature is Healing. Post-ban list, the changes would have an immediate effect on the metagame. YCS Toronto would be run by Josh Graham and his Wind-Up decks. With Insectors now hit, the way had been made clear for Wind-Ups to go and take the top spot. The combination of Magician, Rat, Sen Mighty allowed you to turbo monsters onto the field and establish strong boards. These boards were capable of being equally strong both defensively and offensively. It was also the deck that Photon Papillotative shined in, as turning Wind-Up Rat into a tap position allowed you to summon more Wind-Up monsters from your deck. Though he didn't win Toronto, our hearts were once again run by Jeff Jones, as he came second with his Grand Soil Psychics deck. The 5Ds era set Extreme Victory introduced a number of new psychics to the game, but at the time they just didn't have anything to play into. That all changed with the release of Grand Soil the Elemental Lord. This card cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned from your hand by having exactly 5 Earth monsters in your graveyard, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card is special summoned, you can target one monster in either player's graveyard, special summon that monster to your side of the field. If this card leaves the field, skip the battle phase of your next turn. So here's the spice that Jeff Jones had devised when he made this deck. Using a combination of Card Trooper, Rat Box, and the Psychic Engine, you could dump a lot of Earth monsters in your graveyard. Once you had 5, you could summon Grand Soil. What was cool about Grand Soil is none of its effects were once per turn, so if you had 5 monsters in your graveyard, you could theoretically summon 3 from your hand, and on top of that, the 3 in your hand would all be allowed to resolve their effects. But by nature of the game, you weren't always going to have multiple Grand Soils, but even if your Grand Soil went to the graveyard and you went over your limit to 6 monsters, it was fine. The psychic monsters in your deck allowed you to banish your other psychic monsters, making it possible to always have 5 monsters in your graveyard, meaning more Grand Soils. At 2800 attack, Grand Soil wasn't to be taken lightly. Being able to monster reborn from either player's graveyard made this a very good synchro deck as well. You could bring back your own tuner monsters, or even bring back cards to be synchroed with the tuner. Even more spicy in this deck was the inclusion of Miracle Synchro Fusion, a card that allowed you to fusion summon from your graveyard using synchro monsters as the material. In all, this is a classic Jeff Jones deck. It hasn't been seen before or since. South of the border at Guatemala, we'd see Angel Flores take first place with Hero Beat. Hero Beat was a very strong deck during this period, hence the limiting of a Hero Lives and E-Emergency Call. And yet, those hits didn't actually do anything. This deck is running 1 Emergency Call and no copies of a Hero Lives. What's further amusing about this deck is that it isn't even a complete hero deck, it's only actually running 4 hero monsters in the main deck. Instead of heroes, we are seeing cameos from the likes of Thunder King Ryo, Neospatian Grand Maul, Card D, Fossil Diner, and Crusader of Endymion, a card that does nothing. Like literally, you're not using the card's effect in this deck, you're just using it to act as fodder for Gemini Spark and Miracle Fusion. The September 2012 Wind Up format is one that quite a few people have some fondness of, and there are some people who are playing it today. It wouldn't be a very long-lived format, however, as once again new card releases would bring major winds of change to the game. October 2012 would bring the release of Shonen Jump promo, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max. This was a rank 10 Earth Machine monster that required 2 level 10 monsters. You're probably thinking, what deck is playing that? At the time, not many decks were playing it, but it was a card with a lot of potential, especially with its 3000 attack stat line, and effect that read, once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, inflict 2000 points of damage to your opponent. Remember Dark Strike Fighter? The players at the time certainly hadn't forgotten, and we looked at this card with great interest. More importantly, however, was the release of the Realm of the Sea Emperor structure deck. This deck included many good water reprints, but most important was the introduction of Atlanteans as an archetype. Atlanteans had already existed through the normal monster Atlantean Pikemen, but now they were their own deck. The 3 main cards of the deck would be Atlantean Dragoons, Atlantean Marksmen, and Atlantean Heavy Infantry. Atlanteans were very unique monsters for the time, because you see their effects activated if they were used as cost for other water monster effects. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, they also had secondary effects for when they were on the field. Atlantean Heavy Infantry gave you an extra normal summon of a Sea Serpent monster, meaning that theoretically you could summon Deep Sea Diva, special summon Heavy Infantry from deck, normal summon a second Deep Sea Diva, and then summon another Sea Serpent monster from your deck. Meaning that if you're fortunate enough to open 2 Deep Sea Divas, you go +2. Atlantean Marksman's own Theo effect was that when it inflicted battle damage to your opponent, you could special summon 1 Atlantean monster from your deck. Finally, Atlantean Dragoons allowed all level 3 or lower Sea Serpent type monsters you control to attack your opponent directly. But these are all decent field effects, but they're not meta contender effects. That's when we get to their secondary effects. If you use Atlantean Heavy Infantry as card cost for a water monster's effect, such as tributing or discarding, it is able to destroy 1 face-up card your opponent controls. If Marksman is sent as cost, it can destroy a set card your opponent controls. But best of all is Atlantean Dragoons. If that is sent for cost, you can search your deck for any Sea Serpent monster, except itself, and add it to your hand. None of these effects were once per turn. You were able to get the Dragoon search effect as many times as you sent Dragoons that turn. And on top of that, these effects could not miss timing, they were mandatory. Now I'm giving these cards a lot of setup, but as of October there were no decks that could really take advantage of their effects. Well, that's when we come to November. Releasing on November 9th was Abyss Rising, the best water supporting main deck set ever made. Starting with the Exceeds, this deck had support from Adolches, and also the introduction of Gagaga Cowboy, one of the most famous monsters in the game. Cowboy had 2 effects, but we're only going to focus on 1. When this card is in defense position, you can detach 1 material from this card, inflict 800 life points to your opponent. This card being a rank 4 meant it was widely played, and led to the creation of one of this game's most famous questions. Owlboy for game? In the X-Seed department we got two standout water monsters, Bahamut Shark and Abystrella. Shark required 2 level 4 water monsters and had the effects where, once per turn, you can detach 1 X-Seed material from this card, special summon 1 rank 3 or lower water X-Seed monster from your extra deck. This card cannot attack until the end of this turn. Now, much has been said about the strength of summoning monsters straight from the deck, but it's not often you get a monster who just allows you to straight up summon anything from the extra deck, bypassing their regular summoning condition. At the time, Bahamut Shark was merely good, but a few years later it had become one of the best X-Seed monsters in the game. Abystrella on the other hand, this was top tier from the get-go. This card had a quick effect, an effect that could activate on either player's turn, where you could detach 1 material from this card. Your opponent cannot activate the effects of cards in the graveyard that turn. As Lockdown and Floodgate effects go in Yu-Gi-Oh!, this is one of the best, and the card is still widely played today, much to the joy and disdain of many. Elsewhere we have the second wave of support for Madolches and Spellbugs, but let's talk about the main event here. First, we have the water monster, Morning Glacier the Elemental Lord. Remember Grand Soil? Well, this is the water version. This card can only be special summoned from the hand while you have exactly 5 water monsters in your graveyard. If this card is special summoned by its effect successfully, you can make your opponent discard 2 cards from their hand. Grand Soil was good, but this is a lot more high impact. However, unlike Grand Soil, Konami had the foresight to make this effect a hard once per turn. If you could activate Morning Glacier 3 times in a single turn, you could make your opponent discard their entire hand. Thankfully, we were spared that fate, and the card was properly balanced on release. And then we have the new deck that took the entire Dueling World by storm, Mermails. Where do I start with Mermails? The deck covers the Aqua, Fish and Sea Serpent types. They have insane synergy with just about any water card, and most importantly, they were pretty much designed to work with the Atlanteans. So let's go through some of them, shall we? Mermail Abyss Lind. If this card on the field is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Mermail monster from your deck, except Mermail Abyss Lind. You can only use this effect of Mermail Abyss Lind once per turn. So if Abyss Lind is destroyed, be that by battle or card effect, you can summon any Mermail monster from your deck regardless of their level. Mermail Abyssgund. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, you can target 1 Mermail monster in your graveyard, except Mermail Abyssgund, special summon that target. You can only use this effect once per turn. Plenty of ways to discard cards in this game. You're going to be using this Monster Reborn effect on your cards often. Mermail Abyss Spike. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can discard 1 water monster to your graveyard, add 1 level 3 water monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. So it's a searcher that can trigger your Abyssgund and even search your Abyss Lind. Pretty nice. Finally, we have the big bad boss of the deck, Mermail Abyss Megalo. This level 7 water sea serpent has 2400 attack and 1900 defense. You can discard 2 other water monsters to the graveyard, special summon this card from your hand. When you do, you can add 1 Abyss spell/trap from your deck to your hand. You can tribute 1 other face-up attack position water monster. This card can make a second attack during each battle phase this turn. Abyss Megalo works a bit differently to cards like Swap Frog. Swap Frog is a non-chainable special summon that discards water monsters as cost. However, it is not an effect activation, which means it cannot trigger the effects of Atlantean monsters. Mermail Abyss Megalo, however, is an effect activation. When you discard monsters for its summon, you are discarding for an activated effect. This allows Atlanteans to trigger in the graveyard. So, if you discard 2 copies of Atlantean Dragoons for Abyss Megalo's summon, you can then chain 1 Atlantean Dragoon Search, chain 2 Atlantean Dragoon Search, chain 3 Abyss Megalo Search and Abyss Spell Trap from your deck. This causes a practice known as chain blocking. Say your opponent is using trap cards like Debunk to try and stop you searching with Atlantean Dragoons, they would not be able to activate it because Abyss Megalo would be on chain link 3. Not only did this deck have near unstoppable searching, but could also break fields. Attacking twice is one way to do it, but if you tribute an Atlantean for that second attack, the Atlantean can then destroy cards on your opponent's field. Overall, Mermails were a OTKing powerhouse, and they had tools for controlling the game as well, as we see in their Exceed boss monster, Mermail Abyss. This rank 7 water aqua monster has 2800 attack and the summoning requirement of 2 level 7 water monsters. While this face-up card has Exceed material, level 5 or higher monsters cannot attack. Once per turn, during either player's turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card to negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Boy howdy, a quick effect, all negate. So yeah, Abyss Rising is a super impactful set to the game, one of the biggest leaps in power level it's seen in a while. And yet despite this huge leap in power, it didn't really affect the game that negatively. In fact, Mermail is a deck that's looked back on very fondly by players. So that brings us to the end of 2012. There were some tournaments here and there, but this meta wasn't really going to develop until the start of the following year. The biggest thing the game had going for it in December was the release of number 50, Black Ship of Corn, a promo from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Sexal manga. It was another card on the list of generic rank 4s that gave you +1 removal. So that's the end of 2012. Join us in 2013 as we examine one of the craziest, most high power archetypes ever created. 2013 would start with an immediate pack release. Cosmo Blazer would release on January 25th and would release a new meta archetype to the game. Fire Fist was a control deck focusing on the Beast Warrior typing. Fire Fist monsters would have effects that interacted with continuous spells and traps, while the deck's spell and trap support would focus on searching, summoning, and strengthening the monsters. Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Bear is a level 4 Fire Beast Warrior monster with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. Once per turn, when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can set 1 Fire Formation spell directly from your deck. Once per turn, you can send 1 face-up Fire Formation spell/trap you control to the graveyard, then target 1 monster on the field. Destroy that target. This type of effect would form the basis of the Fire Fist playstyle, with Fire Fist Gorilla having the same effect but for destroying spells and traps. These effects would be enabled by spell cards such as Fire Formation Tenki. When this card is activated, you can add 1 level 4 or lower Beast Warrior monster from your deck to your hand. All Beast Warrior monsters you control gain 100 attack. You can only activate 1 Fire Formation Tenki per turn. Tenki wasn't just a searcher for the archetype, it was a searcher for the entire Beast Warrior typing, putting it on the level of reinforcement of the army. With the combination of Tenki and Bear, Fire Fist players would have the common opening play of activating Tenki, searching Bear, summoning Bear, destroying an opponent's monster, attacking directly, and then playing another Fire Fist card from deck such as Fire Formation Tensu, a card that would allow them to use an extra normal summon to set up their Exceed plays. The deck would also do something that very few Sexal era archetypes have done to this point, and that is support Synchro plays, with Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Spirit being the archetype's tuner. The consistency of the Fire Fist archetype would see it become an immediate meta contender. There was a very low chance of you bricking on this deck. It wasn't just new archetypes in this pack either. Cosmo Blazer would also see support for older archetypes. Mermails would get a massive boost by the inclusion of Mermail Abyss. You can discard 1 of the water monsters of the graveyard, special summon this card from your hand. When summoned this way, you can add 1 level 4 or lower Mermail monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Mermail Abyss once per turn. This card was a game changer for the deck. If you opened Abyss and Atlantean Dragoons, you could discard Dragoons, summon Tias, and then search off both Dragoons and Tias at the same time, getting 2 new cards to your hand. This put the deck on another level, and made it one of the most consistent rank 7 decks in the game. Several generic staples were also included in Cosmo Blazer. Crimson Blader had finally found its way into the TCG from the 5Ds anime. This level 8 Fire Warrior Synchro monster had 2800 attack and 2600 defense, and an effect that reads 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, your opponent cannot normal or special summon level 5 or higher monsters during their turn. Now, Crimson Blader wasn't a catch-all for all decks, as it didn't stop Exceed plays, but it did stop decks like Mermail that regularly went into high-level monsters. making this a very, very good option to stop certain decks. Diamond Dire Wolf was an Earth rank 4 beast monster with 2000 attack and 1200 defense. It required 2 level 4 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, then target 1 Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast type monster you control, and 1 other card on the field. Destroy them. The beautiful thing about Diamond Dire Wolf is not only did it support the new Fire Fist archetype and became a must in that deck, but you could use it in anything and just target itself. Either way, you were getting mileage out of this card. Finally, we have the trap card Breakthrough Skill. Target 1 face-up effect monster your opponent controls. That face-up monster your opponent controls has its effect negated until the end of this turn. During your turn, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. That target has its effects negated until the end of this turn. This card was an absolute game changer. It basically power crept Fiendish Chain. Yeah, it was only for 1 turn, but you only ever needed to negate an opponent's monster for 1 turn to get mileage out of it. And being able to use it again by banishing it from your graveyard, that was just an amazing effect that was really pushing the boundaries of what you could do with trap cards in this game. In a way, Breakthrough Skill was the first truly modern trap card, as very few trap cards to this point had graveyard effects like this. Shortly following Cosmo Blazer would be the release of the Onslaught of Fire King structure deck, and the Sexal Collection tin. The Fire Kings worked well as their own deck, but they also merged well with Flamfells, Fire Fist, and other fire archetypes. The Sexal Collection tin wasn't massively impactful, but it did bring us number 51 Fulcosaurus to the game, an Exceed monster that could just easily clear your opponent's monsters from the board and inflict burn damage, a nice inclusion to any extra deck that could go into rank 5 plays. On the competitive side of things, we would see YCS Miami be run by Travis Smith's Windup deck. Windups has ended 2012 as one of the best decks, and they continued that form into 2013. The 2 key cards in this were the anti-meta staples of Thunder King Ryo and Dimensional for sure. Both these cards were very good at shutting down rival decks. Unfortunately for Windups, this would be the last time they ever topped a major tournament like this. The March 2013 Forbidden Unlimited list would see to that, with Windup carrier Mighty being banned, Sangam being banned, and Windup Magician being limited to 1. This ban list would kill the deck immediately. Without Mighty, the deck could not make its full plays and get full card advantage. While it would be easy to say that Konami was simply going after the Windup deck to just take it out of the meta, there is a case that Mighty needed to go because of the existence of the Windup hand loop. However, many people have argued that Mighty was the wrong card to hit, and that it was Windup Hunter that should have been banned, as Hunter was the card that was actually discarding the opponent's hand to begin with. The fact of the matter is, it was probably both factors. Konami wanted the hand loop gone, and they didn't want Windup to be the top deck anymore. Even so, it's a little extreme that Windup carrier Mighty remains banned to this day. It has been unbanned in the OCG for a number of years now, but as of 2023, it remains forbidden in the TCG. Other changes to the list included the limiting of One Day of Peace and Solemn Warning, the semi-limiting of Tsukiyomi, Thunder King Ryo and Advanced Ritual Art, and finally the unlimiting of Kalut, Spore, Lumina, Shien Smoke Signal, and Mind Crush. Post-ban list we would see a brief return of Dino Rabbit as a top contender, with YCS Santiago being run by a build that ran 14 different cards in the side deck. Things would quickly change however, as the impact of Cosmo Blazer would finally be felt at YCS Austin. Oscar Soleil Jr. would ride the new Mermail support all the way to first place. With 3 copies of Diva, Dragoons, and Abyss Teus, this was Mermail at full power. YCS Lil would also be taken by Mermail, with Long Dao winning what is one of the more amusing tournament-winning builds. A popular tech in Mermail at the time was Gen X Undyne. Undyne being able to send Dragoons as cost directly from the deck was a massive boon, but it came with the drawback of having to run Gen X Controller, a level 3 vanilla tuner that would brick in your hand. Some players found the trade-off worth it, as Undyne could be a powerful asset to the deck. Dao, however, had clearly seen Gen X Controller in his hand one too many times, as he opted to run a staggering 53 cards in his deck, just to reduce the chance of him drawing Controller. Regardless, it ended up working out for him. Moving into April, we would see YCS Costa Rica be taken by Jorge Valverde and his hero Bubblebeat deck. There wasn't anything particularly revolutionary about this deck, and Heroes had been a solid contender for the past 2 years. Every now and then, however, a hero player would make the correct meta calls and be able to ride the deck to first place. With such a small monster count, retention was an important factor in the deck building. A hero loves emergency call, and 3 copies of the warrior returning alive would see to it that players would always get their heroes back. Releasing at the end of April would be Hidden Arsenal 7, Night of the Stars. This would be the last booster release in the Hidden Arsenal series, and boy did it sure go out with a high. The power level of this set really pushed the game forward, and there is a lot to go over. Starting with Gem Knight Seraphonite. This Earth Fairy fusion monster had 2300 attack and 1400 defense. For materials, it required 1 Gem Knight monster plus 1 Light monster. Must be fusion summoned with the above fusion materials. During your main phase, you can normal summon / set 1 monster in addition to your normal summon / set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. One of the best effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is getting a second normal summon. You're only supposed to have one for a reason. Seraphonite wouldn't be a meta contender straight away, but the Gem Knight deck had plenty of ways of making it easily. This card would see a lot of play over the years. More immediately significant, however, would be Lafarval Chain. This level 4 Fire Sea Serpent, check out that type pairing, had 1800 attack and 1000 defense. It was a rank 4 monster that required 2 level 4 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card to activate one of these effects. Send 1 card from your deck to the graveyard, choose 1 monster from your deck and place it on top of your deck. Foolish Burial was at 1 for a very good reason, and yet Konami saw it fit to make a toolbox Foolish Burial that you could access at any time. This card would see play immediately, and it would only get better over time. The Gusto archetype would get a new Exceed monster in the form of Daigusto Emerald. 2 level 4 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, then activate one of these effects. Target 3 monsters in your graveyard, shuffle all 3 into the deck, then draw 1 card. Target 1 non-effect monster in your graveyard, special summon that target. Despite being a Gusto card, this card actually saw very little play in Gustos, but it did see play in every single deck in the game that could do rank 4 spamming. To this day, it is one of the best rank 4 monsters ever made, just because of its ability to generate card advantage. A big part of the Hidden Arsenal set was the Evil Swarm archetype. This archetype would consist of corrupted versions of previous Hidden Arsenal monsters. It would be heavily focused on Exceeds, but we only really need to talk about one, the card that made the deck a massive contender almost entirely on its own. Evil Sworn Ophion. This rank 4 Dark Dragon monster has 2550 attack and 1650 defense. It requires 2 level 4 L-Swarm monsters. Now let's just talk about what L-Swarm means. Evil Swarm and the Steel Swarm archetypes are actually the same archetype. In Japan they were known as Furs and Infers, meaning that in the OCG, it required 2 Furs monsters to summon. Due to localization, they decided to call it Swarm instead, which is why we have the L-Swarm moniker. While this card has Exceed material, level 5 or higher monsters cannot be special summoned. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, add 1 Infestation spell/trap from your deck to your hand. In short, Evil Sworn Ophion was powerful because not only was it a floodgate effect that stopped the likes of mermails, but the card was also capable of searching spell and trap support that would protect it from destruction and removal. Evil Swarm wouldn't be a top tier contender, but it'd be a very strong rogue deck just because of the amount of things it could gatekeep. The lore rivals to Evil Swarm would be the Constellars, and the Constellar archetype would see very heavy support in Hidden Arsenal 7. Best of all were its Exceed monsters, starting with Constellar Pallades. This rank 5 light warrior monster has 2500 attack and 1500 defense. It requires 2 level 5 light monsters. Once per turn, during either player's turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target 1 card on the field, return that target to the hand. This card was exceptional and would see play for years to come. Being able to bounce your opponent's cards is one of the best forms of removal in the game, but being able to do it on either player's turn as a quick effect, that just put it on another level. Pairing with Pallades would be Constellar Portelme M7, a card that you think would be a rank 7 because of its name, but is actually a rank 6. This machine monster had 2700 attack and 2000 defense, required 2 level 6 monsters. But you could also Exceed summon this card by using a Constellar Exceed monster you control as a material. If summoned this way, the following effects cannot be activated this turn. Once per turn, you can detach one material from this card and target one monster on the field or in either graveyard. Return that target to the hand. For Constellas, it would be a simple strategy. Bounce a card on your turn, bounce a card on your opponent's turn, then rank Pallades into Tell Me, and then bounce a card the turn after. Being able to rank up like this made it very easy for Constellas to outproblem cards. It could bounce anything strong, and then attack over anything weak with Tell Me. What made M7 even better is that you could then rank it up again into Gaia Knight the Thunder Charger. May 17th would be a day that would have huge implications for the game going forward, as it was the release of the Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy booster set. This set has a lot to go over, so we're going to have to skim a few cards. Starting off, we saw strong support for a lot of current existing decks. Giga was a trap card with the effect where you could special summon 2 Giga monsters from your deck and increase their levels by 1. You can only activate 1 Giga per turn. Gigas had already been around for a while at this time, but they weren't a powerhouse of the format, and it was still a relatively new deck. A trap card that would give them immediate access to their favoured Exceeds and get the entire engine going, that was pretty huge for the deck. But as good as Giga was, it would be completely overshadowed by the stars of this pack. The Dragon Rulers, Blaster, Tidal, Tempest, Redox. These cards were absolute beasts, and they all had very similar effects. Blaster was the Fire Dragon Ruler and had 2800 attack. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can banish a total with 2 Fire and /or Dragon type monsters from your hand and /or graveyard, except this card. Special summon this card. During your opponent's end phase, if this card was special summoned, return it to the hand. You can discard this card and 1 Fire monster to the graveyard, and target 1 card on the field. Destroy that target. If this card is banished, you can add 1 Fire Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use 1 Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Inferno's effect per turn, and only once per turn. Tidal, Dragon Ruler of Waterfalls, represented the Water attribute. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can banish a total of 2 Water /and/or Dragon type monsters from your hand and /or graveyard, except this card. Special summon this card. During your opponent's end phase, if this card was special summoned, return it to the hand. So as you can see, every Dragon Ruler had the same setup, where it could banish cards of its type or attribute to be special summoned. Going forward, I will be omitting this part from the Dragon Ruler effects. You can discard this card and 1 Water monster to the graveyard, send 1 monster from your deck to the graveyard. If this card is banished, you can add 1 Water Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. Tempest was the Wind attribute Dragon Ruler. You can discard this card and 1 Wind monster to the graveyard, add 1 Dragon monster from your deck to your hand. If this card is banished, you can add 1 Wind Dragon monster from your deck to your hand. Once again, you can only use 1 effect per turn, and only once that turn. Redox would be the Earth Dragon Ruler and would have the highest defense of all of them, sitting at 3000. You can discard this card and 1 Earth monster to the graveyard, then target 1 monster in your graveyard, special summon that target. If this card is banished, you can add 1 Earth Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. So as you can see so far, these Dragon Rulers all have effects that synergize with their type or attribute. The problem of course being that for the discard effect, the Dragon Rulers are all different attributes, making it a bit harder to see those effects resolved. At least that's what you'd think. Konami had clearly thought this through, and had given the deck a means to get those discard activations off easily. Introducing the Baby Dragon Rulers. Burner, Dragon Ruler with Sparks. A level 3 Fire Dragon monster with 1000 attack and 200 defense. You can discard this card and 1 Dragon or Fire monster. Special summon 1 Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos from your deck. It cannot attack this turn. You can only use the effect of Burner, Dragon Ruler of Sparks once per turn. This effect to crick some of the Dragon Rulers from the deck would be universal across the Baby Dragon Rulers, with Stream fetching Tidal, Lightning fetching Tempest, and Rectan fetching Redox. The beauty of the Baby Rulers was they would not clog your hand. They could either be discarded for their own effects, or discarded for the effects of an adult Dragon Ruler. This made the deck incredibly consistent. The Dragon Rulers returning to hand might seem like a downside, but it really wasn't, as you could just use them as Exceed material. It just so happened that Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy had the perfect monster in mind for this deck. Mecha Phantom Beast Dracosac. This rank 7 Wind Machine Exceed monster requires 2 level 7 monsters, in other words, 2 Dragon Rulers. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card. special summon 2 Mecha Phantom Beast tokens. While you control a token, this card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Once per turn, you can tribute 1 Mecha Phantom Beast monster, then target 1 card on the field, destroy that target. This card cannot attack during the turn you activate this effect. So the Dragon Rulers got best of both worlds. Going second, it was an OTK engine. Going first, it had strong field control, with a monster that was hard to out. And as if the deck wasn't consistent enough already, it was further boosted by Sacred Sword of 7 stars. Banish 1 level 7 monster from your hand or face-up field, draw 2 cards. You can only activate 1 Sacred Swords per turn. So not only were you getting a draw off this, but then your Dragon Rulers were resolving their effects upon being banished, meaning you were plussing off the card. This deck was insanely consistent, and the crazy part is, it was never technically a tier 0 deck. We have one singular card to thank for that. Spellbook of Judgment is a quick play spell for the Spellbook archetype. During the end phase of the turn this card was activated, add Spellbook spell cards from your deck to your hand, except Spellbook of Judgment, up to the number of spell cards activated after this card's resolution. Then, you can special summon from your deck 1 spellcaster type monster whose level is less than or equal to the number of cards added to your hand by this effect. You can only activate 1 Spellbook of Judgment per turn.
Oh my.
Let's work for this backwards. So it can special summon a spellcaster type monster directly from deck. Well, it can summon Yalgan the Spiritualist, a card that prevents special summons, or Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer, a card that prevents your opponent from banishing cards from either player's grave. So that alone makes it a very good card. But then they topped it off with a Super Rejuvenation style effect, where you add spellbook cards from your deck to your hand equal to the number of spellbook spell cards you'd use that turn. This card could make you easily go as much as plus 10. It was insane. Much like how the Dragon Rulers gave us monsters whose consistency was unheard of at this point, Spellbook of Judgment gave us a spell card whose consistency was also unheard of. It goes without saying, but Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks would completely leapfrog the meta and dominate the summer. But before we get there, we need to take a quick detour to some side sets. Releasing June 4 would be the release of Volume 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Sexal manga. This manga would come with a promo card, Zombiestein. Zombiestein wouldn't have immediate impact on the game, but it saw enough play to get an inclusion here. Releasing 14th of June would be Super Starter, V for Victory. This would be a pretty standard starter deck, but it did include one new card of note, Crane. This level 3 Ring Beast monster had the effect where, when it's normal summoned, you can target one level 3 monster in your graveyard, special summon that target. Its effects are negated. This was Tour Guide of the Underworld, but for the graveyard, meaning it saw immediate play in any deck that utilised rank 3 monsters. Then finally on July 12th we would see the release of Number Hunters, a set dedicated to releasing as many Exceed and Number monsters into the game as possible. There wouldn't be any particular dominant card in this set, but many of them would see niche play over the years, and some of them even see play today. So with the stage set, we enter the beginning of the Dragon Ruler era, and the deck would see success immediately, winning the Oceania WCQ. Chris Mataske would run 3 of every adult Dragon Ruler, and 2 of every baby Dragon Ruler. This use of all the Dragon Rulers would make the deck very discard heavy, making Super Rejuvenation the perfect tech. With Super Rejuvenation in play, it'd be easy for the Dragon Ruler player to immediately refill his hand at the end of the turn. As the months went on, Dragon Ruler lists would see a number of changes. The following month, Patrick Hoban would win the American WCQ. Hoban's list would differ quite significantly to the one that won the Oceania WCQ. The Dragon Ruler ratios would remain the same, but tech cards such as Explode the Dragon, Light and Darkness Dragon, and Swift Scarecrow would be dropped. Furthermore, the spell card lineup would be geared towards even more turbo plays, with 3 Sacred Sword of 7 stars, 2 Gold Sarcophagus, and of course, the 3 Super Rejuvenation. Thanks to the toolboxing nature of the extra deck, Hoban didn't need to rely too heavily on main deck removal. Another innovation by Hoban would be main decking Vanity's Emptiness. Vanity's Emptiness would bring an immediate halt to the opponent's plays in the mirror match, and almost guarantee Hoban the win. Patrick Hoban would become well known for his deck building philosophy of going for pure consistency. This deck would just be the first of many examples. During this era of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Patrick Hoban would actually be one of the most influential players in the game. So Dragon Rulers were on a roll, sweeping up the top spots in almost every tournament, but there was one deck that could stand against it. The European WCQ would be won by Chris Bountalow's Spellbook Prophecy deck. In a format dominated by Dragon Rulers, Spellbooks was pretty much the only deck that could stop it. Some players would get cute and try and use Evil Swans, but Evil Swans didn't have the sheer stopping power of the Prophecy deck or the consistency to prevent Dragon Rulers from making their plays. With free Spellbook of Judgment and the full Spellbook engine, it was easy to set up a nigh-on unkillable Jalgan the Spiritualist going first. Much like Vanity's Emptiness, this card prevented Dragon Rulers from making any plays. Spellbook Magician of Prophecy would be the normal summon that would give the deck its consistency, and Kaiku's the Ghost Destroyer graveyard interaction effects would just lock players out of the game. We would see the game devolve into a 2-deck format. You are either Team Dragon Rulers or Team Spellbooks, and this would be true going into World Season. The 2013 World Championship was hosted on August 10th to August 11th in Las Vegas. This tournament would be remembered for having 19 of the 26 players be on Dragon Rulers. Rulers would then go on to take up 6 of the top 8 spots. The World Championship would be run by Taiwanese player Wang Xin-en. En's build would introduce some new technology to the deck, most notably Dragon Raffine. Dragon Raffine would add to the engine by allowing En to send Eclipse Wyvern directly from his deck. The Eclipse Wyvern would then be banished by a Dragon Ruler, allowing him to search for Light and Darkness Dragon. The side deck also had a cool little tech in DNA Surgery. Using DNA Surgery allowed En to change all monsters on the field to a different type. In the case of the Spellbook matchup, he was able to change the types of all spellcasters, making the Spellbook engine no longer function. With players only having to prepare for 2 decks, it was very easy to make a side. As we can see, the side deck only consisted of 7 different cards, almost all of them ran in multiples. Taking the silver medal would be American player David Keener III. Keener would be one of the 7 players on Spellbook in this tournament. For this tournament, Keener opted to pre-side for the Dragon Ruler matchup. The use of double Jalgan the Spiritualist and Felix Ring Windblast were both ways to hit the Dragon Ruler engine. Another important card in this build would be Cursed Seal of the Forbidden Spell. This card was equally effective in both matchups. Cursed Seal of the Forbidden Spell functions much like Magic Jammer, but instead of just negating one copy of a spell card, it prevented your opponent from using that spell again for the rest of the duel. In the case of the Dragon Ruler matchup, it could permanently negate all copies of Super Rejuvenation or Sacred Sword of 7 Stars. In the Spellbook matchup, it was even more killer, with players opting to run almost all of their spell cards at 3 copies. The side deck has unfortunately been lost to time, but in this build it was unimportant. 2 other cool techs in this build was the use of Defend the Magical Knight in the main, and the side option of Retort. When it came to the mirror matchup, Retort could negate pretty much any card the opponent activated, assuming that Keener had already used that spell card first. As usual, Konami would release a new set around the same time as Worlds, but of course, that set would not be legal to use during the World Championships. Judgment of the Light would release on August 8, 2013, and it scaled things back a fair bit from Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy. That said, this set still introduced many archetypes to the game, and supported many existing decks. It wasn't a groundbreaking set, nor did it have immediate impact on the meta, but it was a welcome addition to the game. Flying Sea is a level 3 Earth Insect monster with 700 attack and 700 defense. Much like Maxi, this card was designed to be an anti-meta hand trap. When your opponent normal or special summons are monsters, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand to the opponent's field in defense position. The controller of this card cannot exceed summon. While this wasn't hit in Dragon Rulers, it was a pretty big hit to most other decks that were around at the time. If you were playing Synchros, you could get rid of it quite easily, but otherwise this card could represent a roadblock. Number 66, Master Key Beetle, is a rank 4 dark insect monster with 2500 attack and 800 defense. Requires 2 level 4 dark monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, then target 1 card you control, except this card. While this card is face up on the field, that card cannot be destroyed by card effects. If this face up card on the field would be destroyed, you can send one of its targets to the graveyard instead. Not the flashiest card, but its protection would help keep your boards established, and would become a key component to Infernity deck combos going forward. Star Eater is a light dragon level 11 generic synchro monster with 3200 attack and 2800 defense. Must be synchro summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. This card's synchro summon cannot be negated. When synchro summoned, cards and effects cannot be activated. If this card attacks, it is unaffected by other card effects until the end of the damage step. Star Eater's effect wasn't insane, but as the first generic level 11, it would see immediate play just because it was a number you could now access with just 2 monsters. One of the new archetypes introduced in Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy would be Traptrix. Traptrix Mermello is a level 4 Earth Insect monster with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. Unaffected by the effects of whole normal traps. When this card is normal summoned, you can add 1 whole normal trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is special summoned, target 1 spell trap card your opponent controls. Destroy that target. As you can tell from the effect, Traptrix was an archetype focused on the whole trap cards, such as Trap Hole, Bottomless Trap Hole, and the newly introduced Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare. When a monster that was special summoned this turn activates its effect on your opponent's field, negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. Traptrix wouldn't see many tops in 2013 due to the prevalence of Dragon Rulers, but the cards would see immediate inclusion in anti-meta and rogue strategies. Another archetype introduced in Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy would be Bujins. Bujin Yamato is a level 4 light Beast Warrior monster with 1800 attack and 200 defense. Once per turn, during your end phase, you can add 1 Bujin monster from your deck to your hand, then send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. You can only control 1 Bujin Yamato. Bujin would focus on a defend the tower type strategy unlike any we had seen in the game previously. Every Bujin monster would be your focus on the field, while all the supporting monsters in the archetype would have trigger effects that would activate in the hand or graveyard. One such example would be Bujingi Crane, a light level 4 winged beast monster. During damage calculation, in either player's turn, if a Beast Warrior type Bujin monster you control battles an opponent's monster, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. The attack of your monster becomes double its original attack during that damage calculation only. To put it short, Bujin was an archetype consisting of 2 monsters, Bujins and Bujingis. Bujingi Crane would have an Honest-like effect, whilst other monsters in the archetype would replicate cards such as Necro Gardener. Much like Traptrix, this would immediately be seen as a rogue or anti-meta strategy. Finally, we would see a lot of new Fire Fist support in this set, the most important being Coach Soldier Wolfbar, a level 4 Fire Beast Warrior monster. You can target 1 level 4 Fire Beast Warrior monster in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position, but negate its effects. You can only use this effect of Coach Soldier Wolfbark once per turn. In short, this card was like a junk synchron for the archetype. Instead of making synchros, it was making rank 4 Exceeds. Since it was searchable with Fire Formation Tenki, it would be an essential inclusion in the deck. With World Season finally over, it was time for the post-World ban list. Going into this ban list, it was obvious some changes were needed to the game, and people were expecting many big hits.
Jesus!
What more needs to be said? This was one of the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban lists of all time. They didn't just take out Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks, but Konami saw it fit to hit every deck that would be a potential competitor in the upcoming format. So let's work our way backwards this time. We would see Unlimits to Agent of Mystery Earth, Destiny Hero Malicious, Tsukiyomi, A Hero Lives, Black Whirlwind, E-Emergency Call, Hieratic Seal of Convocation, Part of Duality, and Scapegoat. Plague Spreader Zombie, Masuki, TG Striker, Fire Formation Tenki, and Dimensional Prison would all be semi-limited. In Limited, we would have a massive 18 cards hit. Thunder King Ryo, Atlantean Dragoons, Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Spirit, Constellar Patelmi M7, Deep Sea Diva, The Lowen, Tiger King of the Ice Barrier, Evergishki Mind Angus, Gen X Ally Birdman, Rescue Rabbit, Dimensional for Sure, Gold Sarcophagus, Royal Tribute, Bottomless Trap Hole, Compulsory Evacuation Device, Eradicator Epidemic Virus, Macrocosmos, Soul Drain, and Torrential Tribute. Immediately we can see what some of the obvious hits are. Atlantean Dragoons and Deep Sea Diva would be massive losses for the Mermail strategy. Spirit would curtail Fire Fist after its Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy support. Deloan and Birdman would stop loop strategies. Rescue Rabbit going to 1 would pretty much kill Dino Rabbit. And Bottomless Trap Hole could be seen as an immediate response to Traptrix, if not just a general hit on what was then a very powerful card. Despite being heavy-handed on the limits, these were overall healthy limits to the game. And then we have Forbidden with a staggering 15 cards. All 4 baby Dragon Rulers would be forbidden. Elemental Hero Stratos would be forbidden, much to the anger of many. Number 16 Shockmaster would also go. Card Destruction, Gateway of the Six, Heavy Storm, Monster Reborn, Heart of Avarice, Spellbook of Judgment, Super Rejuvenation, Solemn Judgment, and Ultimate Offering would also say bye-bye to the game. While this list wasn't anywhere near as hated as the March 2012 list, it did leave players in a weird spot. Many of their decks were completely devastated by this list. But in terms of overall game health, it was probably for the better. Dragon Rulers would still be a strong deck. Spellbook of Judgment's ban would remove access to a card that, let's be honest, should have never been printed in the first place. Overall, a vicious but necessary ban list. However, Elemental Hero Stratos would long be seen as a casualty that was caught in the crossfire. To the surprise of no one, Dragon Rulers would bounce back immediately, with Edward Krang winning Rise CS Toronto with his new Rafine Ruler build. With the baby rulers now banned, the deck needed some new engine cards. Replacing the baby rulers would be 3 cards of Consonance, several Dragon Tuners, and Dragon Rafine. The combination of Consonance and Rafine would make it for all the speed lost. Going forward, these tuners would pretty much remain a key part of Dragon Ruler deck building. It wasn't just Dragon Rulers competing, however. Despite the hits to Diva and Dragoons, Mermail were able to bounce back, coming in 2nd place that tournament. Suroshi Sabian would replace the missing Dragoons and Divas with Aqua Spirit, a smart choice of tech card that would allow the deck to go into its rank 4 place easily. With the graveyard acting as a second hand in Dragon Rulers, having easy access to Abyss Dweller was key to winning. Sabian would unfortunately be unable to get past the final hurdle, but 2nd place in a Dragon Ruler format was still very impressive. Continuing into Toronto's top deck list, in top 4 we would see Patrick Hoban return with his own version of Dragonity Ruler. This build would be heavily focused on the Dragonity engine, as Hoban maxed out on copies of Rafine. Hoban would continue to compensate for the deck's lost speed by including 3 copies of Upstart Goblin and 3 copies of Reckless Greed. By this time, cards such as Upstart Goblin had become synonymous with Patrick Hoban. When a deck such as Dragon Rulers has such a high damage output, it doesn't matter that your opponent is gaining an extra 3000 life points. Finishing top 4, we can see what would come to be the final Blackwing top for many years. When put next to the likes of Mermail and Dragon Rulers, this deck feels hilariously out of place, but it was a good meta call for that tournament. While the main deck consists mainly of cards from the 5Ds era, the extra deck made good use of many new Exceed monsters, in particular Abyss Dweller, Letharval Chain, and Master Key Beetle. The following months would see a slow trickle of new cards being introduced to the game, but there were 2 in particular that would have massive implications for the meta going forward. The first would be the release of the Saga of Blue Eyes White Dragon structure deck, and the inclusion of Dragon Shrine. Send 1 dragon monster from your deck to the graveyard, then, if that monster in your graveyard is a dragon normal monster, you can send 1 more dragon monster from your deck to the graveyard. You can only activate 1 Dragon Shrine per turn. In other words, a foolish burial for Dragon Rulers that could send 2 cards, namely Flamfell Guard and a Dragon Ruler. As good as Dragon Shrine was, it was completely dwarfed by this next card. Sixth Sense is a very old card that was released in the early OCG era, but it was considered so powerful that Konami refused to release it in TCG. By 2013, however, they saw it fit to release it in the newly released Legendary Collection 4, Joey's World. Upon release, players knew this card was going to get banned, and it was immediately limited to 1, but they didn't care. They knew it would be a game changer for Dragon Ruler decks. The text on Sixth Sense reads, declare 2 numbers from 1 to 6, then your opponent rolls a 6-sided die. After Assault is one of the numbers you declared, you draw that many cards. Otherwise, send a number of cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard equal to the Assault. For Dragon Rulers, this card was an absolute win-win. You could call 5 and 6, and then 1 or 2 things could happen. If the dice roll landed on 5 or 6, you drew that many cards. But if it didn't, well, you were just milling more Dragon Rulers to your graveyard. There was absolute no downside to this card at all in Dragon Ruler strategies. For people playing other strategies, its release was just an absolute slap in the face. And a slap in the face it would be. Following the release of 6th Sense, Patrick Ryder would take top spot at YCS London, England. The inclusion of 6th Sense was obvious, but otherwise not much changed in the deck. That said, Ryder did have a nice little tech card in Trigon. Trigon wasn't seen as a card you would play for any particular reason, other than the fact it was a fire dragon monster. Outside of Dragon Rulers, Trigon has not seen any play before or since. Also, a quick side note, while not a 6th Sense build, YCS San Mateo, California would be run by Merlin Schumacher. I want to highlight this Dragon Ruler build because of one particular card that was used in the side deck, Magical Ref Panel. Magical Ref Panel is a card I overlooked in past years, and it's easy to forget it exists, but it has a very unique effect. Activate only when a spell card that targets one player is activated. The effect of that spell card is applied to the other player instead. What does this mean? Well, if your opponent activates Card of Consonance or Sacred Sword of 7 Stars, and you chain Magical Ref Panel, you are the player drawing the 2 cards, not your opponent. This made it a very cute side decking card, considering many Dragon Ruler players were maxing out on Cards of Consonance, Sacred Swords, and even Upstart Goblin. November would bring forth the release of 2013's final set, with Shadow Spectres releasing on November 8th. Konami chose to go with a Halloween theme for this set's marketing. This was to match the inclusion of the new Ghost Trick archetype. Ghost Trick Lantern is a dark level 1 monster with 800 attack and 0 defense. Cannot be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. Once per turn, you can change this card to face down defense position. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, or when a Ghost Trick monster you control is targeted for an attack, you can negate the attack, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand in face down defense position. The Ghost Trick monsters would have varying effects, but one thing that was consistent with all of them is that you could not normal summon them unless you already controlled a Ghost Trick monster. The deck's strategy revolved around playing your monsters set in defense position. All the accompanying spell and traps would trigger when your opponent tried to attack or interact with set monsters. Ghost Tricks would see some niche play, but it was more of a gimmick strategy than anything else. But it did bring us a pretty significant Exceed monster for the time. Ghost Trick Alucard is a rank 3 dark zombie monster with 1800 attack and 1600 defense. Requires 2 level 3 monsters. Monsters your opponent controls cannot target face-up Ghost Trick monsters or any face-down defense position monsters for attacks, except this one. You can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, then target 1 set card your opponent controls. Destroy that target. You can only use this effect of Ghost Trick Alucard once per turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 other Ghost Trick card in your graveyard, add that target to your hand. Ghost Tricks may not have been the strongest deck, but many of its cards would be neat techs in other strategies, Ghost Trick Alucard being the main one of them. White Dragon River Buster and Black Dragon Collapse Serpent would be support for the Chaos Dragon strategy. River Buster was a light dragon monster with 1700 attack and 1800 defense. Collapse Serpent, on the other hand, would be a dark dragon with 1800 attack and 1700 defense. Both these cards cannot be normal summoned or set. They must be special summoned by banishing a light monster from the graveyard for Collapse Serpent and a dark monster from the graveyard for River Buster. You can only special summon each of these monsters once per turn this way. If either card is sent to the graveyard, you can add the other from your deck to your hand. These 2 cards didn't fit into the then Dragon Ruler strategies due to their attributes, but to the surprise of no one, they would come to see heavy play in future Dragon strategies. Speaking of, Mythic Water Dragon was a level 8 Water Dragon with 1000 attack and 2000 defense. If you control an Earth monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Mythic Water Dragon once per turn this way. This card would then be paired with Mythic Tree Dragon, a level 4 Earth Dragon monster with 100 attack and 1400 defense. Once per turn, you can target 1 Water Dragon type monster you control. This card becomes the current level of that monster. Putting these 2 cards together would give you access to rank 8 Exceed plays, which was fitting because Shadow Spectres would contain the Exceed monster, the Fine Dragon Knight Felgrand. This is a rank 8 light warrior monster with 2800 attack and 1800 defense. Requires 2 level 8 monsters. Once per turn, during either player's turn, you can detach 1 Exceed material from this card, then target 1 face-up monster on the field. This turn, its effects are negated, but is unaffected by other card effects. Felgrand was a fantastic utility card, much in the same way something like Book of Moon was. It could be used both offensively and defensively. It could either negate your opponent's monsters' effects, or it could protect your own monsters from your opponent's cards by negating their own effects. The negation downside wasn't really a downside at all. Mistake was a continuous trap with the effect that neither player could add cards from their deck to their hand except by drawing them. A very simple floodgate effect, essentially making it the trap version of Thunder King Ryo. Finally, we have number 65, Gym Buster. This rank 2 Dark Fiend monster requires 2 level 2 Dark monsters. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can detach 2 materials from this card to negate the activation, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. This card saw very niche play back then, but anyone who's playing the modern advanced format will be more familiar with it now. Therefore, it is worth an inclusion. Going into December, we would see the year finish off with YCS Turin in Italy. Samuel Pedigo would buck the trend of Dragon Ruler dominance with his Gear Karakuri deck coming in first place. Thanks to the release of Gear earlier in the year, the deck was able to easily put out materials for Synchro and Exceed plays. With a focus of mono-type anti-meta strategies, this was very much a modernised version of the Gadget deck. With the deck not needing to banish cards, the inclusion of 3 Imperial Iron Wall made too much sense. It just completely locked out Dragon Ruler plays. Gears may not have been seen as a top strategy, but on this day, it was the correct meta call. Following the release of Shadow Spectres, we would see its immediate influence on the Dragon Ruler decks. Mythic Tree and Mythic Water Dragon would fit neatly into the strategy, and help the deck get easier access to the rank 8 plays that it was doing previously. Other than that, it was a standard build that used Battle Fader as a neat tech. And that brings us to the end of 2013. It has been a long journey, but we are finally here. The series finale, 2014, the end, and the beginning. 2014 would start differently to other years, as Konami would change their tournament policy on Forbidden Unlimited list updates. Going forward, list changes would occur several times a year instead of just twice in March and September. In Forbidden, we would see 6 Cents get its inevitable ban, Self-Destruct Button Go for being an unhealthy card, Return from the Different Dimension for also being degenerate, and for some reason, Dragon Machine. It's one thing to hit the Dragon Ruler deck, but to completely kill Dragurnity as a strategy was perhaps a bit heavy-handed. In Limited, we would see every adult Dragon Ruler go to 1, Magician of Faith would be unbanned, the Bree Dragon would drop to 1, the Fine Wind of Mist Valley would go on the list, as would Final Countdown, Sacred Sword of 7 Stars, and Spellbook of Fate. In Semi-Limited, we would see Chaos Sorcerer and Lone Fire Blossom both drop from 1 to 2. Finally, there would be Unlimits to Fire Formation Tenki, Archlord Christia, Constella M7, Tour Guide from the Underworld, Masuki, Plaguespreader Zombie, and TG Striker. This new list would go into effect immediately, with YCS Sydney, Australia being run by Anders Cole's Karakuri deck. This deck would utilise a Psychic engine alongside Instant Fusion to push Synchro plays. Adding these techs to the already fast Karakuri engine made for a very swift aggro deck. At the end of January, we would see the release of our first booster set, Legacy of the Valiant. This would be the strongest set release since Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy last year, with the Exceed monsters doing some heavy lifting. First we have number 101, Silent Honor Arc, a rank 4 water monster with 2100 attack and 1000 defense. Requires 2 level 4 monsters. You can detach 2 materials from this card, then target 1 special summoned monster your opponent controls in face-up attack position. Attach it to this card as material. You can only use this effect of number 101, Silent Honor Arc, once per turn. If this face-up card on the field would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach 1 material from this card. This was the first time we'd see this type of removal in the game, making it perhaps the best form of removal at all. Ghost Trick Dullahan was a rank 1 Dark Fiend monster with 1000 attack and 0 defense, required 2 level 1 monsters. This card gains 200 attack for each Ghost Trick card you control. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target 1 face-up monster on the field, half its attack, until the end of this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one other Ghost Trick card in your graveyard, add that target to your hand. Much like Ghost Trick Alucard, Dullahan was another nice bit of Xyz toolboxing. The decks that could run it absolutely would, just because it was a way to get over most of your opponent's strong monsters. Fujinte Tsukiyomi was a light Beast Warrior rank 4 monster with 1800 attack and 2300 defense, required 2 level 4 light monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, send your entire hand to the graveyard, minimum 1, and if you do, draw 2 cards. When this card you controlled while face up leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can target level 4 Beast Warrior Bujin monsters in your graveyard up to the number of Xyz materials this card on the field. Special summon those targets. You can only control 1 Fujinte Tsukiyomi. Its effect to draw 2 cards meant it saw play in all kinds of strategies that utilised light monsters. Standard Magician is a dark rank 4 spellcaster monster with 2100 attack and 200 defense. Requires 2 level 4 spellcaster monsters. During your main phase 2, you can also Xyz summon this card by using a rank 3 or lower Xyz monster you control as material. Transfer its materials to this card. This card gains 200 attack for each material attached to it. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage. If this card battles, after damage calculation, detach 1 material from this card. Standard Magician functioned very similarly to Gaia Knight the Thunder Charger. Though of course by that point we'd seen how strong Gaia Knight was, so they put the main phase 2 restriction on its summon. Evil Swarm Exciton Knight is a rank 4 light fiend monster with 1900 attack and 0 defense. Requires 2 level 4 monsters. Once per chain, during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, if your opponent has more total cards in their hand and field than you do, you can detach 1 material from this card, destroy all other cards on the field. Also, your opponent takes no further damage this turn. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this was the best Xyz monster in this set, and one of the best Xyz monsters in the game. It had taken a while, but Xyz finally got their Black Rose Dragon. Unsurprisingly, this would be the biggest chase card in the entire set. Moving on from the Xyz, we also have the quick play spell, Shared Ride. For the rest of this turn, each time a card or cards is added from the main deck or graveyard to your opponent's hand, except by drawing them, you immediately draw 1 card. You can only activate 1 Shared Ride per turn. It's not quite max C, but it's pretty close, and it would see a lot of side decking play over the next decade. Ghost Trick Jack Frost is a Dark Fiend level 1 monster with 800 attack and 100 defense. Cannot be normal summoned unless you control a Ghost Trick monster. Once per turn, you can change this card to face down defense position. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can change that opponent's monster to face down defense position, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand in face down defense position. Yeah, it's pretty good. Has some of that Book of Moon utility but in the form of a hand trap. Around the same time of Legacy of the Valiant, we would see a new manga promo card in the form of number 47 Nightmare Shark, and the release of the Cyber Dragon Revolution structure deck. This structure deck would give a much needed boost to the Cyber Dragon strategy, thanks in part to 2 cards. Cyber Dragon Core is a light machine level 2 monster with 400 attack and 1500 defense. This card's name becomes Cyber Dragon while it is on the field or in the graveyard. If this card is normal summoned, add 1 Cyber, spell or trap from your deck to your hand. If only your opponent controls a monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon 1 Cyber Dragon from your deck. You can only use 1 Cyber Dragon Core effect per turn, and only once that turn. This card is exactly what the deck needed. It isn't enough to have Cyber Dragon in the hand anymore, you needed it faster. Especially if you wanted to play into their new Xyz monster, Cyber Dragon Nova. Cyber Repair Plant is a normal spell with the following effect. If a monster named Cyber Dragon is in your graveyard, you can activate one of these effects. If you have 3 or more Cyber Dragon in your graveyard at this card's activation, you can activate both effects and resolve in sequence. You can only activate 1 Cyber Repair Plant per turn. Add 1 Light Machine monster from your deck to your hand. Target 1 Light Machine monster in your graveyard, shuffle that target into the deck. To clarify, the Cyber Dragon in quotes doesn't just apply to Cyber Dragon itself. Upon the release of this structure deck, almost every Cyber Dragon support monster going forward would have the effect where its name becomes Cyber Dragon while on field or in the graveyard. Like Core, this was another much needed consistency boost to the deck. Following Legacy of the Valiant, we would see its X-Seed monsters get immediate play in tournament-winning deck lists. YCS Berlin would be run by Mermail, with Alpay Engen dropping Deep Sea Diva entirely to focus on an X-Seed engine. Silent Honor Arc would be the star of this build, as its detach could trigger Atlantean Dragoons. Around the same time, Christian Georges would win YCS Atlanta with Fire Fist. This list too would focus on taking advantage of the new rank 4 monsters. February 2014 would be a month dominated by Mermail and Fire Fist builds. This period has retroactively come to be known as Fire Water format. Next up in March, we would see YCS Chicago be run by Tom Mack's Bujin list. With Fire Formation Tenki back at 3, Bujin was more or less at full power and was able to take the tournament. Interestingly, Tom Mack opted not to run Bujinte Tsukiyomi in this build. And that is understandable, because this deck wasn't lacking in card advantage or consistency. Next we would see YCS Sao Paulo Brazil be run by Carlos Freitas and his Harpy deck. Harpies had been a contender for a while, and it was nice to see them finally get a YCS. The release of Channeler and Hysteric Sign in Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy had been the game changers, but of course they released during Dragon Ruler format, so we're only seeing the deck top now. Channeler being able to summon any Harpy from the deck, alongside Hysteric Sign searching Elegant Egotist, made it very easy for this deck to spam out its rank 4s. Thanks to the Wind typing and Beast Warrior attribute, it was also able to make use of X-Seed monsters like Ice Beast Zeroframe and Lightning Chidori, cards that other decks simply couldn't use. In April we would see the second update to the Forbidden Limited list this year. Morphing Jar and Morphing Jar number 2 would be forbidden. In Limited we would see hits to the Fire and Water strategies, with Coach Soldier Wolfbark and Mermail Abyss Skund going to 1 each. Rekindling would also be hit alongside Infernity Barrier. In Semi-Limited we would see Necroface and Erratic Seal of Convocation go to 2. Magical Stone Excavation and Primal Seed would be unlimited. Following this list we would see YCS Las Vegas be taken by Danny Yu's Heretic Rulers deck. Following the limiting of all 4 rulers, the strategy would splinter off into a bunch of different builds. You had Heretic Rulers, then there was Blue Eyes Rulers, and then there was Mythic Rulers. There was a lot of choice if you wanted to play a Dragon Ruler strategy. With Dragon Rathene gone, and all 4 rulers at 1, a new approach was needed. The Hieratic engine had proved to be successful when the rulers were at 3, and once again they showed to still be capable now. April 26 would see the release of one of the most impactful side sets we'd seen in a good while. Dragons of Legend was a booster pack focused on the Orichalcos arc from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, but it would also include support for a bunch of modern decks. So let's go through these cards, shall we, from least to most ridiculous. First is the counter trap, Wiretap. When a trap is activated, negate the activation, and if you do, shuffle that card into the deck. Blackwing, Steam the Cloak. A Dark Ring Beast level 3 tuner monster with 800 attack and 1200 defense. If this face-up card leaves the field, special summon 1 Steam token. If this card summoned this way is used as a Synchro material, all other Synchro materials must be Blackwing monsters. It's a nice little addition to the Blackwing deck, another tuner for them to use that has nice little recovery utility. That said, it was not Blackwings that this card would be most infamous in, but that's a story for more modern times. Firehand is a level 4 Fire Pyro monster with 1600 attack and 1000 defense. When this card in your possession is destroyed by your opponent's card and sent to your graveyard, you can target one monster they control, destroy that target. Then, you can special summon 1 Ice Hand from your deck. Ice Hand is a level 4 Water Aqua monster with 1400 attack and 1600 defense. When this card in your possession is destroyed by your opponent's card and sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 spell trap they control. Destroy that target. Then, you can special summon 1 Fire Hand from your deck. As you can see, these cards came in a pair, each fetched each other when destroyed, and they had recurring utility. It was very much the same effect as Reborn Tengu, just power crept. Mathematician is a level 3 Earth spellcaster type monster with 1500 attack and 500 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can send 1 level 4 or lower monster from your deck to the graveyard. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can draw 1 card. Another simple but powerful effect, being able to tutor monsters to the graveyard is always welcome. Being able to draw a card on battle destruction was also a nice bonus. Finally we have the spell card, Soul Charge. Target any number of monsters in your graveyard, special summon them, and if you do, you lose 1000 life points for each monster special summoned by this effect. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. You can only activate one soul charge per turn. This card is absolutely insane. Why does this exist? It should have never been printed. What were they thinking? This card is just way too one-sided. People do not consider life points as a cost. In terms of card advantage, it's a +4, if not more. It's way too strong going first. Should have never been made. Dragons of Legend would quickly be followed up by a new main set, Primal Origin. Primal Origin would be quite the game changer, as it introduced a new archetype that would change how he played the game. The artifacts would be a new archetype focusing on monsters that could be set in the spell and trap zone. If they were destroyed while inside the spell and trap zone, they would then be special summoned to your field and gain additional effects. The introduction of this archetype would lead to new trap-heavy formats, as players would have to think twice before using removal cards such as Evil Swarm Exciton Knight. Artifact Moraltech is a light fairy level 5 monster with 2100 attack and 1400 defense. You can set this card from your hand to your spell and trap zone as a spell. During your opponent's turn, if this set card in the spell and trap zone is destroyed and sent to your graveyard, special summon it. If this card is special summoned during your opponent's turn, you can destroy one face-up card your opponent controls. As you can see, artifacts were taking a new approach to control strategies, ones that did the majority of the gameplay on the opponent's turn. It was a unique gimmick, but one which had now set a precedent that could change the game in the future. Artifact Scythe is a light fairy level 5 monster with 2200 attack and 900 defense. You can set this card from your hand to your spell and trap zone as a spell. During your opponent's turn, if this set card in the spell and trap zone is destroyed and sent to your graveyard, special summon it. If this card is special summoned during your opponent's turn, your opponent cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn. As you can see now, Konami were not messing around when they made this archetype. These were serious disruptive effects that could end your turn immediately. You're probably thinking, well, they need to be summoned or destroyed during the opponent's turn. How consistent is that really? Well, Konami thought the same. Artifact Sanctum is a normal trap that reads, special summon one artifact monster from your deck. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can target one card on the field, destroy that target. You can only activate one Artifact Sanctum per turn. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. So yeah, if you thought not playing destruction cards made you safe on artifacts, think again. Sanctum would bring them out anyway. And if you dared use removal cards, be prepared to have Sanctum punish you for that also. Moving on, we would see new support for several other archetypes. Traptrix Dionea was a Earth level 4 plant monster with 1700 attack and 1100 defense. Unaffected by the effects of Hull normal traps. When this card is normal summoned, you can target one Traptrix monster in your graveyard, special summon that target in the fence position. When this card is special summoned, you can target one Hull normal trap in your graveyard, set that target, but banish it during the end phase of your next turn if it is still on the field. You can only use this effect of Traptrix Dionea once per turn. This would be the card the deck absolutely needed. Cards like Traptrix Momelo needed to be special summoned to get the most out of their effects, and it was a level 4 deck, meaning that there was potential there for a rank 4 engine. A solid addition to the Traptrix strategy. Mecha Phantom Beast O-Line is a level 2 Wind Machine Tuner monster with 600 attack and 1000 defense. While you control a token, this card cannot be destroyed by battleable card effects. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one level 3 Mecha Phantom Beast token. You can only use this effect of Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion once per turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon one Mecha Phantom Beast monster from your hand. The Mecha Phantom Beast archetype is in this weird spot where it's not very good as a dedicated deck, but it has so many cards that are amazing for utility in other decks. Think of Draco Sack, think of O-Lion, and there are several other cards in the archetype that this applies to. O-Lion would be a welcome piece of Synchro support if nothing else. Madolche Angeli is a level 4 Earth Fairy monster with 1000 attack and defense. You can tribute this card, special summon one Madolche monster from your deck, and if you do, it cannot be destroyed by battle, but shuffle it into the deck during the end phase of your next turn. You can only use this effect of Madolche Angeli once per turn. If this card in your possession is destroyed by your opponent's card and sent to your graveyard, shuffle this card into the deck. It goes without saying, but if any archetype gets its own dedicated Lonefire Blossom, you should just max out on it immediately, because it is by default the best card in the entire deck. Majesty's Fiend is a level 6 Light Fiend monster with 2400 attack and 1000 defense. Cannot be special summoned. Neither play can activate monster effects. That's just swell. Number 42, Galaxy Tomahawk. This rank 7 Wind Machine Exceed monster has 0 attack and 3000 defense. Requires 2 level 7 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 2 Exceed materials from this card. Special summon as many Battle Eagle tokens, Machine, Wind, level 6 2000 attack 0 defense as possible. Destroy them during the end phase of this turn. Also, your opponent takes no further battle damage this turn. This card is quite restriction heavy, and it's not very good at the moment. I don't want to drop too many spoilers for the future, but this card is currently banned and has been for a number of years. And the card releases wouldn't stop coming. June would see the release of the Nintendo 3DS game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sexal World Duel Carnival. The promos weren't outstanding, but they were beginning of what is now known as the Train deck. Then on the following day, we would see the release of the Realm of Light Structure deck. With the Structure deck would come 2 new Light Sworn monsters. Raiden, Hand of the Light Sworn, is a level 4 Light Warrior Tuner monster with 1700 attack and 1000 defense. During your main phase, you can send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Then, if any Light Sworn monsters were sent to the graveyard by this effect, this card gains 200 attack until the end of your opponent's turn. You can only use this effect of Raiden, Hand of the Light Sworn, once per turn. Once per turn, during your end phase, send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. So not only did Light Sworn now have their own dedicated named tuner, but it could also mill cards before the end phase, speeding up the deck significantly. Goes without saying, this would become a staple in the strategy. And what good's a tuner without a Synchro? Michael, the Arch Light Sworn, is a level 7 Light Dragon Synchro monster with 2600 attack and 2000 defense. Requires 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner light monsters. Once per turn, you can pay 1000 life points, then target 1 card on the field, banish that target. When this card is destroyed, you can target any number of other Light Sworn monsters in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, and if you do, you gain 300 life points for each returned card. Once per turn, during your end phase, send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Being able to banish cards on command was just the cherry on top. With these 2 new cards, Light Sworns became viable contenders again. Finally, we have July 10th, 2014, a day that would change the game forever, but not immediately impact it in the way people were expecting. Super Starter Space-Time Showdown was the first set in the game to include the newly introduced Pendulum Summoning mechanic. So what is Pendulum Summoning? Well, trust me, that was a question many people were asking, and it is a question still asked now, as it is a complicated mechanic that many people initially struggled with. I remember when this mechanic first got introduced to the game, and there were all sorts of ruling mistakes being made, simply because we found it so confusing. We will not be viewing any Pendulum deck lists in this video, but I will still try my best to explain this mechanic. So Pendulum monsters have the distinction of being 2 card types at the same time. They are both a monster and a spell card, and each have a spell and monster effect accordingly. The top text box is their spell card effect, whilst the regular text box is their monster effect. Accompanying the spell text box are 2 numbers. These numbers are the card's pendulum scales. To accommodate this new mechanic, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Playfield had to change shape entirely. On the far left and right end of your field were pendulum zones. These zones were where you played your pendulum monsters as spell cards. Once you had the pendulum monsters played in your pendulum zones, you could begin pendulum summoning. What was a pendulum summoning? Well, let me bring your attention back to the numbers on the spell effect. These numbers are your pendulum scale. As we can see with the 2 pendulum monsters here, Stargazer Magician has a pendulum scale of 1, and Time Gazer Magician has a pendulum scale of 8. When Stargazer and Time Gazer Magician are in the pendulum zone, their pendulum scale is 1 to 8. This means you can special summon from your hand or face up extra deck any number of monsters whose levels range between 2 and 7. Therefore, hypothetically, if your hand contains nothing but monsters whose levels are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7, you can summon all of them simultaneously as one summon. Now you're probably asking, what do you mean by face up in the extra deck? Well, pendulum monsters are also unique in what happens to them when they're destroyed. When a pendulum monster is destroyed, either as a monster or as a spell card, they do not go to the graveyard. Instead, they are put on top of your extra deck, facing upwards. Therefore, if you want to perform a pendulum summon, and you have face-up pendulum monsters in your extra deck, you can summon those monsters to your monster card zone instead of using monsters in your hand. It doesn't have to be a choice either. If you really wanted to, you could summon monsters from both the extra deck and hand at the same time. Now you're probably thinking that sounds convoluted and overpowered, and in truth, it was. It absolutely was. Not immediately, but give it a few years and pendulum decks would come to completely dominate the game. But that's not the story we're telling today. I'm just simply trying to explain this mechanic for you, and it is not an easy mechanic to explain. What is easily understandable, however, is the spell card Supply Squad. This continuous spell card had the effect where, once per turn, if a monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, draw one card. Another piece of basic simple card advantage generation. You can't go wrong with that. So the starter deck had introduced pendulum monsters and changed the game, but it would still be a while before they had any relevancy to the game itself. For now, let us go back to focusing on what really matters. The North American WCQ would be run by Corey McDuffell's Hat deck in July 2014. Hat would be an acronym short for Hand Artifacts Trap Tricks. This deck would utilise all three as an engine. As we established previously, Fire and Ice Hand would go back and forth continuously as card advantage. The Trap Tricks engine allowed you to set up your back row, and the artifacts would blend with your back row to make your opponent too scared to do anything about it. These three archetypes had such good synergy, and such a basic and easy to understand game plan that they would become the popular deck of the format. Coming along in July was another Forbidden Unlimited list update, the third one this year. No cards would be banned this time, but Goyo Guardian and Gear would be moved to limited. Formula Synchro, Magician of Faith and Reinforcement the Army would be in semi-limited, and finally Mirror Force and Dimensional Prison would be unlimited entirely. Some of these list changes would come up during World Season, such as Gear, whilst others wouldn't, as Goyo Guardian was still banned in the OCG. Hand Artifacts Trap Tricks would continue to be one of the dominant decks going into World Season, but it would not be alone, and would have many contenders going against it, with the likes of Infernity, Bujin, and Gear also going for the crown. The 2014 World Championship would be hosted in Italy on August 9th to August 10th. First place would be taken by Canadian player Shahabi Keradine. Canada won a World Championships before the United States could. This would be a very diverse World Championship with 5 decks taking the top 8 spots. Of those 5 decks, Infernity would be one of the popular contenders that year. Keradine would be playing with a combo heavy build that utilised Letharval Chain and Soul Charge to their max potential. Infinity's always had the problem that it could brick, but this was a more consistent version of the engine. In the side deck we can see 3 copies of Spiritualism. This was a unique piece of back row removal, as it had the effect where it could target one spell or trap card the opponent controlled and return it to their hand. The effect of Spiritualism cannot be negated. This means that Keradine would be hitting those artifact cards with 0 risk. Once Spiritualism was in play, there was no way for the opponent to stop it. The deck itself is a treat and something to be seen. It's been a while, but let's have a look at the opening Infernity combo. So as you can see, there was quite a lot you could do with an opening hand, and that was just in the hands of a first timer. Experienced players could go even further, ending with the full Infernity trap lineup and a board full of monsters. The deck could be linear once the combo got going, but the number of ways to get there was varied, with the rank 3 monster, Levier the Sea Dragon, allowing you to loop your banished Archfiends and Street Patrols. If there was ever a deck that could be described as fun to play as and infuriating to play against, it would be Exceed Infernity. Placing in the runner-up spot would be Japanese player Hiyama Shunsuke. The World Championship would be the last big hurrah for the Hands Artifact Trap Tricks deck. In this build, the hands were missing entirely, making it purely an Artifact Trap Tricks build. Shunsuke had chosen his cards well, with Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer being a vital side against Infernity and Bujin. As we can see, there was a lot of variety in this World Championship. 3rd and 4th place would be taken by Infernity and Kaiser Colosseum Bujin. Further down we can see representation by Gear and Machina Gadgets. The 2014 World Championship would be the true swan song of the Sexal era. All things considered, it went out in a pretty good place. This World Championship would be the last time we would see Yu-Gi-Oh! Played as the game we know and love. From here on out, it would be a new type of Yu-Gi-Oh! A faster Yu-Gi-Oh! A more explosive and combo heavy Yu-Gi-Oh! This would not be a better or worse Yu-Gi-Oh! It would simply be a different game. Many would enjoy these changes, while others would be left longing. When it comes to the question of classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, there is no right or wrong answer. It is simply a matter of preference. And with that, let us go into the first set of the new modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Era, the set that changed the game like none ever had before it. That set was Duelist Alliance. Duelist Alliance would release on August 14th, 2014, and would be the first main set to feature Pendulum monsters. Despite that, there were hardly any Pendulum monsters of note in this set. Instead, every card of note was a type we were already accustomed to. Strap yourself in, because we have a good 20 or so cards to examine. First, we'll start off by featuring the new warrior archetype in Duelist Alliance, Stellar Knight. We begin with Stellar Knight Altair. This level 4 light warrior monster has 1700 attack and 1300 defense. If this card is summoned, you can target one Stellar Knight monster in your graveyard, except Stellar Knight Altair. Special summon that monster in defense position. Also, monsters you control cannot attack for the rest of this turn, except Stellar Knight monsters. You can only use this effect of Stellar Knight Altair once per turn. Stellar Knight Deneb. This light level 4 warrior monster has 1500 attack and 1000 defense. If this card is summoned, you can add one Stellar Knight monster from your deck to your hand. Except Stellar Knight Deneb, you can only use this effect of Stellar Knight Deneb once per turn. Stellar Knight de Tauros. This rank 4 light warrior monster has 2500 attack and 2100 defense. Requires 3 level 4 monsters. While this card has Exceed material, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when you normal or special summon monsters. Once per turn, you can detach one Exceed material from this card, then target one card on the field, destroy it. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon one Stellar Knight monster from your hand or deck. Stellar Nova Alpha is a counter trap card that reads, when a spell/trap card or monster effect is activated, send one face-up Stellar Knight monster you control to the graveyard, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card, then draw one card. Many other Stellar Knight monsters would feature in Duelist Alliance, but these are the main ones. So far, the archetype isn't too big of a departure from what we were already used to. Del Toro's has a cute protection effect, but that's after you've already made your main plays, meaning this deck is made for the long game. Still, had Stellar Knights featured in the Sexal era, they would have seen a lot of play, and they would still see a fair bit of play going forward from the Duelist Alliance. Next up we have Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer. This rank 4 Wind Wing Beast monster has 2000 attack and 1500 defense, requires 2 level 4 monsters. You can detach one material from this card, then target one face-up monster on the field, change it to face-down defense position. You can detach 2 materials from this card, and target one other face-up card on the field, shuffle it into the deck. You can only use one Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer effects per turn, and only once per turn. It goes without saying at this point, but rank 4 players have always been eating good, and this is just another card for that banquet. Next we have the level 8 Wind Wing Beast monster, Rise of the Mega Monarch, with 2800 attack and 1000 defense. You can tribute summon this card by tributing one tribute summoned monster. If this card is tribute summoned, target one card on the field and one card in either graveyard. Also, if this card was tribute summoned by tributing a wind monster, you can target an additional card on the field. Place the first target on the top of the deck in any order. Also, after that, return the additional target, if any, to the hand. This was just the latest addition to the Mega Monarch series that Konami had slowly been releasing. Monarchs had never really gone away, but they weren't seeing competitive play anymore. At least not until the debut of this next card anyway. The Monarch Stormforth is a quick play spell that reads, once during this turn, if you would tribute a monster for a tribute summon, you can tribute one monster your opponent controls even though you do not control it. You can only activate one, the Monarch Stormforth, per turn. During the turn you activate this card, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck. Stormforth would completely power creep Soul Exchange, a card that had released in the original Yugi and Kaiba structure decks. Obviously retaining your battle phase was a big positive over Soul Exchange, but what really mattered was the quick play effect. Combined with existing cards like Escalation of the Monarchs, it was possible to make tribute summons on your opponent's turn, meaning the Monarch deck now had legitimate forms of disruption. It would still be a while before Monarchs could challenge as a top tier meta contender again, but this card was a big push in that direction. Time Space Trap Hole would be the latest addition to the whole trap card archetype, technically making it Trap Trick support. When your opponent special summons a Monsters from the hand or extra deck, shuffle that Monsters into the deck, then you lose 1000 life points for each returned monster. This card released in a pretty timely manner, and you would be forgiving for thinking that it was in response to Pendulums, which in all fairness, it probably was. Destroying Pendulums with Hole cards would send them to the extra deck. Bouncing Hole cards to the deck, however, got rid of them entirely until they were drawn again. Next up is Artifact Lancier. This light level 5 fairy monster has 1700 attack and 2300 defense. Like all artifacts, it can be set in the spell and trap card zone. Also, like all artifacts, if it's destroyed in the spell trap zone during the opponent's turn, you can special summon it to your field. During your opponent's turn, you can tribute this card from your hand or face up field. Neither player can banish cards for the rest of this turn. This card was intended as artifact support, but unlike other artifacts, you could use its effect directly from the hand. For this reason, it saw more play as a hand trap than it ever did as a part of the artifact engine. Felis, Lightswarm Archer, is a light level 4 Beast Warrior Tuner monster with 1100 attack and 2000 defense. Cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned by a card effect. If this card is sent from your deck to the graveyard by a monster effect, special summon it. You can tribute this card, and target one monster your opponent controls, destroy that target, then send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Wolf had always been an essential part of the Lightsworn engine, and now it had a tuner to accompany it. Goes without saying, but this went perfectly well with the newly introduced Lightsworn structure deck support. Next we have something completely new, and I don't just mean new as an archetype, I mean completely unseen to the game. The first, worm-type monsters, the Yan Xings. By this point in the game's life, it was getting a bit difficult to create new dragon support. Every time a new piece of dragon support was introduced, or a new dragon archetype made, it would directly interact with the already existing dragon engines, meaning that dragons never went away. This severely handicapped Konami's ability to design new decks. As a result, they would find a workaround in creating a completely new card typing. So let's just have a choice look at a few of them. Chi Ren, Light of Yang Xing, is a level 1 light worm tuner monster with 0 attack and 0 defense. When this card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to your graveyard, you can special summon one Yang Xing monster from your deck, except Chi Ren. When a Yang Xing monsters you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, and if you do, banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use one Chi Ren effect per turn, and only once that turn. Bian, Earth of the Yang Xing, is a level 3 Earthworm monster with 1600 attack and 0 defense. When this card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one Yang Xing monster from your deck in defense position, except Bian. You can only use this effect of Bian once per turn. Once per turn, during your opponent's main phase or battle phase, you can, immediately after this effect resolves, Synchro summon one Synchro monster using only Yang Sing monsters you control. A Synchro monster that used this card as a Synchro material cannot be destroyed by battle. Baxia, Brightness of the Yang Sing. This level 8 light worm Synchro monster had 2300 attack and 2600 defense. 1 tuner plus 1 plus non-tuner worm monsters. See, they've changed how they write Synchros now. When this card is Synchro summoned, you can target cards on the field up to the number with different original attributes of the worm monsters used for the Synchro summon of this card. Shuffle them into the deck. Once per turn, you can target one card you control and one level 4 or lower monster in your graveyard, destroy that card on the field, and if you do, special summon the other monster from the graveyard. But as you can see, the Yang Sings were a Synchro focused archetype, and they all shared a similar characteristic. When they were destroyed, they floated into something else. As we saw with Fire and Ice Hand, that can be a powerful thing to build a deck around. In the case of Yang Sings, the entire worm archetype was restricted solely to them, making it much easier to balance than if these had been dragon monsters. But as we're about to see, this characteristic of floating on destruction wasn't just isolated to the Yang Sing archetype. Going forward, it would be something of a standardized characteristic of Yu-Gi-Oh card design, and we can see this in the biggest and most supported archetype in the entire Duelist Alliance, the Shadows. The Shadows are a series of dark monsters that act as corrupted counterparts of pre-existing dual terminal monsters. Starting with Shadow Falco, a dark puppeteered version of Gusto Falco. Falco is a dark level 2 spellcaster flip tuner monster with 600 attack and 1400 defense. Flip, you can target one Shadow monster in your graveyard except Shadow Falco. Special summon it in face down defense position. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can special summon it in face down defense position. You can only use one Shadow Falco effect per turn, and only once that turn. So immediately we're faced with something of a challenge. If you attack into this card, it will flip and get its effect. But if you try and remove it from the field with destruction or sending, it will trigger its second effect in the graveyard. So that's a bother. You're going to have to rely on banishing, bouncing or spinning. There's no way around it. Shadow Hedgehog is a dark level 3 spellcaster flip effect monster with 800 attack and 200 defense. Flip, you can add one Shadow spell/trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add one Shadow monster from your deck to your hand, except Shadow Hedgehog. You can only use one Shadow Hedgehog effect per turn, and only once that turn. Shadow Squamata is a dark level 4 spellcaster flip monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense. Flip, you can target one monster on the field, destroy it. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can send one Shadow card from your deck to the graveyard, except Shadow Squamata. You can only use one Shadow Squamata effect per turn, and only once that turn. Shadow Dragon, a dark level 4 spellcaster flip monster with 1900 attack and 0 defense. Flip, you can target one card your opponent controls, return it to their hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target one spell/trap on the field, destroy it. You can only use one Shadow effect per turn, and only once that turn. Shadow Beast is a dark level 5 spellcaster flip monster with 2200 attack and 1700 defense. Flip, you can draw 2 cards, then discard 1 card. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can draw 1 card. You can only use one Shadow Beast effect per turn, and only once that turn. So just going by these 5 main deck monsters alone, you can tell we're working with something deadly. No matter what you try to do, your opponent is almost guaranteed to generate more card advantage if they're playing Shadows. These 5 cards alone completely kill hand artifacts trap tricks as a dedicated deck. Those decks were built on card advantage through destruction. This deck is built on gaining card advantage when your cards are destroyed, and it isn't just interaction from your opponent that can trigger these effects. In the case of Shadow Beast, that effect to discard 1 card from your hand can trigger the effect of other Shadow monsters just because they were sent to the graveyard. The same rule also applies if you use these cards for a Synchro summon, send them as effect cost for an Exceed monster, or use them as a fusion material, which is funny, as Shadows are actually a fusion deck. Shadow Fusion allows you to fusion summon one Shadow Fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If your opponent controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, you can also use monsters in your deck as fusion material. You can only activate one Shadow Fusion per turn. Wow, what do you even say to that? Like, we've already established that sending cards from the deck to the grave is an incredibly powerful effect. It's the reason why Future Fusion was banned in the first place, yet here's a new archetype with a card dedicated to doing just that. With such a strong main deck and engine, surely the fusion monsters can't also be all-powerful and game-changing like this. El Shadow Winder is a dark level 5 spellcaster fusion monster with 2200 attack and 800 defense. Requires 1 Shadow monster and 1 dark monster, making it viable for Super Polymerization. Must first be fusion summoned. Cannot be destroyed by an opponent's card effects. Each player can only special summon monsters once per turn while this card is face up on the field. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one Shadow spell trap in your graveyard, add it to your hand. This card could have been split into 2 monsters, and they both would have seen play, either as an indestructible beat stick or as a lone floodgate. Looking back, that they put both of them on one body just blows my mind. 9 years later, and this card is still an active threat today that sees play in and out of formats. Konami were on some gas when they made this, man. But that's not all, we still haven't even gotten to the archetype's boss monster. El Shadow Construct is a level 8 light fairy fusion monster with 2800 attack and 2500 defense. It requires 1 Shadow monster plus 1 light monster. Must first be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, you can send 1 Shadow card from your deck to the graveyard. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles a special summoned monster, destroy that monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 Shadow spell trap in your graveyard, add it to the hand. Window was made to prevent your opponents from building the house. Ironically, Construct was made to tear the house down. The combination of sending a Shadow monster directly from deck upon summon, and then having the battle destruction effect on top, meant that there was very few ways your opponent's board was going to last once this thing hit the field. Suffice to say, this would be the most dominant strategy we had seen since Dragon Rulers. And yet it wasn't alone, there was one other challenger in Duelist Alliance that could stand up to it. Except, not quite yet, it wasn't ready. As of Duelist Alliance, the deck was only half complete. It still needed a bit more support. And that deck would be the Burning Abyss. Skarm, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss, is a level 3 Dark Fiend monster with 800 attack and 2000 defense. If you control a monster that is not a Burning Abyss monster, destroy this card. You can only use one of these effects of Skarm, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss, per turn, and only once that turn. If you control no spell or trap cards, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can add 1 level 3 Dark Fiend type monster from your deck to your hand, except Skarm, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss. Funny little card. At first you're reading it and thinking, this card is useless, but then you get to the second half of the effect and it all begins to make sense. They had us in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Seer, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss, is a level 3 Dark Fiend monster with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. If you control a monster that is not a Burning Abyss monster, destroy this card. You can only use one of these effects of Seer, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss, per turn, and only once that turn. If you control no spell or trap cards, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 Burning Abyss monster in your graveyard, except Seer, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss, special summon it. Graph, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss. If you control a monster that is not a Burning Abyss monster, destroy this card. You can only use one of these effects of Graph, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss per turn, and only once that turn. If you control no spell or trap cards, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Burning Abyss monster from your deck, except Graph, Melbranch of the Burning Abyss. Now the archetype's beginning to make a little more sense. Next we have the archetype's Exceed monster, Dante, Traveller of the Burning Abyss. This rank 3 light warrior monster has 1000 attack and 2500 defense. 2 level 3 monsters. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card and choose a number from 1 to 3. Then send that many cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Until the end of this turn, this card gains 500 attack for each card sent to the graveyard this way. If this card attacks, it is changed to the defense position at the end of the battle phase. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one Burning Abyss card in your graveyard, except this card, add it to your hand. So the idea of Burning Abyss is pretty simple. You need to have a good level 3 engine in your deck to summon Dante. Then, you need to get Skarm, Seer, and Graph in your graveyard, so you can use their special summon effects to flood the field and get your engine going. As deck strategies go, this is a bit more complicated, and a bit harder to grasp at first glance, but once you play around with it, it begins to make sense. So with that, we have the skeleton of the Burning Abyss, a then semi-playable deck that could go, but it wasn't fully cooked yet, it still needed time in the oven. Unsurprisingly, the cards introduced in the Duelist Alliance would be so overwhelmingly strong compared to what came before that they would completely run wild on tournaments. In September, we would see YCS Madrid be topped entirely by Shadows with one lone Burning Abyss in the top 8. That same month, we would also see a Duelist Alliance clean sweep at YCS Toronto, as Shadows would take 6 of the top 8 spots and Stellar Knight taking the final 2. It was a completely new era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And there was simply no going back at this point. Konami had released too many cards, and they wouldn't be able to reverse these changes without essentially banning everything, and we all knew that wasn't going to happen. And if anything else reflected this changing of times, it would be the October 2014 Forbidden Unlimited list. Magician of Faith, Formula Synchron, Coach Soldier Wolfbark, and Reinforcement of the Army would all be unlimited. Gorz the Emissary of Darkness, Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, Ceasefire, and the Transgrimation Prophecy would be semi-limited. Blow Up Bulb, Infernity Archfiend, Soul Charge, and Super Poly would all move down to limited, whilst Raigeki would be unbanned. This ban list is significant because it shows a shift in what is considered a powerful card now. Magician of Faith, Formula Synchron, and Wolfbark aren't even worth considering for the list anymore. Gorz and Gale the Whirlwind are no longer the powerhouses they were, and Raigeki is seen as such a non-issue that they unbanned it altogether. Even back in 2014, the idea of Raigeki coming off the list felt unthinkable for many players. But looking back now, this was inevitable. The floodgates had been opened, and all of a sudden many of the cards on the ban list weren't considered too powerful anymore. And with that, we have come to the end of our story. In those 12 years we saw Yu-Gi-Oh! Constantly evolve, adapt and change to the times. From the early Duel Monsters Nostalgia Fest, to the GX transition, to the 5D's Extra Deck revolution. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been a growing card game, and with no set rotation, things always need to continue to change for it to stay fresh, at least in the eyes of the creators. From here on out, however, it would be a completely different game. It would be a new Yu-Gi-Oh! A modern Yu-Gi-Oh! A Yu-Gi-Oh! That would require players to hone on a different skill set, and learn to play the game in ways which were unseen before. As we saw with the Duelist Alliance, the card complexity had increased significantly. And this is a comprehensive history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, not a complicated one. This series may not be covering the modern day, but that's fine, because you see, the history of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also the history of Yugi-tubing. Every big Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube channel that we see today got their start around this time. The content of their channels covers the history of the modern game as it happened. Everything is documented. There is no better way to get historical perspective now than to look at these old videos from the 2010s. And it's a good thing it was documented as well, because after 2014, the speed of the game's evolution increased significantly, with landmark decks and cards hitting at a rate unlike anything we'd seen before. Between 2002 and 2014, it was a fairly simple task to identify different periods in the game's life, from Critter in Android format, to Chaos and Goat, Airblade to Talidad, Edison to Plant, Dino Rabbit to Windup, and so on. After 2014 we would see Shadows, Burning Abyss, Creef Forts, Necros, Cosmo, Monarchs, PK, Pepe, Metal Foes, ABC, Sudiac and so on. So much was happening in such a short amount of time. For those who invest in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And are able to commit to it, they will find a very deep, rewarding and skill-intensive game. But be warned, it is not the Yu-Gi-Oh! You have come to know through this series. It is a different beast entirely. Not one that is necessarily better or worse, but one that appeals to a different taste. And if that taste suits you, then be ready to gorge yourself until you can eat no more. So with that all said, thank you so much everyone for watching. This has been a comprehensive history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. See ya!